What's up, guys? Esports Doug here. We've been looking for Dave for a few minutes now because we wanted to ask him a few questions before the action gets started. Turns out he has a bit of a pregame ritual, and I think he's over here. Let's check it out. You see this? Phone call? Really?
Oh, yep. Yeah, George. Yeah, I'm doing that thing. You know I do it all the time. Can you just let me be? Everyone has their thing. Fine.
Dave? Hey, what are you doing? I just wanted to ask you a few questions. Do you have a second?
Yes.
Listen, I know you're in the middle of something. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask you your thoughts on Lauren's big win yesterday. Historic Big Buck Hunter history. What were your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it was great to get our first international champion. Lauren played great. She dominated. It was fun to see. I hope we see the same thing tonight.
This doesn't seem like a good time. Sorry, Dave, last question, and then I promise I'll let you get back to whatever this is. What are you most excited about for tonight?
What?
Dave? What are you most excited about for tonight?
Well, I get to keep drinking cold Busch Light. That's one of my favorite things to do. I get to see some good Buck Hunter fucking kicking ass, and, let's get it going.
Yeah, I think we've got it. I think we're done here.
Yeah, we're done.
Yep,
thanks.
we're done.
All right.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever and whenever you're watching around the world. Welcome to the 12th annual Big Buck World Championship, live from the iconic Luxor Hotel and Casino's HyperX Esports Arena in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is Nick Petro. I'm alongside my good friend and CNN national correspondent, Omar Jimenez, and for the second year in a row, we are your pregame hosts for the official Big Buck World Championship.
It's right here.
So, Omar.
Yes.
We are in for quite a treat tonight.
I hope.
I mean, we have 64 of the absolute best virtual hunters from around the world vying for the title of Big Buck World Champion, and most importantly, a $20,000 grand prize.
Oh my gosh, we could all use $20,000 here or there, just in case.
I'd take it.
These people are going to have to work for it, though, and this is a competition that has grown so much over the years. I mean, it started with just 24 players at the Excalibur nightclub in Chicago back in 2008, and here we are in 2019 in this beautiful arena, in this beautiful studio, the grand prize total up to $20,000, and everybody here knows what's at stake, and they know what they have to do to get their chance to hoist Pappys Jug in eternal glory.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the tournament growing year over year, and actually, we had over 14,000 people attempt to qualify for the Big Buck World Championship this year. Let me just check the exact number. 14,271.
Boom.
That's insane, and I think it's due to two reasons. One, the expanded time frame for the qualification process is from November to September now, 10 months.
Makes a huge difference.
But two, Big Buck Hunter's been around since the year 2000. It's been around for 19 years now, but this year has really taken off, and there's been a ton of exposure around the brand. I mean, just think about it. One, this tournament from last year was re-aired on ESPN. There's been a big promotion in stores with Busch Beer. Big Buck Hunter was on Kevin Harvick's NASCAR car a couple weeks ago for a race. So people are seeing Big Buck Hunter in a lot of places. People are talking about Big Buck Hunter, and now they're about to witness and experience Big Buck Hunter on the biggest stage possible.
And when you talk about the biggest stage, we also got to talk about the prize pool here. We are talking in total $100,000 here on the line that is going to be distributed over the course of these winners today. And while everyone here knows what's at stake, a lot of these competitors aren't necessarily going to know what that means. And I say that because we have a lot of fresh blood and new faces in this field of 64. 20 new competitors to be exact. And then we also have, on the international community, 13 players competing from outside the US, from Canada, Australia, making the trip over here to get things done. And even within the US, we've got new communities coming into the fray. Tucson, Arizona, shout out. Austin, Texas, great place.
Shout out.
You all have people that are coming here to represent over the course of this as well. And while I'm sure they are excited and they feel excited to get shooting, they're not going to know what that means until they step onto that stage. There's a lot of lights. There's a lot of pressure. You're shoulder to shoulder with someone who is also, and chances are, just as elite as you are. And we've heard from countless buck hunters over the years that nerves do come into play. Now, Nick, the one thing that is going to work on their side is that the fact that they're new faces means that these regulars haven't been able to play against them before. And so they might come out there and surprise some of the more established field.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. We could see upsets from new faces, new names, but like that's not what happened last night during the ladies' tourney portion of this event.
Yeah. Definitely, that's not what happened. So that just came out of nowhere. That's chemistry right there. But exactly, it's not a guarantee because last night the women's tournament, the ladies' tournament, was insane. Lauren Hope did finish in first place. She took home the Jugs of Destiny. Everyone was so happy for her. She came in as the #1 seed. As you see some of what happened, everyone was having fun last night.
Such great reactions from the event.
Oh my gosh. And of course, the games in between that brought people together. It was really just a good time. And then in the end, throughout all of the competition, some of the fresh faces we saw versus some of the more established, it was Lauren Hope who finished 4th place in 2018. Used that qualifying period to come back and then land on top as our first international champion here for either the ladies tournament or the world championship. And also, speaking of ladies tournament, I want to give a quick shout out to Sarah Erlandson, 4-time ladies tournament champion, who wasn't able to be there.
She always deserves a shout out.
Yep. She had a few things going on. She and her husband Jared are expecting their first child. Though you two were really active in the chat yesterday, so I don't know how much giving birth is happening right now, but they're definitely in the chat. So I can't see the chat room right now, but I can imagine they're using all their moments. That gives you at least any indication as to how involved they are in this and how much they really want to be here for this. So quick shout out there. But in regards to what we did see in the competition, Lauren was, we talked about this yesterday, we didn't get the impression she was shooting just to win yesterday.
No.
We got the impression she was shooting to win today. And now her boyfriend, Drew Baldock, is coming in as the #7 seed. There's so many storylines that we could get into.
The emotion was so pure on stage,
gosh.
but I feel like the tears coming from everyone was just masking complete focus for the main event today.
100%.
So, she could very well become the first hunter to ever claim the ladies' tourney on night 1, the title for the ladies' tourney on night 1, and then the title for the main event on night 2, and bring home a record $25,000 bounty.
The night is very young.
You know, there's a lot of storylines tonight. There's a lot. But before we get into that and hunters that people should be keeping their eye out on, I want to talk a little bit about the qualification process, just make sure our viewers at home know how the 64 people and absolute legends we're about to see on stage in a moment actually got here.
Of course. Of course. And so this is a qualification process, as you know, that runs from November through September. It's basically a year-long qualification at this point. I mean, we can do the math. 10 months out of 12 months, that's pretty much the full year. And within that, it is difficult to get to this level, but it's as easy as ever to try, which is all we're trying to do out here. We're just trying to try, you know? And all you need to do is be able to find a big buck HD arcade game and play pro mode, and then you kind of enter into the potential of getting to a stage like this.
Yeah, so to provide some even more background context to it, basically every person that attempts to qualify, all those over 14,000 people that attempted to do so, receive a rank based upon the top 5 Trek scores across all 9 different animals available in Big Buck Hunter. From there, the top 28 highest ranks are our top 28 seeds tonight. They're called the skill players. And then from there, the other 36 players and the other 36 seeds are all considered wild card players. And their rank was totaled from their cumulative total across all 10 months of hunting.
So I put this challenge out last night, but for our viewers on Twitch, Facebook Live, YouTube, wherever you're watching, we are putting out a challenge to you. Yes, we are putting out the challenge to you. Go find a big buck hunter machine wherever is closest to you.
They're pretty easy to find.
They're pretty easy to find. And I'm talking about you specifically, Michael, Sarah, Emily. There's got to be some combination of those names out there. I want to see at least you make an attempt to get here to this stage here in Las Vegas for next year's Big Buck World Championship. And don't let me down.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Well, maybe we should just step away from the desk next year and just try to qualify.
They don't want that problem. They don't want that
make
problem.
Some money.
They don't want that problem.
Trust me, we would not be an issue. So let's talk storylines outside of the continuation from the ladies' tourney last night. Who we should be keeping an eye out for in the competition. Some of the favorites for the World Championship, and the favorites should probably start with the top seeds as determined by the qualifiers.
You got to start with the number 1 seed, and here it is Will Bromley out of Australia. He's been working hard this qualifying season, coming all the way from Australia to represent, and I've been actually talking to him over the last year, and this opportunity literally has been at the top of this man's mind nearly every day since last year. He's got a big buck tattoo on his forearm.
You don't get more dedicated than that.
Come on. He is ready. And Bromley was actually my pick last year to win the whole tournament and ended up finishing 4th. Now he comes in qualifying as the number 1 seed. And where have I heard that before? Let me think. Oh yeah, that's right. Because Lauren Hope was my pick for the ladies tournament last year, and she finished 4th. Then she came back as a number 1 seed and won. So we'll see what happens today. Maybe my picks are just delayed by a year.
Yeah, I'm sure you would like that. Yep.
I would like that. We'll see.
So waiting in the wings behind Bromley is fellow Aussie number 2 seed Mark Santander. What's down in the water down under in Australia?
Probably some animal that's poisonous and too dangerous for us to even look at.
Or just some big buck hunting skills. But Santander was actually the number 2 seed last year too, but went home after a relatively disappointing finish. He finished 17th last year as the number 2 seed.
Yep.
After finishing 6th in his debut in 2017. But he does train the right way. He trains with fellow world-class hunters, including Sean Chadwick, who we'll see tonight. You see Mark up on your screen right now. And he trains with his own girlfriend, Brooke Schoenman, the number 3 seed last night. Your pick. She looked great last night. She'll be in the mix today. So we should definitely be keeping an eye out on Mark. But Aussies, the first 2 overall seeds.
Oh my gosh. And yes, they are coming in hungry. Brooke will even come in hungry because I'm sure coming in as the number 3 seed last night, she had an earlier exit than I think she had anticipated. So look for her to try and make some moves today. But we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the number 3 seed as well, and that is Chris Exberger out of Redondo Beach, California.
Little out of nowhere.
I know, a little bit. And you know what? He's coming in hungry. And I say this because he lost. A lot of people are coming in hungry. A lot of hunger going around here. He lost early in 2017. The best he ever finished was 26th last year. And now he comes in as the number 3 seed. I mean, come on. If I was going up against him, that tells me he's been working extra hard in this qualifying season. And that would make me at least a little nervous to have to face him, especially in the early rounds.
Yeah. I mean, no one should be hungry. There's a free buffet for the hunters in the VIP section. So it's all, hunger is a mindset, I guess.
Yeah, it's a mindset. It's all up here.
We'll see what Chris has up his sleeve for tonight. However, we can't just sit at this desk and call ourselves experts.
Is that what we are now? Yeah. Experts.
That's what I'm going with.
Yeah,
and talk about favorites without talking about the greatest of all time, the GOAT, Trevor Gardner.
Oh my gosh, what can you say about this guy? Look, in other sports, there are always debates about who the greatest of all time is. Not here. It's indisputably Trevor Gardner, 4-time champion, and has been on a tear as of late, winning 3 of the last 5. He doesn't come in as a top seed, but I kind of get the feeling he could if he really wanted to. He's a comfortable number 10, but you got to think he's the favorite here, and all of the competitors must know that in some way they're going to have to go through him to get to the top.
Yeah, he's going to be the man to beat, always has his backwards cap on. Yeah, while we're quickly mentioning favorites, I'd just like to say a quick shout out to Federico Reed. He's the number 6 seed last year. He was training since he was in the single digits age-wise. And now right when he turned 18 in 2016, he qualified, has been doing better year after year. Last year, finished 10th, so broke into the top 10. I just think he's going to be there.
And what was that song that he listens to whenever he's up there?
So while he's competing, he's got his earbuds in all the time. He's actually listening to SpongeBob SquarePants.
Man.
One of the all-time greatest shows, too.
I think he's going to try and leave a lot of people Mr. Krabs' face out there by the time it's all over. I'll be here all night. So, Federico, obviously a classic perennial underdog, which brings me now to our next point. Who is your underdog pick for tonight's competition?
So I want to preface by saying when we're talking underdogs, we're talking about seeds based on seed, because I'm not quite sure he qualifies as an underdog in the literal sense of the word, but he is only the number 24 seed. That is Chris Freem. When the Big Buck World Championship was in New York City in 2012, he was crowned champion. So he's won this tournament before, and he's been in the mix. He was runner-up in 2016. I just think he's going to remind a lot of people tonight what his status is within the Big Buck community and why he's always at the top of the leaderboard.
And that's the cool thing about these tournaments year after year. You win once, you get that taste, and all it takes is that building year over year, and you could break through and find yourself at the top of the leaderboard. So we will see. Yeah. But that's not who I am going with.
Okay. Who's your underdog?
I am going with Andrew Moskowitz out of San Francisco.
Wow. Breakthrough last year for Andrew.
Breakthrough. This is a guy that out of nowhere finished third in 2018. He comes in as the number 18 seed this year, but last year he came in as the number 20 seed and surprised us. His friends, his teammates, his fellow competitors, I even think he surprised himself. So he may not win it this year, but if he plays anything and anywhere close to how he played last year, he could at the very least surprise a lot of people.
He could.
We will see. Yeah. We will see. So, with that in mind, we've got our underdogs on the table. They are on the table. Now, I want to hear who your official pick is going to be to hoist Pappys Jug and win this competition.
So, we talked about Australians as the number 1 and number 2 overall seeds.
Okay.
My pick is somebody else related. He came in second in 2017. He came in second in 2018. He's coming in first place in 2019. Sean Chadwick of Australia.
Oh!
We had our first ever international champion in the ladies' tourney last night, and we're about to have our first ever international champion in the main event tonight. He's Sean Chadwick, runner-up 2 years in a row. He's just got to get a first place this year. He's going to use that heartbreak to motivate himself and take the top place. He trains with the best down under. He's the number 5 seed coming into tonight. People know they have to look out for him. Sean Chadwick, he's my pick to take home the top prize.
He's on the edge of glory. And what do you got there? Oh my, look at that. Look at that. He is all in for Australia, trying to take home the Big Buck World Championship. We will see. An Australian has never done it.
This is it.
An Australian has never done it. This would be historic.
Another international champion
but
tonight.
I guess we will see.
So, who's your pick?
My pick.
Yeah.
You're wondering who my pick is. Well, you know what? I'm going to take this off. My pick is serious. I know it's not over.
Where are you going?
I take that off screen. I am also going to go international for my pick.
Okay.
Specifically, got to get this on because you know what? I'm going to get this on. My official pick is going way up north to Canada.
Wow, outdoing me.
Drew Baldock out of Canada, Saskatchewan. Where's my hat? Canada is taking it 2 nights in a row. Not 2 years, excuse me. Lauren Hope last night. Drew Baldock tonight. This,
the maple leaf on your shirt,
would truly be historic. I mean, you talk about Lauren Hope taking it last night. Drew Baldock, her boyfriend, the person who got her into Big Buck Hunter, the game. He comes in as the number 7 seed. He had an earlier exit than I think he would have liked last year, but it was a respectable 13. On that, he was a very, very, very close match. So I think he comes in hungry. He comes in with a little bit of pressure within the household just to live up to the championship caliber of Lauren Hope. And I think people will be singing, "Oh, Canada," by the time the night is over.
We'll just have to wait and see. So, now the moment you've all been waiting for, getting us off your screen, actually watching these players on stage. We'll toss you over to our live stream hosts, Kellen Fletcher and Jack Danger, for the actual event, the 2019 Big Buck World Championship. We will be back here recapping the action for the post game. Omar, any last words?
I think at this point, we're done with our words. All we can do is sit back, watch, and see who is going to stand alone as the mother bucking champion tonight. See you guys.
This man has said it all. Kellum and Jack, take it from here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Big Buck World Championship. I'm Count Fletcher, joined on the desk again by the one and only Jack Danger, the pinball legend. Jack, how's it going?
I am exhausted from yesterday's match with all the mix-ups and just crazy battles that we had.
It was nuts.
But I'm more than excited to get right into the action here because we have already kicked it off and we have the #1 seed versus the number 64 seed.
Absolutely, and this is it's an interesting one because when you look at this, the #1 seed really shouldn't be able to really hold a candle. The number 64 seed shouldn't be able to hold a candle to the #1 seed. But Kayla came out killing it yesterday.
So Kayla, if you'll remember, is a new player who double qualified and got 3rd place overall. And now, because she's the bottom seed, has to fight William Bromley, the Australian who is sponsored by an awesome beer company. And let's get right into what they're doing. And William is already showing what he's got, but he does dough out, but manages to bag $4 before doing so. So we're at a 8-2, 8,000 to 2,000. But, you know, this is still only the 3rd site, so Kayla's not sweating it too much. She's not sweating too much. All right, moving in. Here we go. Site number 4. Right out of the gate, they're looking for anything to pop on the screen, and we got a few tags there. Oh, and that could have been a doe, but that's just the knowledge you have when playing this game. William and Kayla tied buck to buck. Kayla and William both nabbing 3. The scores staying pretty even, not what Kayla wants right now. She needs something big to happen because she is pretty far behind with only 1 site and a bonus round left to go. The crowd is out of control today. They are just ready to see some of this top-tier play go down. All right, already bagging some stuff out of William's side. Kayla manages to grab something kind of mid-range. We're looking for something deep. William is just cleaning it up. Where do we go? All right, and Kayla picks off the last one. Now, because this point differential is so great, the bonus is probably not going to be enough to pull her out of this, but let's see if she can put a hurt on what's going on here. It's 12,000 to 4,000 points. William is in the lead. Clockwork, again, is about speed and accuracy and hopefully stealing as much as you can from your opponent. But you can see William knows this bonus round. Now, we did introduce a bit of a curveball into these battles. I'm not sure if that was put in place yet, but we did repath all of the bucks and does.
Yeah, so one of the things we're going to talk about as we dive into this weekend, and we'll highlight it a little bit just after this match, kind of how this tournament works and how you play competitive Big Buck Hunter and how you play it. It's a lot of speed and accuracy, but there's a huge element of memorization. These players have the ability to kind of go in, learn the paths that these animals are going to take, understand where the big points are going to come in, and everything in between.
Absolutely.
And so every year, play mechanics of Big Buck Hunter like to throw in a little curveball. Last year we threw in zombie bucks, in which they can only go down by headshots. Really raises the bar, makes it a little more challenging.
Accuracy super important in that.
At 100%.
Yeah.
And this year they switched it up even beyond that, and what they've done is essentially gone in and completely changed every path of all of the animals except the zombie bucks.
Throwing all of that memorization out the window, which is one of your biggest assets when you're playing Big Buck Hunter.
Exactly. So now our players have to come in and not only be exceptionally accurate, fast, but they've got to be quick because now they've got to see, okay, I have no idea where it's coming out. I've got to be able to hit the target before the next one.
Just be fast and accurate and just a little bit quicker than your opponent to knock those bucks out.
That's right. We're going to be jumping on to game number 1 next with a couple of interesting players. We've got Chris Freeman and Ray Upshaw.
Yeah.
Now, Chris Freeman is the 2012 champion. That being said, he hasn't been able to reclaim that former glory anytime recently. I do want to congratulate Chris Freeman, his wonderful wife. Just got married last week. And you're going to love this. This is something I think I could see you getting into. On top of Half Dome in Yosemite.
Wait.
They got married on top of the Half Dome in Yosemite.
How'd they get up there?
Same way everyone else gets up there, I guess.
Yeah.
But
of course.
just with their legs, I'd assume. But seriously, congratulations to them. Hopefully, Chris is able to bring home a $20,000 check here. Before that match kind of gets started, while we're waiting for these players to get on stage, I do want to ask, who's your favorite to take it all today?
Kayla.
Oh, Kayla Geary.
Yep.
The one that we just saw go down to the reload right off first round.
But that's reload.
Okay.
She's not out of it.
Okay.
Right? And that's what she killed it in the reload
Yesterday,
in women's.
yep.
I feel like that's where she's comfortable. She needs her back against the wall to start taking people out.
Okay.
And I bet she went to reload on purpose.
Ooh.
I got you.
Okay,
I
mind
see.
game.
I see what you got going on.
The mind game's coming in early. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
The way the bracket played out yesterday was so chaotic. I mean, we had players going into the reload bracket early. We had veteran players in reload bracket in the first round. We had last year's ladies champion out in 2 rounds. And then you had players, Kayla Geary, who no one expected to be in third.
Right.
Up in third
Brand new player, by the way.
I think if Lauren Hope plays like she did yesterday, she's a threat.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Aussie crew wants redemption from last year. Sean Chadwick finished second last year. So I think not only Sean Chadwick, but you've got Will Bromley and Mark Santander, who are both fierce players. But we are jumping on board here with that first game between Chris Freem and Ray Upshaw. Chris does take that first site. They must have both dowed out here because we've got 924 to 595 after 1 site.
All right, let's jump into the action here. We're playing Whitetail, and Zombie Bucks has arrived. Now, again, you can only kill these Bucks by shooting them with a headshot. So you'll see a lot of body tagging. Never mind, an immediate headshot from Chris Freem there. You see they're taking very slow, calculated shots. That Buck actually got away. That's just points on the table. They're just letting run off the screen here, which is not good.
And Chris Freem picking up that early dough out here. This is interesting. This is 2 incredibly low-scoring sites where we've got about 1,400. I mean, 1920 to 950. I mean, and Ray's going, you know what, I need to calm the nerves. Opening up a bush light as he's playing. Guys, keep in mind, this is a bar game. These players are coming in and practicing and competing in a bar when they're qualifying. So you're going to see something you don't traditionally see in most tournaments.
Right.
Players having a drink on stage, calming their shooting sights, and getting ready to go.
In the world of pinball, I'm sort of there at the same place. I need something, a little bit of liquid courage to just take the edge off a little bit. Works out pretty well. All right, so Chris Freem just cleaning up right now. Holy moly, he took it all. He took it all. I think we need another beer on stage. All right, firing it up. Chris and Ray, what are we going to do here? We are sitting at 6,000 to 950 points.
And I think Chris is running away with it, but it's kind of just bizarre to me that these are both very good players. Ray is not a player that you can look over lightly either. Relatively newer into the Big Buck World Championship, but still making a name for himself. And of course, he hosted the player party on Thursday. But Chris is just putting on a clinic.
Now, can you, just because I obviously don't have the memorization down, are we looking at the new pathed maps right now? Like all these sites are going to be new paths?
Just repeat that question one more time, I'm sorry.
Are all of these sites the new pathed maps?
Correct. So anything that's not a zombie
got
is
it.
going to be...
So the zombie ones are still... Got it. Perfect.
Yep. And I think it's pretty safe to say here Chris Freem is going to walk away with this. He's got 1 site in a bonus game, but he's up about 7,000 points. So while we have the opportunity, we're going to send it down to the floor where we have Philip Beaupre coming up in just a moment. We're actually going to hang tight with the bonus game coming up. We do want to take an opportunity to highlight what happens in the bonus game. Can you explain to me why the bonus game is so important?
Well, the bonus game, there is no doing out. This is all about just collecting as many points as you can. I believe you said it's like 2.5 times scoring. And this is literally all about accuracy, mind games, and possibly trying to steal shots from your opponent. But you just need to get as much as you can from the other opponent as quickly as possible. And we have seen so many games come down to the bonus round winning it for the other person. A lot of comebacks have come from this alone.
Yeah, the bonus game is a really unique environment because it can absolutely make or break.
Yeah.
It has really, 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 really good opportunities if you're close to kind of just swing that lead a little bit, or if you're pretty far ahead to just kind of solidify that lead.
Yeah, buddy.
But as I said, we're going to be sending it down to the floor here with an interview with Philip Beaupre. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Philip Beaupre, and we are actually going to be chatting a little bit about this weekend. So first, before we get into anything, why don't you do a quick introduction of yourself so that the audience gets to know you a little bit, tell them where you're from, and how long you've been playing Big Buck.
I'm Philip Beaupre. I've been playing Big Buck for probably 12 years. I'm from Vermont, all over New England, really.
I mean, so this is a big weekend this weekend, right? Now, how do you prep for this weekend? What's your strategy coming into the games here today?
Just a lot of practice. don't shoot the cows. It's probably the biggest tip you can give anyone. Don't get nervous if you can avoid it.
I mean, you just won your first round down there, right? So, like, that has to be a good start to everything that's going on.
Yeah, it feels good. Hopefully it continues.
Now, one story that I've kind of heard circulating a little bit that I want to get a little bit more insight on would be what I'm assuming is potentially your most memorable moment or event here at the Big Buck World Championships. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I'm sure you're referring to Andy White, the Pope, marrying us after last year. So we were getting married the month after, and we were all drinking, of course. And Andy was in the Pope, so we did a little practice ceremony. It was great. Yeah.
I mean, how does that even happen? Like, how does that even come about?
Honestly, I don't even know. It was we were talking about it, and he said he was ordained, and then we did a practice run. George was involved. It was awesome. You know, everyone here is like a family, so it was great.
I was going to ask you about the community a little bit. That seems to be the general consensus so far, but I love that that's actually true, specifically in your case.
Yep. Yep. My wife plays. She's in it today. She did finish 8th yesterday. But, yeah.
Well, that's a fantastic story. So I'm glad that you got to share that with us. Thank you so much for coming up here and hanging out with us. I really appreciate your time. You're going to kick some butt down there later. So good luck today, and good luck to your wife. We're going to send it on back over to the desk with Jack and Callum.
Stuart Stovall.
All right, guys, we're going to be jumping on board here now with Lauren Hope against Stuart Stovall. Lauren Hope, of course, your ladies champion last night. She put up a hell of a performance, taking out some of the biggest female hunters in the game, Melinda Van Humesen.
She won it all, was #1 seed, and stayed #1 the entire time.
Through the winner's bracket, didn't drop a single series. That's pretty impressive. Here, going in, we're going to see if she can recreate the glory of last night. Stuart does pick up a doe out pretty early, which means Lauren's going to get 5 of the 6. Of course, it's not a perfect shutout, but I don't know if you can really ask for anything better out of that.
Now, you are going to see a lot of the good players actually doeing out more often because, again, we did switch up everything in these maps. So does are going to be in different places, bucks are going to be in different places, critters, everything is not where it should be or where they know it would be.
That's right. They're going to be coming into this effectively blind.
Yeah.
They have to rely on their wits. They have to rely on their speed, their accuracy, and I honestly, I think a little bit of luck in order to kind of have your opponent go out, miss some shots, not really be comfortable. I'm really curious to see how this affects the veteran players.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those changes that I'm not entirely sure will negatively affect the new players because they probably don't have as much memorization.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
down.
they're not gonna. It's not a crutch for them to like know exactly where they're gonna shoot.
But those veteran players that play off of memorization,
yeah,
that could be a little interesting.
This is gonna be great. All right, here we go. Moving into site number 3. Get ready. So Lauren has been showing that she doesn't need, there it is, she doesn't need the memorization. She's just ready and accurate and deadly with these rifles. Look at this. There's a deep buck nailed by Stuart there, and we get Lauren picking off the very last one.
And it does manage to be a 500-point difference there. Lauren, again, just kind of building that lead. She doesn't need to do much. You've got another one from Canada, Old Treso, performing right next to her in his coat. I don't even know what you call that coat, but I love it.
He looks like an old pioneer.
And a little bit later on that, or sorry, not a little bit later, a little bit differently on this stage, Nate Boyer is taking on Chris Treso here. Nate Boyer, not even comfortably, I'd say he's only up by about 700 points. David Selman and Davis Siemenchuk, again, 500 points separate the two. Brooke Showman against Anthony Aritz, about 100 separate.
Wow, very even
Every
fight.
single match on stage here is close. Let's actually jump off of this. Lauren is going to be taking this one pretty comfortably, I think. Let's jump on game number 1. Between Nate Boyer and Chris Treso. Nate Boyer, obviously no stranger to competition. He's one of the Scotty snipers. He's familiar, he's comfortable, he's been here. And Chris Treso, one of the Canadian crew who's obviously competing, trying to represent Canada, trying to bring home another trophy, just like Lauren Hope did last night.
Yep, Chris needs to try and get as many of these as he can because maintaining or like what happened here is not what he needed to happen.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing Chris Treso fall into their reload bracket. Nate Boyer moving on in the reload. And while we're talking, let's hop on board to game number 4. Brooke Showman against Anthony Aritz. About 500 points separate these two with the bonus game coming on up. So we're actually looking just to see how it's playing out. It's actually already started. We're at 22-17.
Oh, wow. Brooke went off on that.
Definitely takes it away, which means Brooke Showman's going to be walking away with the win out of that series as well.
Well played, well played. We have just a couple more bonus rounds going down here, but typically, if the bonus rounds we've been seeing have been pretty neck and neck. We've only seen 1 or 2 super blowouts yesterday between the ladies, but yeah, so far we've seen everyone just sort of shot for shot, keeping these bonuses pretty even.
And we're going to be trying to keep it very proactive today to make sure you guys are aware of whether or not we're in the reload or the winners.
Oh, yeah.
Keep in mind these are all winners side matches. We haven't jumped into the reload yet, but we do have a pretty awesome next roundup. We've got Sean Chadwick against Tasha Riedman, Mark Santander against Nicole Erickson, and we're still waiting to see who those other opponents are. I've got to ask you. Oh, man, I think we actually might have a rematch. Meg Woodcraft against Kelly Gale Clark. Tell me that's not something we saw last night.
That's awesome.
That's a late match we saw last night. I want to say probably in the top 8. There's a lot of really great matches here. Andrew Moskowitz against Adam Holm, sorry. I think that's where we're going to jump on. Let's jump on with game number 5 as soon as they get on stage. Andrew Moskowitz and Adam Holm. Now, this is an interesting one. Andrew Moskowitz, out of freaking nowhere, took 3rd place last year.
Huh.
Out of nowhere.
It sounds like a Kayla Geary kind of thing.
It's exactly what it was. He came out of nowhere. He's obviously a veteran player. We all know him. We all love him. Representing San Francisco. He actually works at Reddit. I don't know if you know this.
Oh.
But he came in out of nowhere, picks up 3rd place. He's a steak and meat aficionado. Adam Holm, don't know a whole lot about him. Yeah, sure. There you go. Adam Holm coming out of Edmonton, Alberta. I hope AB is Alberta. It's definitely Alberta.
Oh, he's from Canada.
Yes, so he's another one of the Canadians. We've got our production team going, yep.
Like, shut up, Jack, shut up.
It is Alberta, we're fine. But we're going to be jumping on with Andrew Moskowitz and Adam Holm. Let me hear it. Where are you putting this one? Adam Holm or Andrew Moskowitz?
I'll go with the beard. Holm has my vote.
I was going to say, I don't remember which one had the beard. Adam Holm has the one. Okay,
actually, none of them have a beard now.
This is interesting. Headphones.
Oh, those are noise canceling, it looks like.
Taking a strategy from RJ Anguiano, maybe.
Okay.
One of the legendary buck hunters in the big buck community has played with earbuds in for years.
I think knowing that, like, they've lost essentially one of their senses, I think they're just trying to block everything out so they can focus a little bit harder because the memorization's gone.
Just completely tune in on the gameplay, sure.
That is adorable.
I love that shirt. Snoo with the moonshine jugs.
All right, choosing the next round here.
Andrew Moskowitz doesn't manage to pick up the first, but he does fire back with one of his own. Adam Holm is showing he is not afraid of the 3rd place finish, manages to even it out 3-3 across the board.
What I like is even though all this has been repathed, they're still shooting for critters and stuff. Like, they're still able to see and knock those out of the sky.
It's kind of insane how quick players are, because they're shooting targets that we don't even know exist half the time. Like, they're so deep in the back behind brush that we're like, wait, sorry, what? And then the second part is, like, they're shooting bucks, and then within a half second they're shooting critters, and then they're back on the bucks, and you have to kind of track their bullets and be, where are we looking? What are we looking at here? Because you're seeing blue dots flashing pretty much everywhere across the map.
Wow, that one zombie buck was covered in shots, and finally we got a headshot over on Adam's side.
Now keep in mind, with the zombie bucks, these are headshots only, so it does come down to precision, and then it's also who hits it, who gets those shots off first. You don't really have that strategy that you can kind of put a shot, wait for the other person to put a shot, and then put a kill shot. You kind of just have to blast as quick as you can to hit that head.
All right, we got 2, 3 coming in on Andrew's side. 4, wow, he is just taking all of the points off the board, but Adam does manage to grab himself 2. But, man, look at that. That is a pretty lopsided sight right there.
And it's still pretty close.
Yeah.
There's only about 1,000 that separate them, and I believe they've got one more sight and a bonus game left. This could absolutely go anyone's way, but just to update you guys on the other round, Sean Chadwick is taking a strong lead over Tasha Riedman. Andrew Rivas manages to topple Tori Thompson in the first 4 sights by about 5,000 points. Mark Santander is falling pretty early to Nicole Erickson. Now, that's not something I expected. That being said, Nicole obviously had a great performance yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And then Kelly Gale Clark and Meg Woodcraft, are about 2,000 points apart, but they've got about 3 sights and a bonus left, so it really could go anyone's way. Regarding this one, what Andrew Moskowitz.
6-9. We've got one more site, so you could still make some headway here. On the battle between Sean and Tasha on game 1, you see Tasha actually doed out twice. That is, again, something to be said about how we changed the pathing, and stuff is just going to jump in the way.
And that last site couldn't have gone any worse for Andrew Moskowitz.
Wow.
He completely fell apart
493.
there. And 3,000 points now go into the pocket of Adam Holm. Adam Holm, all he needs to do is maintain an even score on this, and he's going to be walking away the victor.
And there it is.
Andrew Moskowitz, our third place finisher from last year, is going to find himself in the reload bracket extremely early. Not out, of course. Not out. But while we're here, guys, we're going to send it down to have a quick chat with the one and only, the Master of Ceremonies, Dave Snipes.
Oh, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Esports Doug here with the incredibly handsome, the outrageously good-looking Dave Snipes, the MC, the man, up on stage here. Dave, how you feeling?
I'm a little loose right now, thanks to the bush light. It's always helpful, starting a few in when I have to come up here and wear this awesome garb and start yelling at people, so the bush light helps.
All right, you perfect transition. Tell me a bit about what you're wearing here, because this is, it's different, to say the least. It's different.
Well, the idea is day one of this championship, Friday, the ladies' tourney, is also the cocktail party, so we tend to get a little bit more dressed up. So yesterday I wore the leopard print suit. Today I felt like going a little bit casual, so here I am in my Saturday casual leopard print tracksuit.
All right, let's talk about the event. Let's talk about the weekend. What have you thought about today so far? It's pretty early on. The crowd's already into it. We're having a damn good time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is early. This is a really long tournament. It should last 4 to 5 hours, and I alluded to it earlier on stage that, this is a drinking game. People tend to have a beer or two while they're playing.
Or 6.
Right, but as the day goes on and it's 4 or 5 hours long, it is really important to kind of maintain that buzz. When you see the players that are going out early, probably are beyond maintaining at that point.
All right, last question for you before we throw it back to the desk. Do you have any predictions on who's going to take home the hardware today?
I don't have a prediction. I really like Lauren Hope. Coming off that big win yesterday, she was in a zone, and her first match today, she came out and dominated. I'm not calling her, as the potential winner, but we've never had a ladies tourney champion win both, and that could be $25,000 in her pocket.
The chance to make history here at Big Buck Hunter, 2019. Jack's co-caster, take it away.
That resentment is not going anywhere. I'm coming for you, Doug.
Listen,
I know you're listening.
Doug and everyone, we're all having a little bit of a fun falling out right now.
We're going to be jumping on to game number 1 here. This is an exciting match. Matt Peterson against Scott Van Humisson. Scott Van Humissen's wife, Melinda Van Humisson, absolutely crushed the ladies' tournament last night, picking up a second-place finish, just falling short to Lauren Hope. But to be honest, nobody was beating Lauren Hope.
Oh, right. She was unstoppable. She was a Terminator.
And so Matt Peterson and Scott Van Humisson are both good friends. I don't see how you can't.
Look at the butt on that hat.
Pick a spot.
And the antlers and the deer head on the top.
Amazing.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Matt Peterson, Scott Van Humisson, we're going to be taking you guys through the action. We're starting with Whitetail. What's the problem with Whitetail?
Whitetail is they jump a lot. They're very bouncy. They're very agile and hard to really pin down. And on a site that has been completely repathed, who knows what's going to happen here?
It's interesting because I think what you typically see when you watch professional big buck hunter is these bucks are getting shot down just about as soon as they enter the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And what we're seeing this time is these bucks are getting into the middle of the screen almost 100% of the time because players are kind of going, wait, where's the next one coming? Where's the next one coming? There it is. Track it, shoot it.
They don't want to take any chances here. Oh, we got a deep one there from Matt. That one was hiding behind the tree. A very deep one there for Scott. Let's see if we can get, all right, good. Even match.
Now, everyone at home who's tuning in for the first time or those who maybe have watched in the past but need a refresher, we're going to break down really quick how the World Championship works. So the World Championship consists 64 of the best players from around the world, as long as that consists of Canada, United States, and Australia.
The only 3 countries.
There are 28 skill players with 36 wild cards. The skill players have to play ranked based on their total top 5 Trek scores across all 9 available animals, or the wild card, which is your cumulative score. So there's definitely a skilled barrier that comes in on that kind of skill side. And wild card, it's tough because you can play low-scoring tons of times.
Tons of
Or
games.
you can do high scoring, relatively low amount of
Yep.
time. So it doesn't necessarily mean coming in as a wild card or coming in as a skill is going to be what separates you. But we have historically seen those skill players be the ones who are maintaining throughout this entire tournament.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we got some zombie bucks here. Remember, headshots only, folks, and these have not been messed with, so they probably still remember what these guys are going to do.
And we saw about 10 shots go into that first one, didn't pick it up. The third one actually snuck off screen as well. There's
Oh,
the dough
and
out
the
and the
dough
dough
out
out
from
on both
both.
sides. That's going to be that's a
fat
very
goose egg. Ouch.
abysmal sight for what is two extremely experienced big buck hunters.
I blame the hat. Look at those foam antlers. They're gorgeous. Okay, moving on. We got some rams up next. All right, plugging away at the deep ones there. We got some coming right at us here. Now, again, Matt has 3. We've only got, okay, that's what I was looking for,
Again,
the
that's
matchup.
another even sight. Guys,
Yep.
just to update everyone at home, Drew Baldock against Drea Ballard. Drew is up about 7,000 points with a sight and a bonus game left. Andy White against Ronald Coleman. Andy White and Ronald both pretty even with about 4 sights left. Chris Exberger and Christina Penny, about 2,000 points separate them with 1 sight and a bonus game. And Trevor Gartner against Valentine Riedman is about 5,000, which is, honestly, I'm going to be honest, I'm impressed that Valentine is performing as well as...
Against Trevor? Oof.
I mean, that's not an easy competitor.
Yeah,
To
no
pick up
kidding.
5,000 points is still impressive.
Now, this bonus round, all Scott Van Humenson had, or I'm sorry, all Matt Pearson had to do was just maintain, and it looks like he may have just done that.
Yep, he actually just sneaks by, gets enough points to keep him in the lead. We're going to be jumping on board with game number 3 here. Andy White against Ronald Coleman. Andy White has a lead by about 1,600 points, but they do have a little bit left of play. And just like that, Andy picks up a huge 3,800 point sight, so he's going to be boosting that lead pretty considerably.
All right, moving into Site 4. Let's see what we got here. We're going for the Rams. All right, picking off a few critters. We do get 2 deep bucks right out of the gate here for Andrew. There's a 3rd and a 4th. The points that are going to be coming into Andrew's side are going to be outrageous with how far away those bucks were. We got a dangerous trophy, goes down immediately for Ronald.
Yeah, and that is going to be all
5.
she wrote for the most part going into the bonus game, but a 6,000 points separating the two. Really, I don't know if we're going to see any redemption there.
Yeah.
There's no way. Chris Exberger has finished out his sight against Krista Penny and has won that one, and Drew Baldock has picked up the win. That might be 2 Baldocks playing in the same tournament. I haven't looked at the bracket too well, but
Are they related?
if they're running into each other,
Oh, that would be...
if Drew Baldock and Lauren Hope run into each other in the bracket,
Then we have to make sure there's no collusion.
yeah, sure. So going on into this last bonus game, it does wrap up pretty evenly.
Yeah, that
which
was
means
quick.
Andy White is going to be taking that win.
Well
one of the
done.
Scotty Snipers, you can hear the Scotty Snipers down in the floor, getting loud and getting excited and cheering on Andy as he moves on to the next round.
Wow, Wisconsin in full effect here right now. The chanting.
And I'm not sure who they're cheering for. That looks like they're cheering for the player on stage, on the orange gun down stage. That
Oh, they're
looks
cheering
like
for Nick.
Nicholas.
Yeah,
Oh, that's it. That was a Nick chant.
I
Nick
think that was
chant.
Nick.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's stay in tune. He looks like he's got a big cheering squad down there, so we're going to watch
Nick and Chris on game 2.
Chris Lennon here against Nicholas 80. And they're going to be getting ready, gearing up, and just jumping on into this game. Of course, Green Gun gets that first sight selection. Higher Seed gets selection of gun. There is a little bit of element of comfort when you're going in and choosing which gun you want to play on. So, of course, having that higher seed does play. Maybe it's just a very 1% factor, but it
Sure.
exists.
I have noticed that on a few of the bonus rounds, having that green gun is pretty beneficial.
And it looks like they're going to be starting off. This is going to be a challenge one. I see a couple
Oh,
of
2
whitetails.
whitetails? Yikes.
3 whitetails.
This is
So
going
we've
to
got
suck.
3 whitetails and a bighorn. These whitetail sights jumpy, squirrely, and they're very, very agile and mobile.
Wow, those are some dangerous shots coming in from Nicholas there. He does manage to grab 4.
Man, I would not want to
The
be.
cheering squad is...
I would not want to be playing in front of that cheer squad. I can tell you that right now. That would get
Nick is doing well, and his crowd is making sure everyone knows it.
It's It is loud. It is aggressive.
And we see Nick's coming in at 51 seed against Chris, who's coming in at the 14th seed. Best World Championship finish. So does that mean Nicholas has not played in this tournament before?
That's exactly what that means. That dash right that you're seeing on your screen means he hasn't finished here. But Chris Lennon doesn't have necessarily a high finish, so it's not necessarily something I'd be anxious about. We actually had a World Championship in Austin, Texas, that Nicholas was able to attend, so I'm excited to see if he is able to perform here. And just like that on the screen, it looks like a 4 split, 4-2, but Chris, with a big finish there, does put himself back into the game.
Wow. 2,000. All right, so we are pretty close here. We got about a 200-point differential here on game 2. Looks like on screen here, you can see him turning back to his cheering squad. They are just screaming. How does a guy who's never played in this tournament before have such a giant crowd behind him?
I'm more curious to know where the hell that crowd came
Yeah.
from. If he's from Austin, Texas, I wonder if they all drove out.
Did they fly him in?
Drove or flew there. I mean, they are cheering Nick. The
Yeah.
chants are coming in. It is no joke. This guy is ready.
Oh, deep in the fog there. They let that one go. Just look how many shots are going into these bucks, and they're just getting away because you need to shoot them in the head.
And he's had 2 weak rounds in a row, and
Yep.
that's going to be putting him just marginally behind.
We still have a couple of sights left.
He's
so-
got some room. He's
Yeah.
definitely got some room. I wonder if the pressure of being
Cheered
for by about 20 people is...
They may be jinxing him a little bit.
I'm curious if that's adding an element of pressure on him, and I'm wondering if his opponent is just going, I'm going to shut them up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut them up. You know? You're
gonna
not
be-
cheering for
you're
me.
You're going to be saying my name later.
yeah, exactly. Chris and Nicholas.
Wow, Nicholas grabbed one so far in the back you couldn't even see it, but now it's Nick's time to shine. The dough out from his opponent lets him take his time. Watch this score. Wow, 1,175 buck. That thing was so far back there.
And that's going to make it another. It just brings it actually a hell of a lot closer.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting to see these scores, just 150
And he
points
edges out
separating them.
the lead by 100 points right now.
We've got one more site and one bonus game. This could go genuinely anybody's way.
All right, so Chris taking 2 off of the table here. Nick finally answering. Chris taking another from Nick and just takes the rest. We have, oh, there was an unfortunate dough out. We do have a dangerous trophy here and already shooting into the woods like he knew where it was.
And that couldn't have been a worse possible situation for Nicholas. He does out on the last site in a close game. And not only do you dough out on a close site, but you dough out on the dangerous game. That's a pretty dangerous amount of points you're going to lose, and we are actually going to see about a 2,500 point difference going into the bonus game. I think we're going to see Chris Lehman walking away with this. So we're actually going to jump onto game number 3 here with Matthew Garver and Andy Lynn. Matthew Garver is a veteran, but nobody is a bigger veteran than Andy Lynn. The guy has
the
an
ninja.
award. The guy has an award named after him. He's actually attended every single World Championship, and he's competed in every single one but one.
Wow.
And the only time he didn't compete, he was stuck in a hurricane.
Hurricane Irene.
Realistically, pretty good excuse.
Yeah, absolutely. He also created this awesome photo booth that's up here, which is a big buck hunter machine that you stand in front of, aim your gun. When you pull the trigger, it takes your photo, goes out to the interwebs for you to share.
Wow. And it couldn't be any closer.
Holy
The score
moly.
is coming down 6,400 to 4,300, but that site is going to bring it up in Matthew Garver's favor by about 2,300 points.
The bonus probably is not going to offer too much wiggle room to climb up here unless something catastrophic happens. And as you can see, they're keeping it even, which is not what you want when you need to make a profit off of the bonus round.
And I don't think Andy Lynn is necessarily the type of player who's too stressed out about it. I think he loves being here. I don't need to say I think he loves being here. It's very evident the guy loves to come to these competitions.
Look at it.
It's all hugs and kisses. Matthew Garver obviously hasn't competed in the last 2 years, so he's a little bit of a stranger to competition as of late. So looking to make a return, and just like that, he sends a veteran player into the reload bracket. Matthew Garver walking on back to his crowd, probably his drink, and waiting for the next site to come around.
Yeah, buddy. This has been exciting so far. Absolutely.
It's playing out how I would have expected.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday when we watched the bracket, we didn't expect any of it. When we watched the bracket yesterday, you saw veterans and fantastic female players.
One after the
falling
other.
down
Yeah, it was insane.
extremely early. And I think for the most part, we've seen some veterans fall.
Right.
But I hate to say it, I'm not surprised that they're falling.
Yeah.
These are the players who are coming here for fun. They're not necessarily the top qualifiers. And we're seeing a lot of these players from yesterday that we saw. We've got 15 dual qualified competitors. So we're seeing the Kaylee and the Kelly and the Meg compete and be able to continue to maintain a little balance.
Lauren has an opportunity here, by the way, Lauren Hope, to win both of these tournaments.
Absolutely, and if she does, she's going to take home $25,000. But before we jump into the next round, we're going to be sending it down to the floor with our main man, Doug.
Where's Aaron?
What's up, guys? Esports Doug here on the floor. I mean, look at this crowd having a damn good time. I can't even hear myself. That's how loud it is here. Now, we've got very well-dressed folks, a ton of camo, and this is wild. Listen, I want to talk to you guys, all of you guys, for a minute. Probably the loudest crowd that I've come across since I've been here. Where are you guys from? Tell me a bit about you guys.
Texas. So we all work together, and apparently 4 of the top 64 shooters in the world are in our office in Austin, and we all love each other, and so here we are. So yeah. I got to give some love to Andy Land, though. He showed up at our bar and, man, just frustrated the hell out of us. But, man, he's been such a great ambassador to the Buck Hunter community, man. This has been awesome.
All right, now I want to talk to you. Probably the second best dressed guy here. Maybe second to me, but I don't know. You look pretty good. That's tough to. Listen, tell me a bit about the outfit. Why looking so dapper?
This is how you dress in Hypeville, USA. Let's go!
All right, who are you here to support? Are you from Austin as well?
I'm from Austin as well. We're here, does, but also bros before does. But also, we got Nick. He's going to come back strong. We got the big boss man, Kent, for the win. We got Stewie. Shoot him up, Stewie. Shoot him up, Stewie. And Aaron, my man, the silent killer, the killer. And you know what? We're not done yet!
Nick, last question's for you. I know you just took a visit to the Reloaded bracket. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament?
Well, it was just there was a lot of nerves up there the first one, and I think the Reloaded bracket will help me calm them a little bit, but I feel good. I got a great crowd behind me, so I should feel good. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to do this. Let's do it.
We're going to have to keep a close eye on Nick throughout the rest of the tournament. Jack, Callum, take it away, fellas.
Is it possible that you can send them up here and they can just sit on the desk for the
We
day?
need Hypeville USA up here screaming the whole time.
On the desk. That was something else. That was energy.
I wish I had a cheering crowd like that following me around wherever I went.
Wholeheartedly agree. Let's jump into the action. Let's jump on to game number 4 here. We've got Brenton Garrity against Dave Schaefer. This is an interesting one. Brenton Garrity is one of those veteran players from the land down under, consistently performing at the top of his game. He's had some unique trips. He's actually come over to the United States to qualify.
Oh, man.
He's
just come all the way to the States to qualify.
He's come to the States to qualify. Federico Reed, you see walking off stage here, picks up his first win of the day against Robert Boas, 12,400 to 8,172. Brenton Garrity picks up the win against Dave Schaefer in a pretty close match. Obviously, we saw Matthew Garver against Andy Lynch just a few minutes ago. And Melinda Van Humison starts her day off strong with a win against James Clare.
Oh, yeah.
So we are going to be jumping into round number 2 next. You can see Federico and his mother hugging in the background there. That is love. That is what it's all about. It's support. It's community. And being a part of that community creates some very, very interesting characters and storylines. And to tell you all about one of them, we're going to send it over to Glitter, who is with the one, the only, the Big Buck Pope, Andy White.
Much, guys. You are in fact correct. I do have Andy, the Big Buck Pope White, here with me at the Big Buck World Championship today. How are you feeling so far?
Oh, it's a great time. Feeling great. Having a lot of fun.
Now, we did actually have Philip up here earlier, so we have to ask about your side of this story that we just heard about, where you married them?
Yeah, so 2 years ago at the Hard Rock Cafe, I came dressed in full Pope garb, and at the end of the tournament, Phil and Julianne asked me to marry them in front of everybody. So we had Mike Colesworthy involved, Dave Snipes involved. They were the ring bearers. I gave a lovely sermon. It was beautiful. I wasn't drunk and didn't swear any, I promise. Maybe a little bit.
I'd like to know how much experience you have with that type of a ceremony.
That was my first one. Then I did one right after it because other people thought it was a great idea. I then decided to walk home to my hotel and literally got tipped on the sidewalk for people wanting to take pictures of me. And after that, I thought it'd be a really good experience to then become an ordained minister, which is really easy to do online. I'm not going to lie. Like $40 in like 2 minutes.
So what you're telling me is you've now turned this into a career.
No, I haven't done it actually officially yet. But I could. If you meet the lucky guy tonight. Somewhere down there.
Imagine. Okay. After hearing that story, I need you to give me your impression of what the Big Buck community is like.
Oh, this community is so great. Everyone's so inviting, so well spoken, I would say. It doesn't matter who you can walk up to any single person down there and they'll talk your ear off. You'll become their new best friend. They'll play any game you want to with them as long as they're not in the tournament. They'll buy you drinks. Once you come here for the first time, you'll never want to miss one because everyone is just so great. They put on a great show, like George Petro and all the crew. They make it so great for everyone to come in. It's just, I'll tell everybody that if you come one time, you'll never miss another one.
See, now that is the best glowing recommendation of why you guys should be here for the Big Buck World Championship. So hopefully we'll be seeing you guys here next year. But for now, we're going to send it back on over to the desk. Take it away, guys.
And we're going to be jumping on board here with game number 2. We have another awesome match. Chris Treso against David Semenchuk. Now, this is a Canadian versus Canadian. They're actually part of the same buck hunting club, which means they're probably consistent practice together. I'd imagine they have an idea of who performs better. Davis Semenchuk here gets a doe out pretty early, which means Treso is going to be able to pick up the next ones. Picks up 5 of his own.
Now, I did notice that Chris leans in a lot more than some players I've seen play this game.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look at this camera. I actually haven't had a chance to glance down there. I love those shirts. Those are wonderful, wonderful shirts.
Actually, I have mine with me. I probably should have worn it.
And we're going to be jumping on board with Moose.
All right, site number 3. Here we go. The crowd is just going ballistic in the background right now. All right, Davis just taking them down. They know one's back there. They get that Moose. Davis is just taking everything off of the plate. Way back, way back. Chris does manage to get a deep one. 2 deep bucks. We'll see what that does for his score. It actually evens it up. That has everything to tell you about how accuracy and distance plays a huge part in this game.
Yep, absolutely. And this is a pretty decent scoreboard if you're Chris Treso. You know, you've got about 4,000 points that are separating you. You're pretty comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
There is a lot of gameplay left. There's 2 sites in a bonus game, so 100% it could go either way. We could get 1 deep shot, a doe out. His trigger finger could break. Anything could happen at this point.
And there is the doe out. The jinx from the commentators.
Now keep in mind, this is the reload.
This is reload round 1, yep.
Loser of this round goes home. 2 players from the same hunting party. Of course, they already get some glory and love from the Canadians. You can tell the Canadians are not too thrilled that one of their own is about to get knocked out by one of their own.
Very unfortunate.
But you know, that's the way it goes. There's a 3,000 points differential going into the final site of this event, or of this track.
And Davis is already grabbing some. Chris does answer. And remember, these Bugzillas are worth a lot of points. So the deeper you go with these guys, the points are going to be through the roof. And Davis is just taking whatever he can from Chris right now. Chris does manage to snag the last one. And here comes the dangerous trophy.
And I'm going to be honest, I think Chris played safe that site. One of the does that came out from the left side of the screen, I saw an orange dot go directly between its legs. And it just missed. And I think as soon as he missed that shot,
spooked him a little bit.
He probably went, oh, shoot, maybe I should slow down
so
here and not take these shots.
We're actually about 1,000 points difference here going into the bonus round. So this is doable on both parties. Chris needs to pull some sort of lead. Davis just needs to maintain. And there we are, just picking them off one by one. They are staying even. This is looking really good for Davis right now. Davis is pulling a lead here to buff that, or put a little bit of a buffer there so Chris cannot catch up. Chris needed some sort of a lead here, and it's just not going to happen.
And that's going to be 23-9 going into one of the last swipes of the board here. Davis is 100% walking away with this one, which means Treso is going to find himself knocked out of the tournament in reload bracket round 1. That's not somewhere that...
Oh, look at that.
That's not a place anybody
Nope.
wants to be, but it is what it is. We've got another couple great matches happening. Let's jump on to game number 4 between Anthony Aritz and
Shoot 'em up Stewie.
And Shoot 'em up Stewie, Stuart Stovall.
Now this is the bonus round. Anthony just needs to maintain here. Stewart needs a lot, and this just isn't going to go his way. So Shoot 'em up Stewie, unfortunately.
And of course, that was Shoot 'em up Stewie is one of the crowd that we just spoke to on the floor, the very loud, passionate crew.
From the Hypeville, USA.
From Hypeville, USA. They're going to see their one of the first fall out of the tournament early. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Matthew Richards against Tasha Reedman has wrapped up as well with a massive,
Wow, 18-1 to 5,000.
score differential. And it's interesting, if you look at that second site they played, 0-0.
Is that a double dough out
That's a double
immediately?
dough out before anything got shot.
Wow.
So I don't know if they just thought something was going to happen on screen. They thought an animal was going to come out, but it didn't. And I think it's, I'm going to let you pick this next one.
I think we should go in Malia because that is actually already kicked off here. So we'll go to game number 3 with Malia Bruce and Ori Clark.
I love it. Let's do it. Jumping on to game number 3 here. After the first sight, there is 1,000 points.
Wow,
that
Ori
separate these
actually
two.
cleaned up that second sight as well. 4,000 to 1,700. A very, very kind lead. But we still have a lot of action here with 3 more sites.
Amalia Bruce is a player that we saw coming in last night. Not a necessarily memorable performance, but definitely not bad.
Right.
And Ori Clark, we don't really know a whole lot about. I'm interested to see if Malia is going to be staying alive in this tournament and moving on to the next round.
And just a reminder, this is the reload bracket, so whoever loses here is going home. And an unfortunate dough out from Ori.
Yep, that's going to be a big punishment here as Malia is able to pick up 4 moose going into the next one.
There it is.
I love this crowd. I don't know if you guys can hear them on the mics, but this crew from Austin, Texas is loud and proud.
Yeah. They're smacking the stage. They're screaming at the top of their lungs. That's exactly what we need here.
And after this sight, depending on how this one goes, we're going to be jumping over to game number 5. If this one doesn't squeeze in a little closer, which I think it's actually, I think it's about to be a runaway with Ori Clark picking up all 6.
Oh,
Make
one
that
got
5.
away.
One sneaks away. Malia does out incredibly early. That's going to hurt. That's going to push Ori into the realm of kind of a safe cushion.
Yeah.
3,000 between the two.
We
with
got one
sight
and a bonus. Still very doable if there is a problem here for Ori. We need 3,000 points. Let's see if Malia can pull it out.
And we have, just to give you guys a little narration of what's happening down on the floor here, we have 2 of the most proud Big Buck Hunter communities. Austin, Texas, loud and proud here, and then New York City watching Sean Stafford compete on game number 5. So after this sight, with Malia Bruce doing out, I think Ori Clark is going to run away with it. So let's send it on over to game number 5 between Sean Stafford and Aaron Morris. I heard some loud chants after that first sight. I think Aaron Morris is going to be starting off strong with another fireback strong round going into that second one. He might be one of the few players from this Austin, Texas crew who's able to stay alive in this reload round 1.
This is looking really good for Aaron at the moment. 7,000 even to 3,500. We're going into site number 3. This is still anyone's game, especially with the new pathing where anyone can dough out at any single time. All right, here we go. A couple of plugs right up front with Aaron Morris, able to snag a third one he's able to take from Sean Stafford. Sean is able to answer with the elephant in the back. What is the particular name for the giant animal that shows up in the back?
That is going to be your big game.
Your big
so
game.
Your dangerous and your big game.
There you go, Internet. That was for you. I'm asking the real questions so you know what's going on. All right, so it is now 9,000 to 4,000. Aaron is up. But again, still a lot of points on the table here. Aaron is just plugging them all. Very deep shots coming in as well. Sean does manage to get one. I didn't even see that puck come on screen. And who's going to get it? All right. Well, there were a few deep ones there. Still not enough to pull Sean up. Let's see what he can do in this last sight and bonus round. We need something really, really big to happen to Aaron for Sean to sort of pull himself up by the bootstraps here.
It needs to be a miracle here. I think Aaron's going to need to dough out. And with that cheering squad behind you, if you're coming in ready and on fire, I don't know if that's going to happen. Sean obviously can't be upset. Jacqueline, his wife Jacqueline Stafford, had a hell of a showing last night, picking up second place. No, fourth place. Sorry, fourth place.
She got a gun.
And Aaron Morris.
And the dough out.
Puts on a clinic, making it 5 in the dangerous game.
Yep. Well done, Aaron. There is no amount of bonus in the world
that can help you here. So let's actually jump on to game number 2. Kayla Geary against Ben Manning. Kayla Geary is our bat out of hell last night, finishing 3rd place in the ladies championship.
3rd place. My vote to win this whole thing. She is going to take this right now.
So we're going to be jumping over to Kayla Geary and Ben Manning on game number 2 in just a moment. But while we're waiting for that transition, Aaron Morris and Sean Stafford keeping it pretty even. Again, as we said, Sean needs to dominate, and that was not going to happen there.
Oh, Kayla getting some deep bucks here and just cleaning it. She is up just going into that with 6,000 to 3,000. So this should be really nice to buffer her win, or I don't mean to say win, her lead.
Kayla's
Listen,
scary.
I'm pulling for her, man. I want her to win this damn thing.
Kayla's scary, man. You called it. You said, she's the player that she
thrives.
Intentionally goes to the reload because that's where she performs. And I think she has the experience of being here early, knows the pressure that it takes, and not only that, knows she can hang with some of the best.
Yep, needs that pressure, thrives on the pressure. All right, we got a couple headshots coming in with Kayla, who's going to get that deep one down there. It's ducking around a rock. She does tag it. That was interesting. Was that all the does?
That was a quick one. They must have missed a couple as they ran through the back. They did miss 2. So it ends up being a quick and short sight, and those are the kind of points that Ben Manning needs to be able to put on the board if he wants to stay alive.
Can't leave this stuff on the table. All right, we got one more sight and a bonus. Let's see what Kayla can do to keep that lead, 11,000 to 5,000. All right, so we got Kayla and Ben answering each other here, 2-2. We got the big game going down with Ben's shots. Kayla looking for that deep buck, and they finished 3-3. But there were some really deep shots going on there, and pretty close, pretty tied.
All right, and we are going to be moving on into the bonus game here, and there's a pretty significant score difference here that's going to separate those two. Kayla Geary dominating it pretty hard here, 11-1, 13-1, 17-2, 18-4. Kayla Geary is putting on a clinic, and this is what you want to see. Kayla, obviously Jack's pick to win this event, coming out of the reload bracket. She does get sent there early. One of the situations she fell into yesterday was falling into that reload bracket. So at the end of the day, she's no stranger to competition. She's no stranger to being there. Kayla does pick up the win. All hugs with Ben. As Kayla moves on to the next round, Ben finds himself knocked out of the tournament extremely early.
All right. Let's move back over here. I'm just going to talk through clicking stuff on my computer.
We do have one match still active on stage right now. Game number 3, Lindsay Morris against William Lum.
All right, we've got 2 sites and a bonus here. The score is 8,000 to 4,000. It looks like they're answering each other pretty well here. Lindsay does go out, unfortunately, giving William a chance to just sort of pick off at his leisure. A very good point buffer there for William. He was in the lead going into that, so Lindsay does need something big to happen here because he does have twice her score with only 1 sight left to go. All right, this is a dangerous trophy as well, so let's see who grabs it. All right, immediately picking him off. William gets the first 2. Going deep right there. Lindsay is looking for it. She finally does pick it off. We got another deep one. William did dough out, so this last one is Lindsay's to take. And here comes the dangerous trophy, and she does out, unfortunately, leaving points on the table. Good shooting, though. Absolutely. Let's see how that panned out with that early dough out from William. 3,000 points. What is that going to do for her? It's going to get her close, but bonus is... We need a miracle here. We need a miracle here for this bonus to really take shape. All right, what are we looking at here? The chicken coop bonus. So this is the targets that are going to drop down, and you just need to shoot them as fast as possible. They do seem to go from left to right. So you could see the green and the orange shots are practically on top of each other. They are just, it's who can pull that trigger the fastest. They are staying pretty neck and neck here, so this is not going to look good for Lindsay at the moment. William is definitely going to be walking away. Oh, 19. I said definitely. That was incorrect. Lindsay is stealing a lot of shots from William right now, 26 to 17. Can she do it? 29, 30 to 22. This number could go any direction. I think they know. Yeah. That was probably shy about 1,000 points.
And let's take a look at game number 5 with the action still going between Krista Penny and Robert Noer. Krista Penny does pick up a very, very early dough out after just picking up 1. So Bighorn Sheep fall 5 into the pocket of Mr. Noer.
Nice job.
2,700. Yeah, again, folks, those dough outs are just one of the biggest things you need to avoid in this game. Like, focusing on those deep shots. I mean, doughing out is essentially just putting your gun on the floor and letting your opponent just do whatever the heck they want.
And we're seeing a lot of them, and I didn't know this, but I didn't even notice this. They're wearing the exact same shirt, so these two must be in the same hunting party. They must be familiar with each other. They must be comfortable playing with each other. Maybe they know who's stronger. Maybe that gets into one of their heads. I'm not entirely sure. But it's an even sight 3-3 with the Dangerous coming down the middle. Does it go into the pocket?
Wow.
It goes into Krista's.
Well done, Krista. All right, well, let's see what bonus can do to pull this out because these scores are looking pretty good. 11 to 9. It's doable. Krista just needs to blow this apart. We're hearing the Nick chant coming from the back.
And I think he just had a really, really poor sight there. Of course, going down the list here just to keep you guys updated, Joe Miller against Andy Lynn. Joe Miller is in the lead pretty comfortably by about 3,000 points. Robert Boas and Dave Schaefer hasn't started just yet. Nicholas Atey and James Cleary, just about 1,100 points separate those two.
Wow.
Make that 2,000.
2,000 points.
Nick just falling behind. Of course, we've got the Nick chants echoing throughout the venue. Krista Perry and Robert Noer here. Robert just needs to maintain, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's staying alive, hitting those targets pretty consistently across the board, and that's going to be sending Krista Penny out of
on
the
her way. And these shirts are the same, yeah? Unfortunately, they have knocked one of their own out.
And Dave Schaefer against Bobby Boas is going to be coming up on game number 3 here. We're waiting for them to get into position and get on stage. So we're going to jump on to game number 2 with Joe Miller and Andy Lynn, two very, very, very comfortable veterans who have been here time and time and time again.
Oh yeah, Joe Miller doing some real good work right now on this site. He was already in the lead with 11,000, moving into that 5,000 points collected from that site alone, 16 to 7. Going into this bonus round, there really isn't enough points to be had to pull this win. We are probably going to see our Big Buck Ninja taking a little walk.
And I just want to give a quick shout out to not only everyone watching online, Sarah Erlinson, back at home, currently not here.
Have that stinking baby already.
Seriously. We miss you, of course, Jared Erlinson there as well, providing support, so we miss you both. But we also miss everyone else who didn't make it out here. And I do have the chat up on our desk, so we are aware of what you guys are saying.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to give us a shout.
Hearts in chat, Internet. Let's go.
With that being said, I know there's a lot of interest in seeing the bracket there. We unfortunately cannot put it on the screen because it is just simply too small. But if you are able to scroll up in that chat, we have posted the link, and we'll do so again a little bit later just so you guys can keep in tune with the brackets as they happen throughout the day.
Yeah, with so many people in this tournament, the bracket is the type is essentially minuscule, and you wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. But we do have a game going on game number 5.
Let's do 5.
Mark Santander.
Mark Santander and Meg Woodcraft. They're not on stage yet. They're going to be working their way over there. So while we're waiting,
we can go to game number 3 with Robert Bose and Dave Schaefer. We are going into site number 3 between these gentlemen. Robert is in the lead with 8,900 to 1,700. Let's see where we go.
This is a dominating lead, you know, after 2 sites.
Yeah,
After
9,000 points.
After 2 sites, that's not a place you want to be in. I think Bobby's feeling that stress.
Yep. He was in the lead, but that early dough out is going to give Dave all the time in the world to just figure something out here, and he needed that to happen because that was a demanding lead.
That's honestly that's kind of what you need to happen. If you're behind that far, you really don't have many options except your opponent to dough out, and that's exactly what happened. It doesn't close the gap as much as you'd like it to. There's still 5,000 points that separate them, but there are still 2 sites and 1 bonus game left.
Yeah, it definitely helps not being shut out completely. All right, Buckzilla's worth a lot of points here. I think they're starting to know where these creatures are starting to pop up now. I think they're learning pretty quick because I'm starting to see some shots in places where I'm not seeing the Bucks yet. All right.
Now I think with the how close this game, or sorry, with how distant this game is and how close that last site was, I'm not entirely sure we're going to see a whole lot of movement here. So I do want to jump over to game number 5. That's a match that I've been looking forward to for a little while now. We've got Mark Santander against Meg Woodcraft, 2 Aussies from down under, both of which have the potential to genuinely win this tournament.
And Mark kicking it off with a dough out, and Meg able to pick up $3.
We made it. We got there. It's been a long weekend.
I need some medicine.
Meg and Mark fighting here to say which one is going to move on. This is the reload bracket. This is extremely early for both of these players. I don't think Mark Santander was prepared to be here this early either.
All right. We saw Meg in the photo booth up here earlier, posing as tough as she could, taking some photos with that cool photo booth we got up here. Man, Meg is just cleaning it. Mark does answer, picks off a few of the critters there, does manage to give himself another buck. A very deep one back there, too. Who's going to get this last one? It does go to Meg. All right.
And it's heartbreaking to travel from all the way out from Australia.
That flight is terrible.
And then getting taken down in reload round 1.
Yeah.
Not only taken down in reload round 1, but taken down in reload round 1 by someone that's going to be on your flight home.
Yep. A lot of trash talk is going to go down on that like 26-hour flight.
It's going to be really uncomfortable.
Yeah, bud. All right, answer to answer. Who's going to get a Mark popping off? Another one does manage to grab himself a third. The deep one also goes to Mark Santander, and Meg does manage to grab a deep one for herself. The dangerous trophy is right around the corner. Who is going to snag this? And the cat goes down to Meg. Well done.
And that's 500 points that separate them. Realistically, I think the only reason Mark stayed alive on that round is a very, very large, deep shot is what kept him up. That 1 buck cost him or gave him about 1,000 points. Otherwise, that's going to Meg hand over fist.
I'm liking this matchup because they're keeping it close. All right, an unfortunate dough out with Meg, so Mark gets to just go shopping right now.
And they're only 400 points apart. A dough out at that site is going to be a couple thousand points going to Mark, 0 going to Meg, with 1 site and a bonus left. That is bad news.
That's a yikes. To be fair, Mark did dough out early on her, so they sort of traded there a little bit. We got Buckzilla's left. Lots of points here on this site. Let's see where we go. We need about 3,000 points coming in for Meg for her to catch up.
And just to keep everyone updated at home, Valentine Riedman is falling behind pretty early against Ronald Coleman. Scott Van Humison and Dre Ballard haven't started up their next match yet. Andrew Moskowitz is a 4,000 lead over Tori Thompson going into the bonus game, so that looks like Andrew Moskowitz is going to be sending Tori Thompson home out of this tournament extraordinarily early. But you know what? At the end of the day, someone's got to go.
Oh, yeah. That's what the reload bracket's all about. Staying alive and knocking your compatriots out of the tournament. We've only been seeing friends knock each other. I guess everyone here is a friend.
Seriously.
But a lot of the same hunting parties are knocking each other out, and it's very unfortunate. So this bonus round does not have the potential to pull Meg out of this.
That's going to be it. That's there's no chance that Meg can come back. You know, the bonus game, especially with how good of a hunter Mark Santander is, there's really just no coming back. So Meg is going to be punching her ticket home, but that's okay. She gets to enjoy the party. If you're in the area or in the city, of course, we are going to be at the Luxor HyperX Esports Arena all dang day. So if you're around, come on down, have some drinks, play some games. There's arcade games on the floor. There's arcade games around the venue. The competition is a great time. Meg, I think, might have broken into a tier there.
Yeah.
It's that or they're just hugging it out as good friends. I can't tell. No,
They're like, get as close as possible.
Yeah, they're in good spirits. Meg Woodcraft.
We're looking for those tiers. We just didn't find them.
Mark Santander. On game number 3, just starting up, Scott Van Hoomesen and Drea Ballard taking it away. Drea up about 2,000 points after the first sight.
All right, Drea already have 3 on the board. Scott does have 1. We're looking for some deep ones here. Drea grabs 2 more, 5-1. That is a huge point lead. 3,000 points. That is 5,000, almost 6 to Scott's 1,000 points. All right, moving into site number 3. Buckzillas. Let's get it. Scott Van Hoomesen, husband to Melinda Van Hoomesen, who took 2nd place in the women's tournament last night.
And I'm turning around to see if her his cheering squad is
Scott
right
with the
there,
dough out.
Center court, ready to cheer on Scott. Scott's an interesting character because I think he's here for Melinda.
Yeah.
I think he understands.
That's what he said to me yesterday. He was all dressed up. He's like, I'm just here for my wife.
Yeah, and I think Scott, as much as he loves the competition, as much as he enjoys competing against everyone, Scott is very much so here for Melinda, here to cheer on his family, here to cheer on his friends.
That's awesome.
I mean, at the end of the day, his wife lost in the finals last night to Lauren Hope, and the first thing Scott did was no one was beating Lauren.
Yep.
Lauren was that freaking good last night.
She was nuts.
She deserved to win. And to be able to come in and say, you know, my wife just lost, and she deserved to lose because Lauren was so
playing
good.
better, yeah.
It really just shows the community, it shows the friendship, and it shows kind of what this event is all about.
Yeah, I haven't seen or heard of any buzzings of rivalries here, and it's pretty fantastic. So, wow, 14,000 points for Drea. He is he's keeping that lead going, and with only 1 site left, something really desperate needs to happen here.
Yeah, I think that's going to just about do it. I think we're going to see Scott Van Hoomesen punching his ticket home. That's all right, as again, just like Meg Woodcraft, can come down, enjoy the booze, hang out, enjoy just spending some time with his family and friends, and has a little more time to reconnect and hang out with everyone.
We got like a fun game with like monkey swinging down
Barrel
there.
of monkeys. Oh, the best game.
We're gonna cast that next. Listen, we're done here.
So let's update everyone on the scores at home. Valentine Riedman does fall to Ronald Coleman. Ronald punching his ticket to the next round. Scott Van Hoomesen, I don't want to call it now, but Scott Van Hoomesen is going to be falling here to Drea Ballard in the reload round 1. Andrew Moskowitz and Tori Thompson. Andrew Moskowitz looks like he's up by about 7,000 points and has won that match. So Tori Thompson's on her way out. And Mark Santander obviously has taken down Meg Woodcraft. We saw that one a few minutes ago. Meg Woodcraft punching her ticket out of the tournament.
So much ticket punching. This is going great. All right, so this is a bit of a formality, just like take the points. We're seeing on our monitor here one of the greatest outfits we've ever seen in our life.
Yep, he's going to be coming up soon. But for now, Scott Van Hoomesen and Drea Ballard battling it out. Scott Van Hoomesen, I guarantee you the first thing he's going to do is high-five or give this guy a hug because Drea performed extremely well. Punches Scott out. Yep, there it is. There it is. Scott, class act. Congratulations to Drea as he moves on into the next round.
Well done. Well, now we got some time to kill.
We've got some time to kill. We've got, I think we're going to be moving on into the next round. They might be doing a game break. We're not entirely sure, but let me ask you this. How do you feel this tournament's playing out so far? Do we feel it's what you expected? I don't think we've really seen many close
There hasn't
matches
been
yet.
anything super close. We haven't. I haven't guffawed yet, if you will. Everything sort of seems to be playing out the way it should be in the moment.
We're not at a point yet where I'm expecting these bigwigs to be falling out, and there are a couple of them getting hit out of bounds. But again, like Meg Woodcraft losing to Mark Santander. I hate to say it, but it's to be expected. Mark's
It's a bummer though that like the same fire teams are like the ones knocking their like friends out. It's such a bummer. No one ever wants to do that, but there's a lot of cheering support here, so no one's going to be too bummed about having to hang out in the crowd and drink beer and
100%.
play more Buck Hunter.
100%. We do have some real threats in this bracket, and we're going to be taking it away really quick, guys. We will be right back.
tried to look for a spin on that.
A solid lead in, and it comes up and it goes real threads. I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's what
Real
that
threads.
was. Real threads. Cold Hard Cash Trophy going on in the background, guys. Before we get into that, we do have an interview coming up in just a moment. These are a really cool award because this is based on play, and so players are able to come in, compete throughout the year, and take home an awesome trophy. Typically, it doesn't happen on stream. This is kind of one of those things that's it's for the players by the players. But we do have a couple great awards that go out during this event. We've got another one that's going to be coming up later on, the Andy Lynn Award. Which is
it called the Andy Lynn Award?
I think it is the Andy Lynn Award.
That's amazing.
It's the Andy Lynn Award or the Big Buck Ninja, but
Yeah.
I think it's the Andy Lynn Award.
I heard who it might be going to.
Named after the man, the myth and legend himself. But speaking of men, myth, and legends, we're going to send it over to Glitter, who is one of our favorites.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Ray Upshot. I don't know if you can see what's happening. There's a lot. We've got a Bush beer hat. We've got a champion belt. We've got all sorts of neck decorations. And he's in a chair specifically so you can all appreciate the beauty that is this hat. Can you tell us a little bit about your look right now?
So what do you want to know?
Okay, start with the hat. Let's talk about the hat.
All right, so the hat was made customly for this tournament because we were like, I want to be able to drink beer on stage. I didn't have it for the first round. You probably saw me. I cracked the beer on stage, so I was like, fuck it, let's go. Secondly, this title belt is for the Free Play Championship for fantasy football. I won that with the record of 7-6. You know, I beat two people that were 11-2. They thought their team was hot shit, and they failed. I got an awesome shirt on. I got some beads on. We're here for the World Championship, so let's go.
Now, let's talk about the Big Buck community a little bit. You kind of organized a party this weekend, didn't you?
I did. So we did the players' party on Thursday night. We got some winners. We threw some shenanigans on. It's probably going to become a tradition. I was a little nervous about it. We tried advertising it in July. Mike's like, I don't know if you're going to do this. And I'm like, we're going to do it. If you build it, they will come. And sure enough, Thursday night, they came. We had an awesome party. We were going till 5 o'clock in the morning. Some gift cards were given out, and we did an awesome time.
There were gift cards involved?
Yeah, I put like $250 into it. No big deal.
I'm coming next year.
Are you coming next year?
If I'm invited.
Well, you were already invited already. I don't know why you weren't there this year.
I think it got lost in the mail.
Didn't get lost in the mail. We have a group. You got to get in on that, man. Is this where you want to be when Baby Jesus comes back? Not going to parties like you're supposed to? The announcers, the commentators got over there.
Okay, hold on. Referencing the party, though, the other thing we need to talk about, I don't know if you guys can see it, but you're currently only wearing one of two contacts right now. How is that going to affect your gameplay down on the stage?
So it affected me a little bit. Actually, I lost the contact, and like one of my teammates from Texas is like, I got one you could throw in that's kind of close, and it's kind of in there like a sloppy taco, so it moves around a whole lot. If you actually look at the camera, there's a hazel right there, and there's some blue right there. It's just there. It throws you off a little bit when you think you're going to hit the heart or the head. It's a little off, but, well, let's go.
So then how did you have to adjust your strategy coming into this event now that we've got a lot going on?
So if you drink a lot of alcohol, your shit's already fucked up anyway. So if you slide it over a little bit, you're just already set.
Okay, that's quality advice. I can't handle this anymore. I gotta. Can we send it back to Jack and Right, you're something else.
Listen,
I love it.
While we're
I
having a
love it.
blast here at the 2019 World Championship, and obviously I was there for the awesome 2017 World Championship, let's take a look at the frickin' championship I wasn't at.
Yep, let's hit it.
2018. Let's go.
Here at the Big Buck World Championship, Esports Arena, Las Vegas. Who's ready to rise up, Bakata?
We are here for the 8th annual edition of the Ladies Tourney.
The competition is fierce tonight.
And let's hear it for your champion, Melissa! best against the best. Who's ready to see this match? Your 2018 World Champion Trevor Gardner!
It looked like a blast.
It was a blast. I'm going to be honest, it was. And we've upgraded every year since.
Yeah.
I mean,
Congrats to Trevor Gardner for winning last year and being in it this year to try to just maintain
We have some chance going on.
that crown.
I'm going to be honest. I think we send it to game number 3 here. We've got Ashley Kent Burgess against Philip Beaupre coming up. The action's about to start. Now, bros before does. Ashley Kent is one of our Texas crew.
These names are incredible.
The Texas crew has been extremely supportive. This is winners round 2. Philip Beaupre, though, not somebody you can take lightly. This is going to be a slugfest of a match.
Does Do might have been my favorite.
Does Do was pretty awesome.
Okay. Sorry. Ashley, it looks like this is her first tournament.
His
as
first
well.
tournament.
That's what I said.
His first tournament, indeed. Philip Beaupre, 18th place at the 2017 championship. Out of 64 players, that's a pretty impressive finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So after you.
No, you're doing great.
I insist, Mr. Danger.
I'm excited to see how these new players pan out because, as we saw with the women's tournament, some of the new players were just cleaning up.
And you saw veteran players, I think, kind of disrespecting their opponents. You know, they didn't go into it confident. They didn't go, or they went into it too confident.
Sure.
This is the first time they're on stage. I don't know them. I'm not worried about them.
Yeah.
Who cares? And then you're going, oh shoot, now I'm 4,000 points behind.
They're making me work for it now.
How do I come back
Yeah.
from this? So yes, 100%. Ashley Kent Burgess could be a major threat here. Philip Beaupre, history. He's been here for a long time. Julianne Jones, obviously his hunting partner. He's an extremely good player, as is she. So he's got someone really reliable to practice against. Whereas Ashley has the entire of Austin, Texas crew. Does Do. And Bucks, what is it?
Bros before does.
Bros before does, that's right. So they both have good crews. It's really which one's going to put up here. That match hasn't just started. We're hanging tight. It looks like they're just about to shoot on right now. So let's take a look at game number 3, Ashley Kent Burgess against Philip Beaupre.
All right, here we go.
There's one.
Oh, we got the chants going on in the background too.
I love the energy of that crowd. Ashley does fall 2-4 here as Philip does have an impressive first sight on Irish Elk. Now, Irish Elk is one of those big scoring animals, so Philip pretty comfortable here.
Oh yeah, 3,000 to 1. All right, moving on.
Team PB&J. Tell me that doesn't mean Philip Beaupre and Julian.
Aw, I never would have put that together.
I love it. Team PB&J. And I'm here for it.
Yep, they were the two that won the couples tournament up at the party a couple nights ago. All right, here we go. Looking for something. They both managed to tag something. Philip is keeping a monster kill lead there.
And we saw doe out right at the end of the site. Now, if you're going to doe out, the end is the best time to do it.
That's prime doe out time.
But it nonetheless is not something you want to do. It might kind of throw you in a rut, might make you a little less confident going into the next round. But nonetheless, Philip Beaupre commanding a lead here in site number 3, going into it with about a 6,000 point difference.
Coach. All right, Rams, you're going down. Okay, we're looking for anything to just pick off. They're hiding immediately behind the does, and they just know where to see these, even though we've repathed all the... Oh, did you see that shot? Ashley shot for that doe, thankfully right above the head.
And that's 4-2, the Austin crowd getting loud, cheering on any opportunity they can to get their team excited about it. You can see the Aussies kind of turning around just going, oh my God, these guys are loud and we're from Australia.
Yeah, we got some competition.
And it looks like I think the Aussies are getting excited because Glenn Rattray is going to be moving on to the next round against Jason Brulette. Jamie Rendell and Chris Freem are battling it out. Going into the bonus game, Chris Freem is in a comfortable
yes,
lead
very comfortable.
by about 10,000 points. And William Bromley and Amy Green are battling it out on game number 2, with William Bromley taking a commanding lead by about 10,000. Again, we're not seeing many close games yet.
Now this is only site 4 for Ashley and Philip, so we'll see what's going on. Only 4,000 points between them, and Philip is just taking everything he can. Some very deep shots there. Trees getting in the way. Those trees just kept hopping in the way.
You know, I hate it when they do that. They're just springy and sprite and energetic. But at last, that is going to be another big round for Philip Dupre. He's got about a 4,000 lead, but those points from that last round haven't added on yet. So he's
there it is. About a
just
3,000.
about 3. So this is going to be this site is going to be a decider.
Yep.
I think this site is going to be the one that really, do we have a chance in the bonus game, or do we head to the reload bracket now?
We've got a dangerous trophy here too for a few hundred extra points. All right, Philip tagging 2. Ashley does manage to get one. We've got the big game going down by Ashley as well. Deep shots coming in from Philip, and does manage to get that very, very deep buck. Where's the dangerous trophy?
If Ashley can pick up the dangerous trophy,
wow.
and he does at a distance,
wow,
that might be enough points
that
to
was
neutralize.
huge. Oh my, 1,000 points for that dangerous trophy. That was
Good
nuts
for him. That does put him in the wheelhouse of being able to win through this bonus game, but he's going to have a dominating performance. And I'm going to be truthful and honest with you here. I don't know how friendly Philip Dupre is going to be in a bonus game.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, looks like they're staying neck and neck. Again, this is not what we want. Philip is just taking everything he can from Ashley. Wow. Good catch up, though, coming in from Ashley. They are now tied. But again, you need some sort of blowout here because we are at a 2,000-point deficit. Philip just keeping the train rolling, and that will secure it for Philip Dupre.
Yep, that's going to be Ashley heading into the reload. Okay, that's all right. He's still in the tournament. It's not the end of the world. That Austin crowd, I love it. They had to have had a team rally pep talk in their rooms this morning.
Where did they come? They like teleported here.
Hands in. We're going to be loud. We're going to let everyone know we're here.
Amazing.
And we are not going to be, we're going to be relentless with it.
Yeah, buddy.
Here's what I'm looking at. My screen has popped up on game number 4. Brooke Schoenman and Lauren Hope. Now, Brooke Schoenman and Lauren Hope are both, Brooke Schoenman representing Australia, Lauren Hope representing Canada. Both had extremely high seeds in the ladies tournament yesterday. And Lauren Hope obviously picking up the ladies championship. So obviously outside of that, we've got Nate Boyer, David Selman, Jacqueline Stafford, and Patrick Heelan, which is going to be a great game. And then we just saw Philip Dupre take down Ashley Kent Burgess. Where do we feel like this Brooke Schoenman Lauren Hope match is going to end up?
That's it's hard to vote against Lauren Hope with the way she absolutely destroyed yesterday.
Yep, absolutely. Now, Brooke Schoenman, don't let it fool you, is not from East Peoria, Illinois. That would be about 20 minutes away from where I live.
Yeah.
In fact, she is indeed all the way from Australia, about 28 hours away from
maybe
us.
IL is Ilstralia?
Ilstralia.
Yeah.
The illest Australia.
Yeah, got it. Nailed it. All right. So
we have fun here. We have fun here.
Well, we try. All right. We're already in the middle of the heat. Looks like Lauren pulled 2,300 versus the 1,600 from Brooke, moving into site number 2. Now, who gets to choose at any particular time?
Yep. So you're going to be seed selection. So Orange Gun picked that first one. Lauren's picking up the second one here. Going to see if Brooke can manage to turn this around and pick up 1,000 points just to put her back into the game.
Wow, Lauren is just plugging them. Brooke's grabbing a few critters there, looking for some deep shots. She does manage to grab that buck running around.
Lauren's just too damn fast. She's so fast. She
has extra eyeballs.
she came into this tournament
34% accuracy too.
She came into this tournament and quite everyone she's talked to, I'm fast. I'm extremely fast. That is my secret weapon this tournament is she's fast. And here's the thing, if you're talking fast, we're not talking memorization. And with these changed up sites, of course these players are playing on different sites. They're not used to these animals running the paths that they're running. So speed is the name of the game, and that is what Lauren brings to the table.
Yeah, she's scanning really fast, constantly keeping her eyes moving. Her gun is loose and ready to just fire on anything that moves with a pair of horns on it. All right, so Brooke actually answered there with a few of her own. Look at those deep, deep bucks.
120 yards gives her an 1,100-point score.
That's a good catch-up right there.
That's exactly
She's
what
very excited for that, too.
And she knows it. She's down by just under 2,000. She's got 2 sites left. Sorry, 3 sites. Should be 2. Maybe scores. Yep, there we go. 2 sites left, and she's down by 700 points.
All right, here we go. Keeping it close. A couple of plugs there. We're shooting for squirrels on trees. Who's going to get the deep one? Lauren nags it. And a doe out from Brooke early, giving Lauren all the time in the world to just take it easy. You see she let that buck run back distance-wise as far as she could before it ran out so that she could get the maximum amount of points from that kill.
Yep, the harder the target, the more points you're going to get. So the further back they are, the bigger points. So you're going to see players contesting very, 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 very deep bucks, oftentimes sacrificing closer bucks, knowing that that deep shot is going to counteract those points.
Yeah, that close buck isn't worth near what those deep, deep bucks are worth. All right, we got one way in the back. Who's going to snag it? Oh, Brooke is getting some very far away shots, and here comes a dangerous trophy. Those does just jumping right in front. That is going to be a great round for Brooke there.
And, you know, the thing that sucks about that one shot, that 104-yard shot, she got it out with a headshot, but I think it probably got about 60 yards closer than it started at. Had one of those players been able to put that shot on, that easily would have gone for over 1,200 points.
So we're at a 3,000-point deficit. We haven't seen, without a complete shutout, 3,000 points really achievable in the bonus round.
Yeah, I think this one's just about done. I think we're going to be seeing Lauren Hope moving on into the next round. So why don't we actually send it over to game number 2, which comes down to the bonus game.
Wow, Brooks
it's
actually
Nate Boyer and David Selman
doing some work.
It's close, which is exactly what Nate Boyer wants. He's in the lead by about 1,000 points. Is he going to be able to maintain it though? It looks like it. He looks comfortable. He looks confident.
Big smile on his face. Beverly Killbillies properly supported.
Yep, the Scotty Snipers proving why they're consistently at the top of the list.
Man, oh man. And I'm pretty sure he played with that beer in his hand.
With one hand in the other. That's why you need a hat. That's why you need a hat like Ray Upshaw's got with the
one of those beer hats.
Drinking straws coming down off the top. Kirby Anderson and Sean Chadwick battling it out on game number 3.
Ooh, that's a rough-looking game, too.
Send it over there now.
Kirby's had 2 immediate doe outs, 2 goose eggs on 2 of these sites.
And he's only down 3,000 points. Had he not had those doe outs, he very well may have been able to win this.
True. All right, we got a couple of critters seeing their demise. Kirby does manage to pick off another buck. We've got a dangerous trophy here somewhere. The lion is down.
Green. It goes to the green gun, which means Sean Chadwick is going to be picking that one up. Now, Sean Chadwick picked up 2nd place at last year's championship.
Oh, wow.
So Sean is not someone I'd want to run into the tournament this early, but we are in the winner's bracket, which means, you know, at the end of the day, if you do fall here, it's not the end of the world. You're going into the reload bracket.
You've got your extra life, your safety net in the reload. All right, we got the bonus round. Plug in the Venus Fly traps. Audrey 2s, if you will. Sean Chadwick making sure that he is maintaining that lead that he has. 16, 17, 21 to 6. Kirby at this point kind of doesn't have a chance to pull himself out of here. A valiant effort, but Kirby will be moving on to the reload bracket.
That's right, and Jacqueline Stafford does take down Patrick Heelan on game number 5 by about 1,000 points.
That's 2 high-scoring.
It is. That's very. They both picked up a lot of points.
13,000 to 12,000.
And
wow.
it ended close.
Yeah.
And then Nate Boyer does pick up the win against David Selman, obviously representing the Scotney Snipers. We've got game 4 coming up next with Nicole Erickson versus Kelly Gale Clark. We've got Adam Holm and Andre Rivas on game number 5. And we're waiting for these scores to come in on these other 2 games just to kind of see how we're going to finish out the winner's round. Again, do we want to take a moment to reevaluate our options? Are we still comfortable with our picks coming into this tournament?
I'm still with my girl.
So we're rocking with Kayla.
Yep.
Is it Kayla Geary?
Kayla Geary.
All right. I don't even remember who I put it on for earlier.
I think you said Jack Danger.
I think Jack Danger is going to be a midnight ringer into this tournament. No, there's so many good hunters that we need to keep an eye out for. Mark Santander, knocked out Meg Woodcraft just shortly ago. Trevor Gartner, obviously that's a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah.
The other Scotty Snipers being able to practice against Trevor is great practice for them. Andrew Moskowitz staying alive through the reload bracket so far, but finds himself in it very early. Glenn Rattray, Sean Chadwick, and RJ Anguiano, we haven't even looked at him yet. There are so many good players that I really don't know who the hell is going to take this one.
Well, listen.
Pick a spot.
It's Kayla.
You guys. We don't need to discuss it. It's Kayla. Jumping on to game number 3 here, we've got Trevor Gartner against Andrew White. This one's an exciting one.
Oh,
Trevor
wow.
Gartner.
Last year's world champion.
So actually, I apologize. We're jumping on game 4, Kelly Gale against Nicole Erickson. Now, Kelly Gale and Nicole Erickson is a rematch from last night, if I recall correctly. Nicole Erickson had a pretty dominant performance, but Kelly was no stranger to the competition.
Oh, yeah. So that was a really good showing there for Nicole, 2,700 to 1,400, moving into site number 2. This is still close enough. This is anyone's game. Irishelle, what do we got here? Wildebeest, Bighorn Sheep. I don't even know what the heck a Gemsbach is. Am I in trouble? I'm in trouble. Huh.
Sorry. We're having a chuckle here because Jack is having an existential crisis where he has just learned that Kayla Geary is not actually qualified for for the World Championship.
I gotta say, I was wondering why I didn't see.
But you know what? We're so confident. Kayla's taking it home with her anyway.
She's win. Listen, she won my trophy.
She has won our hearts. Nicole puts up a hell of a performance here on that site, building out that lead by about 3,000, 4,000 points.
Way to pay attention, Jack. Okay, moving on. Let's see if we got some wildebeests in us. All right, Bighorn Sheep.
And Gemsbach.
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 Yeah.
We spent a long time pronouncing it Gemsbach at the studio while we were making that animal, and then one day one of us finally looked up a pronunciation tool, and it's Gemsbach.
Gemsbach. Wow, Nicole with 2 giant bucks there, deep in the back. A third one, a 4th critter. Those are going to be humongous points for Nicole. 2,300. Wowie, wow. 9,000, damn near 10K.
This is a dominating performance by Nicole. This is what we saw yesterday. You know, she came in and she put up as a newer competitor into the competition. She really kind of locked in her place, and she's doing it again against Kelly Gale Clark here.
We got the cheering crowd in the back, and we got $2 right up front, 1 for each player. Nicole is tagging those ones way in the back. These are humongous points for her. Wow, for that one that she nailed. Oh, look at that, 1,400 points for that $1.
And here's the thing: when you look at Nicole Erickson, she placed 11th in the 2017 championship. This is her 3rd year competing, so she's no stranger to being here. She's in the winners round 2 still. And of course, that obviously means Kelly is as well. At the end of the day, though, I think we're getting to a point where we're going to see Kelly heading into the reload bracket, just under 10,000 points separate them. So why don't we jump on to game number 3 with Trevor Gartner versus Andrew White. Trevor Gartner, Andy White, both Scotty Snipers. Andy White does pick up a big lead over Trevor Gartner, who does out on game number 1.
That's rough.
Site number 2, though, I just had a chance to turn around and take a look, and Andy White doed out site number 2.
Well, Trevor, you can't count him out. He doed out on purpose. Again, head games, a guy that plays like he does.
I'm not entirely sure as a player how you get into the right headspace to go against Trevor Gartner.
Yeah.
I
will say there has to be something sort of relaxing working with him, like in his hunting party.
Oh, yeah.
Where maybe it's not that much pressure, but being like just in the community, it's got to be rough.
Well, at the end of the day, you have the opportunity to learn from literally one of the best players to have ever played the game. If you're practicing consistently against Trevor Gartner, you're practicing against someone better than 99% of the community.
That's a dang nice resource to have for sure.
Now, I don't know if you saw this. Andy White, though, is in the lead with 2 sites left and 1 bonus game.
They both had a fun doe out in the beginning, so they both had some goose egg action going on. We'll see how that played out for him. 9-7, Andrew.
Are we?
Wow.
Could we see Trevor Gardner here knocked into the reload bracket in winners round 2? That is a scary, scary, scary thought if you're in the reload bracket.
That is the Big Buck Pope, correct?
That is Andy White?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, he may have blessed his own gun.
He could have pulled off the blessing for everyone here.
All right. Andrew does manage to bag 2. Trevor also has 2. Trevor managed to get the big game, I believe, in the back. So here comes the dangerous trophy. Who's going to nail it? Wow, goes to green. Trevor is not happy with it.
Oh, my.
This is
kind of insane. This is a lot
to
to take in. Andy White could be knocking Trevor Gardner into the reload bracket in round number 2.
Trevor needs to pull out some tricks here to pull everything from Andrew. And it's not looking like it is.
Now, I'm not calling collusion here. I'm curious if there's a strategy involved in having the Scotty Snipers send the best player at the World Championship into the reload bracket and double your chances. But ultimately, I mean, I could argue simply turning that around. I could argue that Trevor Gardner would sending anyone else to the reload bracket into Scotty Snipers would be the same effect. It's the same effect.
But why not send the GOAT down there to just knock everyone out?
That's got to be a momentum boost. If I'm Andy White and I've just knocked Trevor Gardner into the reload bracket, I'm freaking out. Inside my head is he's calm, he's collected, he's high-fiving everyone, and in your head I'm just going
internally vibrating and exploding.
Because that's insane. Andy White, and you can see the kind of you can see the poise and the respect that people give to Trevor in the sense that they walk down. And the first thing people do is go over to Trevor and go, hey, good game, good luck. And Andy White's just kind of in the back, and you can see people coming over now going like, hey, man, holy shit.
You
just beat Trevor Gardner. That is no joke.
Yeah, that's a badge of honor in and of itself.
And while that match was happening, Drew Baldock took down Matt Peterson by about 8,000 points. Now Matt Peterson is going to find himself in the reload bracket right there next to Trevor Gardner. Drew Baldock and Lauren Hope obviously both still in it. I'm extremely optimistic we're going to see a Drew Baldock-Lauren Hope match.
Now, there's something to be said about the comfort of going into the reload, going like, at least I don't have to play Trevor Gardner, you know?
Yeah. At least I don't have to play my round 3, round 4 matchup.
Right. So now you're stuck with this, like, Tasmanian devil in your bracket,
just running havoc.
What are you going to do? You know?
I don't know what you can do. You know, if you're in the reload bracket and you're watching that match, if any given day you're sitting there going, I would rather play Andy than Trevor.
Yeah.
But if Andy's shooting better than Trevor today, maybe I'd rather play Trevor. But Trevor's been in this situation, I guess, very rarely been in this situation specifically.
Oh, yeah.
But he's no stranger to competition. He's the type of player that is going to rally and is going to perform.
Do you think the new maps had anything to do with him taking a duck there?
It could be, because he did dough out right on that first site. And so winners round 2, he's only played one other game so far. So, I mean, it very well may have had something to do with it. We are jumping on board here with Chris Exberger against Alexis Murphy. It's the only game happening on stage. We do have some other exciting matches coming up. Federico Reed against Breton Garrity, Julianne Jones against Matthew Garver, and Chris Lennon against Melinda Van Humison.
There is something. Oh, by the way, we are still in the winners round bracket here. Winners round 2.
So everyone that you're seeing here, win or lose, is still going to have an opportunity to compete for that grand prize of $20,000 later on tonight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, deep. Who's getting it? Alexis does manage to take it down. Yeah,
way
back there.
It's tiny when
Kiss
it comes out.
Oh, what are you doing?
It's interesting because I've noticed no one really shoots at it till it comes to the right side of the tree.
They're waiting for that tree to pan.
I'm curious if they don't know it's back there.
That is because
until it gets around that tree.
There's like no dough interference. That guy's just sitting back there for a very long time.
But with these new sites being completely remapped, I wonder if they just don't realize that it's coming from that far.
I guess it is kind of hard because you're looking for everything coming from side to side.
And then nothing happens, and then you go, oh, that one's by the tree back here.
And what's even worse is he's facing you running forward.
Oh,
so just one shot is...
You've got to put a bullet between its eyes to get that target.
Yeah, bud. Deep in the back. We got Chris just tagging him left and right. Oh, that dough barely escaped that bullet from Alexis. 0. Ouch.
And we are going to be jumping over to Chris and Melinda Van Humesen here. We will be keeping you updated with those scores as Chris Exberger does run away with it by about 9,000 points. Chris Lennon versus Melinda Van Humesen. Chris picks up a doe out on that first sight, which means that Melinda's going to be starting with a 4,000 point
Wow,
lead.
that is a huge point lead, but Chris does manage to grab one way in the back. He's just grabbing everything he can. Melinda's looking for anything she could tag, does manage to grab one and a critter as well, and rounds it out, tying it up, and we've got the dangerous trophy taken out by Green. Great headshot there. Good points all around. Chris needed something good there. That's not a bad score. Unfortunately, Melinda kept it pretty close as well, so still about a 4,000 point deficit. Nothing really moved there.
Here's the thing, if you're Chris, that sight that he just played wouldn't be the worst case scenario if Melinda didn't start with a 4,000 point lead.
Exactly.
Because he doed out in that first sight, he needs a 4,000 point sight to put him back into this game.
Yeah, he's got to pull 4,000 points out of something here. All right, let's see. Good plug. It did jump up. That was interesting. Melinda is just grabbing them all. Wow, the headshots. Oh, back. Chris nails a very, very deep buck. That's going to be worth a lot of points.
But Melinda picking up 4.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. It might be a 1,000 point buck on Chris's side, but we're going to see in just a second. Okay, so it's not horrible for only 2 bucks picking up 15,000 or 1,500 points. Probably tells me, it was probably a 1,000 point buck. But Melinda picking up 4 of her own doesn't do him any favors.
All right, moving on to number 4. We're looking for anywhere to pull out some points here for Chris. There's, I believe that's a Van Humesen.
Oh, that's a Van Humesen indeed. That's Maddie, who is just like her mother, is fierce, loud, and proud to be a Van Humesen.
That's amazing. All right, Chris and Melinda answering each other here, shot for shot, buck for buck. Chris does pull out a lead there with 4 bucks. Let's see if the points were enough.
Is it going to be enough? That's the real question. That's the question on everyone's mind right
wow.
now. And it is 2,000.
2,000? So
he's down by about 3, so it's definitely getting to a point where he can come back in the bonus game if he performs here.
All right, we got 1 good sight left to go. He's hoping for anything. So are the Gemsbox pretty bouncy, pretty fast?
Not so much as Whitetail.
Okay.
They're smaller hitboxes. They are a little thinner of a target. And they are one of the newer animals. By this point in time, at the end of the day, there should be, if you're competing in the World Championship, there should be no stranger animals. So it's not necessarily a threat that they're newer. Look, let's see if anyone notices this back
deep
target.
in the back. They wait
not
for,
until it's past
yeah,
the right tree.
That's so crazy.
Every time.
Melinda did get it fairly deep, but it lost like about $1,000.
That's exactly what I've been saying. No one's taking that deep shot.
Yeah.
I'm so curious to know if anyone catches onto that in the later rounds and puts up huge points on that first shot.
Wow, Chris needed that. That was a huge comeback. So there's about a 1,000 point difference going to the bonus. This is actually anyone's game going into this bonus round.
Quite literally 1,000 points separate these two, and there are more than 1,000 points to be distributed.
Absolutely.
In this bonus game.
I think if you could pull 8 to 10 more bonus points than the other opponent, you might be sitting pretty here.
And Melinda's starting off slow.
Wow. What's going to happen? It's tied up. Chris needs some sort of lead here. Melinda's just not letting him have any wiggle room at all.
And Federica Reed, while this match is happening, Federica Reed wins the bonus round over Breton Garrity. One of the other best big buck hunters from the land down under. Federica Reed
by
is going to be
points.
Moving on to the next round. Breton Garrity punches his ticket into the reload bracket. And as they wait for the scores to come up here, Melinda just edges out by just over 2,000 or just under 2,000 points, sending Chris into the reload bracket. Melinda excited, ready to move on to the next one. Chris Exberger edges out over Alexis Murphy by a considerable margin. And Julianne Jones sends Matthew Garver into the reload bracket by 2,000 points.
Okay, if I have to pick a real person now.
Let me hear. Let's talk about your real people.
Because of the camaraderie and how great of a player she is, I have to go with Julianne Jones.
So you're putting Julianne Jones in?
Yeah, her and her dude are just like amazing players. I got to share a few drinks with them last night, and yeah.
So let me ask you this: does it weigh on your mind at all when you're making this decision? Performance last night, Julianne didn't necessarily come out
right,
guns blazing in your traditional Julianne Jones fashion. Do you think that she just blank slates goes into today, or do you think it's just not necessarily her weekend?
I think there's something about there's a lot more energy going on today, I feel. Like, it's a different buzz, and I feel like people are playing a lot better than they were yesterday.
And I think there's something to do with players coming in and saying, you know what, this is what I'm really going for today. I'm going for the world championship.
I want the big
Right.
paycheck. I want the world championship. I need my name on the jug.
Yep.
Pappys Jug.
Pappys Jug, that's right.
Yeah.
Pappys Jug, the tall trophy case, like the Stanley Cup. Get your name etched into a plaque on the trophy. It's tough. I'm not sure.
$20,000.
It's a good chunk of money. I mean, we've had players come in and put money into college funds for their kids. We've had players come in and buy houses or renovate part of their houses. I mean, it's no chump change. I think I'm gonna go with Lauren Hope or Drew Baldock.
Yeah, Lauren's just so freaking good.
She's fast. But that being said, you can't. We're talking about the Canadians, but you cannot dismiss the players from Land Down Under. We've got Sean Chadwick, who placed second place in the entire World Championship last year, just following Trevor Gartner, and Trevor Gartner is now in the reload bracket. The question is whether or not Sean can do it again. And to answer that question, we're going to send it over to Glitter with Sean, the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Sean Chadwick. First of all, we were talking a little bit before. Tell me how you're feeling right now before we jump into anything too heavy.
Australian term, I'm packing brownies right now. Coming up against the girl who came first last night, so that's going to be a bit of a tough task, but we'll see how we go.
Now, if you guys don't know, Sean actually took second place last year and the year before, and we were kind of, teasing him a little bit, saying how much pressure you have on your shoulders, not only just for yourself, but for your entire country.
Yep.
Yeah, so what's that like?
Well, I feel like I'm getting a bit crushed here, but, just try and keep a couple of beers in, get a little bit of a buzz, but not too much. Definitely not too much. And just, try my hardest. Hope I can do it for everyone.
Now, you mentioned that you have to go up against Lauren. Her coming off of a win, and you just generally coming into this doing very, very well yourself. Is there any specific strategy that you have, knowing the type of competition you have to go up against?
Probably just see how she goes on the first round and make a call from there, see if she's going quick or slow, and maybe I can, wait for her to take the first shot. We'll see. Not much strategy, just shoot as fast as I can, really.
Just don't lose is the strategy?
Not to lose, yeah, that's the best.
I feel like a lot of people are saying the same thing in that sense. And we've gotten a chance to talk with a couple of the Aussies in your crew. You guys are just generally doing really, really well for yourselves.
Yeah, a lot of us practice together. A few of us there's a little bit of space between some of us, which makes it a bit hard. But, we're a pretty close-knit group. Everyone knows each other, just like we know people in the US as well. So, it's all a big Buck family. So, we just enjoy coming over here and practicing together and then, competing and having a go.
Is that part of the reason you come to the Big Buck World Championship, is for that experience with kind of like your Big Buck family and getting able to compete and just see everybody once a year?
Yeah, we definitely can. It's one of the best things you can do. I mean, if we can do it every year, that's even amazing, because just coming once was amazing. So coming 3 times, that's awesome for us. It's just a pity it's so far away. Like we wish it was a bit closer, but that's the game. But maybe one day we can do it in Australia if we get enough people. We'll see.
or if you bring home the win this time around, maybe they have to kind of bring it to you in Australia.
Possibly. Maybe a home ground advantage would be good. But we're happy to come over here. Yeah, it's good. Having fun.
Okay. Final question for you. You got a chance to kind of see the teaser that we had downstairs for the Big Buck HD Reloaded. How are you feeling about that teaser for next year?
Oh, it looks awesome. Super pumped to play some of it. I don't know, it's always interesting when the new part of the game comes out. It really sort of throws a few spanners in the works. Makes everyone have to relearn a few things. It's just super fun. So we're just going to have a red hot go at it, and that's about it, really. We're just going to enjoy ourselves.
And that sounds like the perfect plan for me. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come up here and talk with us. I really, really appreciate it. You are lovely. For now, we're going to send it back on over to the guys at the desk. Take it away.
Hello. We are joined now on the desk by the one and only esports Doug. Doug, how the hell's it going?
It's very, very good. I'm having a damn good time. Thank you for having me on the desk. It's a little bit of a different view from what I've had for the last day and a half or so, but it's good to be up here. Good to join you guys.
Now, if you guys have been watching the stream, Doug has been our man on the street, down on the floor, interviewing players, getting to know the community, hanging out with everyone. What do you think of the Austin, Texas crew?
Hands down the funnest crew I've ever worked with.
They are so energetic.
They're very loud.
They are. And you know what's funny is I went into this event thinking I've never worked an event like this, and I thought the event itself was going to be the bar.
Is that an Austin chant? Is that an Austin chant we're hearing?
Yes, it is. They're a riot. They're a ton of fun.
So let me ask you this: bros before does, or does doe?
Doe.
I think does.
Does.
It's too good. You can't beat it.
It's genius.
They were so much fun that when I was doing the interview, I couldn't hear production in my ear. That's how loud the floor was. That's how loud the crowd was. They were a ton of fun. They really are.
Let me ask you this before we head down to gameplay on the floor. Let me ask, who do you have winning the World Championship?
I've got to give it to Lauren Hope. I think the opportunity...
My man.
Look, this isn't just her winning the tournament. This is the opportunity for her to create history.
World Championship.
To break molds, to do something that's never been done before, and she's poised to do it. She's shooting really well today. It's hard not to root for her.
And we've never had a player win the Ladies' Championship and the World Championship, and that's going to be a total grand prize of $25,000.
She already broke a record by being the first international women's champion as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting. I hope she does it.
Get out.
See
You're
myself
done.
out the door.
I'm out of here.
No, Lauren, that's my vote to win it too. Jack has been supporting Kayla Geary, who's not actually in the tournament for most of the event.
I don't know how to read.
You can't get a prediction wrong if they're not in the event.
Thinking 3 steps ahead, man.
That actually doesn't make any sense at all.
That's a big brain play. We're going to be jumping out onto the action here. We're going to be jumping onto game number 4 with Jason. And our laptop is turned off, so I can't see who else he's playing against. But on game number 4, jumping into the next site, we are going to be seeing who is up currently. Jason Brulette is up by 1,100 points. Now Jason and Matthew battling it out, going on to site number 2. Jason by 1,500 points maintains that lead. Is going to continue to build on that one by picking up about 500 points, making it 2,000 points that are separating the two. 3 sites left, 1 bonus to go.
All right. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the most intense buck action you've ever seen in your life. We have an immediate doe out coming from Jason
Which
Brulette.
completely counters everything I just said. Matthew Richards manages to pick up just about all of them until he does out after 4.
But still manages to get 3,500 points, which is pretty huge considering the point deficit that was there, allowing him to catch up.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like I'm seeing less doe outs than I expected.
I wasn't expecting a heck of a lot more.
I was genuinely thinking with these new random sites, doe outs were going to be coming left and right consistently.
Yeah.
And that's not the case at all.
All right, Jason and Matthew staying neck and neck here. We're seeing a lot of body shots coming in. We both have 2, a very deep shot and a doe out coming in from Jason, so Matthew gets a chance to let that buck go as deep as it can before taking it home for 3,200 points.
Let's send it over to game number 2 here where Ori Clark is fighting Amy Green. Ori Clark just up by about 400 points. 2 sites and a bonus left. And this is a huge site for, I think, Amy. Picks up 4,000 points as Ori does out. She was behind by about 500 points before that site. Now she's going to be up by about 4,000 points.
Huge. All right, here we go. She's got to be feeling pretty good about that comeback. Get ready.
And hopefully this will be a little bit better after that last doe out. But Amy Green fails to pick up the first. Fires back with one of her own. Amy picks up 2, makes it 3. Can she do 4? She does, makes it 5.
Oh.
5th goes to Ori.
Well shot, well played. So Amy's got to be feeling incredible right now, having come back from that. That goose egg definitely helped her. You could see her like.
Honestly, that's how cutthroat this event is. I mean, Ori Clark was in the lead, does out 1 site.
and now Amy's up 5,000 points. That's going to be that's the nail in the coffin.
That is the battle. That's
That one go out
Yep.
knocked Ori Clark out of the entire tournament.
And just so you know, folks, we are in the reload bracket this time. This is reload round 2. So unfortunately, Ori, unless he just blows this apart, which he is not, is out of the competition.
And we're going to switch to game number 4 as quick as we can. Jason Roulette against Matthew Richards has just wrapped up, and it's an extremely close match. And I think Matthew Richards is going to be going on as Jason Roulette finds himself knocked out.
Wow.
Just for confirmation, yep, Matthew has won it. So we've now got a couple scores finalized from this round. Amy Green has punched her ticket to the next round. Davis Semenchuk does knock out Ashley Kent, one of our Austin, Texas boys. And Matthew Richards does take down Jason Roulette. I think Matthew Richards is also one of the Austin crew. I'm just going to look at my player chart to confirm that, but I do think that is the last of the Austin crew.
Kayla Geary versus Patrick Heelan. Boom. Boo. Boom. Boom.
I want to...
Internet, what the frick is happening right now? Did we see Kayla play or not? I'm
questioning. I'm questioning everything.
Am I sleeping right now?
I'm questioning everything. We have to send it to Game 5. We have to go to Game 5. If Kayla Geary is playing, we have to watch Game 5. Patrick Heelan, Kayla Geary, about to jump on Game 5. Stephen Mosier against
going
Brooke
back,
Showman,
boys.
William Lum against Kirby Anderson, and Aaron Morris against David Selman. Now, we've been giving Jack a hard time throughout this entire tournament.
That she wasn't here.
Because she is not listed in our player book as a competitor for the World Championship, just for the ladies tournament. So Jack has had existential crises about 4 times today. And here it is, your pick to win the World Championship.
She played seed number 1 on the very first battle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Trevor Gartner.
Yeah.
But she's the 64th seed here?
Yeah.
So I wonder if she came in as an alternate.
Oh.
So that would imply she did not qualify.
I'm not crazy after all, Doug.
So she didn't qualify, is my assumption, and came in as an alternate, which gave her the last seed.
Amazing.
This is interesting because she's now going up against Patrick Heelan. Patrick Heelan is one of the amigos competing out of whatever
They're
that
both
state,
amigos.
whatever that ME state is. We know it's Maine. So Kayla Geary, Patrick Heelan, take us through the action.
Oh, man, we got Patrick and Kayla both plug in their first bucks. Patrick manages to snag a second as Kayla catches up. Patrick does unfortunately dough out, allowing Kayla to take her time and nails that last buck just before it leaves the screen. Kayla takes the lead on this 2,700 to 863 points, moving into the second site.
And we do have Aaron Morris battling it out. Aaron Morris is one of the Bros Before Does from Texas. And I want to just point out, I love this Austin, Texas crowd because they move to whatever side of the stage their player is competing on.
They
so you
shift
just
as
have
a crowd.
this swarm of 15 people just hurtling to the other side, pushing everyone out of their way.
Yeah, they got their own little pit going. All right, we got Buckzilla's coming in. Kayla is sitting in the lead right now. Let's see if she can maintain that against Patrick Heelan. All right. Oh, a very careful shot there from Patrick, but Kayla does answer with her own. We got one running deep in the back. That was a very dangerous shot from Patrick, but he does manage to knock 3 off the table right now. We got some gross bugs being shot out of the air. Kayla manages to grab a buck running away. Patrick gets his 4th, and the dangerous trophy is approaching. I think it's a creepy raptor, and it was taken by Kayla.
Now, this is a pretty important site because Kayla had the lead going into that by 2,000 points. And now it's 200 points between the two. Again, reload round 2. Both of these players are from the same hunting party, the same community, the same state, the same area.
Again, happening again, that they're knocking each other out. This is such a bummer. But, Kayla, listen, we thought you didn't exist. You have to win this now. All right, she plugs her first, but Patrick does have 2 by the time she gets her first.
That's a deep
He's
shot.
on to 3. A
an
very
even
deep
deeper
shot for Kayla, and another.
Those are 3 deep shots back to back to back.
That was
That's
some really good shooting. Patrick with the 3,800 puts him at 9 to 7. Still got some time. We still got some sights here.
Oh, yeah, we've got 2 sights and a bonus left.
Yeah. We're not out. There's some more amigos screaming for the crew.
Those are definitely Kayla supporters. I had a chance to meet them last night, and I go, are you guys competing? They go, no. We're here for Kayla.
I love it. There's a lot of people here that are just here for somebody.
You know what's also interesting is Trevor Gardner's in the reload. I wonder if she's going to have a rematch at some point.
Oh, gross. Oh, yeah, I guess she does have an opportunity to play him again. All right, where are they at? Oh, no! Kayla with the dough out.
Kayla with the dough out on the first fuck.
And this is just Patrick's time to wipe it up.
And with that dough out, that's going to be pretty much Patrick
Yep.
Keelan's match. We're going to send it over to game number 4, where there is a dead even tie after 3 sites.
Wow. Steven Mosier versus Brooke Showman.
After 3 sites, they are deadlocked at 7-2-5-0. And just like that, that site's even close. Oh,
Look at the score. Okay, so we are going in to our
last site with one
It was
bonus left.
7250 to 7250. That is unreal.
And it's still close. It's
Yep. 400
9,000
points.
Yep, 9,800 to 9,400.
All right.
1 site and 1 bonus to go.
This is anyone's game right now. Let's see what they can do about it. All right, we got a couple of body shots coming in from Brooke, but Steven does manage to take it down. We are shooting everywhere. We got Brooke with $2, Steven with 2. An unfortunate dough out from Brooke. Steven gets to take what he wants. She is still in good spirits. And a dough out from the
Oh no! That could not have been worse.
Points on the table.
That could not have gone worse for Steven
Yep.
and better for Brooke. She does dough out, but Steven doesn't manage to pick up
Look
the
at that.
games.
Even though she doughed out, she still managed to grab 2K out of that, so she is not out of this. Going into the bonus, this is, with that kind of point deficit, anyone's game right now. Someone just needs to edge the other person out a little bit. Unfortunately, Patrick just needs to maintain. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
My bad.
Yep. Patrick needs to maintain his score against Kayla Geary in the bonus game. Patrick does look like he's going to be walking on into the next round as Kayla Geary, Jack's pick to win it all, finds herself out of the tournament in reload round 2.
Boo.
Steven Mosier. Holy moly.
Wow, Steven is
Steven
making sure
might-
she doesn't hit.
No, Steven might lose this here in the bonus games. Brooke Schoenman.
Whoa,
just
the bonus
put up
31 to 11.
That's it.
She took
That's
it.
Brooke is going to.
She came back
You
from
can see her
underneath.
hands on her head.
Yeah.
She's cheering in celebration.
What a
wow.
comeback.
And just like that, also Aaron does knock out David in the reload. Austin crew is excited.
Wow.
Aussie crew is excited.
On
Awesome.
game number 2, the bonus was actually exactly tied. That's incredible.
This is just wild. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to get into some exciting games. Unfortunately, Jack, I do have to ask, your pick is now out. She didn't exist.
My OG
she
pick.
She existed. She didn't exist. She existed, and now she's out.
All right.
Tell me who is your backup?
You got to go with the hope.
So we've got 3 all
Yep.
3 all in on
We're
hope.
all hoping for that double win.
There's no way Brooke Schoenman is not stressed out
Yeah.
after that last
Look at
match.
it. Look at it.
Yeah, you can see it.
Calm it down. Calm it down.
She came in down 1,000 points going into the bonus game.
And just destroyed that
And
bonus.
Picked up all of
Yeah.
the targets. And just that's all she wrote.
Taking it from her opponent. All right. We've got some really good games
I
coming
love
up here.
This.
Holy
We've got
crap.
Robert Boas and Matt Peterson. We have James Cleary and Adam Hall. We have Robert Noer and Kelly Gale Clark. But the one I want to watch the most, the one that is going to potentially define the entirety of this tournament, Joe Miller against Trevor Gardner.
in the reload.
Wow. Can we get the stats up if we can? The stats up for Joe Miller against Trevor Gardner. These are 2 players who have consistently competed and finished high.
Wow.
At the World Championship. Trevor Gardner obviously picks up championship after championship after championship.
So here you're seeing a humongous name is about to leave the tournament.
Yep, and they are both from New Richmond.
Look at that. Seed 10 and 11.
10th and 11th seed.
Oh my God.
1st and 9th place at last year's championship out of 64 players.
Unreal.
Now, Trevor Gardner does have the stats on his side here. Just about 100% of the stats are in favor of Trevor Gardner. But when it comes down to shootout, those stats don't really mean that much. It comes down to speed. It comes down to accuracy. It comes down to precision. And I hate to say it, but it comes down to nerves. If I'm Joe Miller and I'm Trevor Gardner, I know this is a big match. And Joe hasn't necessarily faced the defeat yet that Trevor Gardner has. Trevor Gardner's coming off of not necessarily an embarrassing loss by any means.
True.
Andy White performed really well.
He's a great player.
But not an expected loss.
Yeah. Joe Miller's about to send him home.
Joe Miller, Trevor Gardner.
Trevor going home right now would be a humongous upset for all brackets involved.
I think if Trevor Gardner does get knocked out here, I think we're going to hear a collective sigh throughout the venue of relief.
Yeah.
Just, oh, he's not in my bracket. He's out of my tournament. He's done. Which means we very well may see a new champion at this event too.
Oh, because our last year's world champion is out of it. And if Trevor goes out now, this is sort of like what happened in the women's tournament where, like, our champion goes out fairly quick.
Extremely quick. I mean, this is reload round 2. Trevor Gardner and Joe Miller are fighting for their lives in reload round 2.
Oh, man.
I mean, these are two names that got 9th and 1st last year, and now they're fighting for, like, 50th or on.
Well, we're about to see the action go down right now. Let's get into it, folks.
And this is going to be up on the big screen. I'm going to be turning around for this. I can't wait to watch this
Kicking
one.
up the feet.
Trevor Gardner, Joe Miller battling it out. Call the action, Jack.
All right, we got Trevor and Joe looking for these bucks. Trevor does manage to get a few body shots to take one out. A third buck in his favor, and 4 go down. That one was pretty far out there. There was a bit of a dough out action there, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Joe Miller doughed out after 2 bucks.
All right, 3,000 to just under 1,000 points for Joe Miller. All right, Trevor looks, we got to keep those nerves together. But again, this is two people on the same hunting party about to take each other out again.
Now, I don't actually think either of them have a recognized hunting party as much as a team.
Joe with the second dough out. I call collusion. This is I'm just kidding.
I don't think Joe's the type of player
not at all.
to go down without a fight.
Yep.
I don't know if it's nerves.
Swing it out.
I don't know if he's just anxious, doesn't want to knock out a friend. But this is tough.
No, he's about to swing for the fences right now. Look at that determination on his face. All right, here we go. We got the Buckzillas. Great shot from Joe. We got another one coming in. Trevor does manage to pick it off, coming in from the left, deep in the hole. We got Trevor picking off another one. A few body shots. Joe finishes it off. Manages to tag a few of those gross bugs. There's a third for Trevor and a fourth and another dough out for Joe.
That's 3 dough outs. Three sites, 3 dough outs.
Now,
that is uncommon.
Now, Joe is in the reload bracket. Do you think this is just how Joe's playing because he's not used to this pattern?
It very well may be Joe's a memorization player. That's 100% something that could be a factor of this. 3 dough outs is uncommon for anybody.
For anyone, yeah.
In this tournament. It doesn't matter if you're 1st seed or 64th seed. 3 dough outs in a row.
That's rough.
That's pretty surprising.
Yep. All right, well, let's see what we can pull out here. All right, we got a few plugs there for Joe. Trevor does manage to pick off a couple of critters and a third buck there. Joe does manage to get another one and ties it up with the buck kills. We'll see what the points are like. Not bad, not bad. He didn't dough out that time.
Yep. He didn't dough out, but he's down $8 to Trevor Gardner.
Yeah.
Trevor Gardner is not someone you can blow a lead against.
That is a lot of points.
I think that's just going to be all she wrote against for this match.
So we need 6,000 points. 4,000. All right, here we go. We got some tall grass in the way here. Joe is cleaning them all and the big game trophy. Trevor does get one far in the back. Oh, here comes one deep in the back there. Trevor does manage to grab it. But, man, Joe actually cleaned up on that site. 3,000 to 2,000 points. That is not going to be enough at all going into the bonus round here. All right. We're going to shoot some fireworks. On our other screen here, Game 3, Adam Holm did beat James Cleary, 27,000 to 3,000. That is a very commanding lead. All right, we're looking for some fireworks here, but really this is all just sort of formalities. This lead is far too great in Trevor's favor with 19,300 points going into this bonus round.
And it's interesting, none of these matches were close. Matt Peterson stomped Robert Boas. Adam Holm, as you said, stomped James Cleary. And Kelly Gale Clark is the closest match out of all of these, but beat Robert Noah pretty decisively. Joe Miller then going to be leaving the tournament. The Scotty Snipers, high fives all around. Trevor Gardner does move on into Reload round number 3, where he'll face off against his next opponent, and I do not want to be that opponent.
Not even close. All right, Kelly Gale, well done. Takes the lead over Robert Noor.
And with the wrap-up of that round, we're going to be looking to see who our next contestants are. I think we might be jumping back into the winners.
Into the winners?
But I'm not 100% certain. We might have one more reload to go. I'm not entirely certain. We're going to be finding out in just a second. This is getting interesting. Again, as I said, 3 doe-outs.
In a row.
In a row?
Yeah.
What?
That's intense.
How you can't. We saw Ori Clark earlier lose from 1 doe-out.
Yeah.
1 doe-out in the 4th site, and Ori Clark's tournament was over. Done.
Those 3 doe-outs in a row gave Trevor a score higher than anything we have seen in this tournament so far, with 19+ thousand points.
Seriously, I mean, that's kind of insane. Next up on our match, we've got Andrew Moskowitz against Chris Lennon. We've got Mark Santander and Alexis Murphy, Drea Ballard and Brenton Garrity, and Ronald Coleman against Matthew Garver. This is a solid one. I think I'm going to let you make the decision on which one we watch here.
That's rough. Drea, I don't know. I think I want to go with a Garver. Let's go with Matthew Garver.
Love it. Let's do it. So we're going to jump on to Game 5 here. Ronald Coleman and Matthew Garver. Matthew Garver has been fighting to stay alive through the reload bracket. Did find an early entrance. Ronald Coleman, not necessarily a player we know a whole lot about. Matthew Garver, one of the strongest veterans who retired for 2 years and then just came back. This is his first year back after a 2-year hiatus.
Well, maybe being retired was actually good because we changed everything around.
So it's more time. It could be more time to practice.
Yeah.
It could just be a return to form and wanting to kind of make a performance and really get a big win. I'm really not entirely sure how this one's going to go out. I really don't know how any of these ones are going to go out. So let's just narrow them down. Andrew Moskowitz against Chris Lennon. Who do you have winning that one?
You know what? I guess I'm unfamiliar with both of their performances.
Okay.
Moskowitz does sound a lot. It sounds more menacing.
Moskowitz was the 3rd place finisher from last year.
Done. There you go.
There you go. So you kind of nailed it. We've got Mark Santander, Alexis Murphy.
Probably Santander. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going with Santander, and then the next one, Drea Ballard against Brenton Garrity.
It's got to be Brenton.
Brenton, I like your picks. Before we jump into this next round, we're going to send it down to the man on the street, Doug Cortez. Doug, take it away.
What's up, guys? Doug here, and I didn't mention this the first time we spent time here. This is actually the VIP area for the venue. There's a big bar, which you can see here, incredible bartenders. You've got food, you've got a bunch of different games back there, and then we also have a ton of folks who know how to have a good time while they're here in the VIP section. I'm joined here by a couple of folks who look like they're from North Carolina. Excuse me. Guys, introduce yourselves. Where are you guys from?
I'm Walker Yancey. I'm from Flagstaff, Arizona.
That's not anywhere near North Carolina. I wasn't even close. What about you?
No, we're the same, Flagstaff.
All right, what about you, bud? North Carolina?
Durham, North Carolina.
Durham, what about you? Seattle?
Everett, more so. Everett, Washington.
All right, and then what about you, bud? Same. What have you guys thought of the weekend so far? Collectively, how many Big Buck Hunter events have you guys been to?
This is all our first.
Yeah, first.
Yeah, we're all first timers.
Perfect.
That's why we gravitate to each other.
What have you guys thought so far? This has got to be a mind-rocking experience.
It is. It has been crazy. I went up there yesterday for the ladies tournament and was so nervous, but it's been amazing. It's been so fun.
What has been the highlight of the weekend for you?
Losing multiple times was great. I loved it.
Losing. Gonna win next year. Gonna win next year. All right. What about you?
Bush beer.
That's product placement, folks. Product placement. Well, we've got one right there. And then what about you, bud? What's been the highlight of the weekend for you?
Just actually going on vacation and being around all these wonderful people.
And then last question I have for you guys, because I'm pretty sure there were a couple of shots waiting for you.
Oh, one's for you.
One's for me. Sure. Will you guys be back next year?
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Yeah, nothing beats this experience. We never even knew these three before we got here, and now we're like best of friends, basically. Hell, we're Big Buck, not a big deal crew. That's who we are. We're kind of watch out next year. That's all I gotta say.
You can't not have a good time if you come down to Big Buck Hunter World Championship. Jack, Callum, take it away, fellas.
No. Go back.
Take the shot.
Go back
Send
and
it
take
back
the shot.
to Doug.
Go back to. Get off of us.
You can see Doug going, no. Do I have to? Do I have
Yes.
to? Do I have to?
Oh, yes. Listen, we're going to play-by-play this. You can see the gentleman from Arizona is passing out the double shots of what looks to be tequila.
I've got to admit, those guys were all awesome. The guys and girls there, I loved them. They were warm, they were lighthearted, and they were energetic about the event.
That's the event. Everyone here is just fun and exciting and just stoked to be here.
Yes! Bravo!
Takes it like a champ.
There you go.
Well done.
Now we can jump into the action. We'll actually find out who our next champ is. So again, we're going to jump on with Mark Santander, Alexis Murphy, question mark? Or do you, oh, no, sorry. This is still the next last.
We'll do Ronald Coleman.
Still the last round. Ronald
and Matthew
Coleman,
Garver.
Matthew Garver. This is reload round 2, so keep in mind this is the reload bracket. Either one of these competitors will go out here. There's a lot of names in this tournament that are in this round. Brenton Garrity, Alexis Murphy, Mark Santander, Andrew Moskowitz, Matthew Garver.
We don't want to see any of these people go home.
4 of those players are going to go out here.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane. For reload round 2 to be losing players this early?
I like that we're seeing the mix-up because this started to go how we kind of expected it to go, and all of a sudden we have this massive twist with these big names in the bottom struggling to hang on.
Look, but that's the story that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened in the ladies tournament. We had veteran player after veteran player after veteran player knocked out very quickly.
All right, we're already into Santander and Alexis Murphy plugging away at some bucks here. Santander manages to pull 4 to Alexis's 2, 37-13. He did manage to nail a few deep bucks there. All right, moving into site number 2. What are we going to choose here? All right, it looks like we have got, I don't know what the heck those are. They're bucks. All right, let's shoot the bucks. All right, we got a little tag there to get it going. We've answered back and forth. Mark and Alexis manages to grab 2 for herself. That was an unfortunate doe out. That doe came out of nowhere and caught the bullet right in the throat. She was not expecting that to happen in a very deep,
You can't afford to
dangerous
go out.
trophy.
Not against Mark
Yep.
Santander and not that early in the tournament. That is, simply put, it's just too early. It gives Mark way too much free roam.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of doe outs, Brenton Garrity versus Drea Ballard. Drea does out site number 2 and gives Brenton Garrity 6,000 points. Andrew Moskowitz does out site number 1 and gives
7,000
Chris
points.
Lennon 7,000
That
points.
is huge.
Andrew Moskowitz might actually find himself on an early exit here. He's struggling to stay alive. He picks up 665 in his second sight, finds himself down 10,000 points.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. That is a lot. That is a lot of points to be fighting against after 2 sites.
In 2 sites. That's horrific. And none of these matches are actually that close. Mark Santander, Alexis Murphy is really the only one that's maintaining some sort of balance.
Oh, yeah. Everything else has been sort of a shutout so far. So we'll see what Santander can do here with his 9,000 point lead to 6,000. Manages to pick up 2. He's got his 3rd buck. Another doe out from Alexis. So Mark again just gets to go shopping here. Takes what he wants, nice and slow. Wait till it goes in the far back.
Oh,
he's going to get so many points for that.
He's racking up big points
4K.
almost all of these rounds. And
Yeah.
Alexis with that doe out, 4,100 goes into Mark's pocket. I think that's going to be just about all she
That's
wrote.
about it.
And really, it's tough. There's not a dominate. There's no close matches in this round. Brenton Garrity is running away with it against Drea Ballard. Mark Santander's running away with it against Alexis Murphy. And Andrew Moskowitz is falling very hard to Chris Lennon.
Yeah,
here.
everything is the person winning is doubling their opponent's score.
And keep in mind, Moskowitz placed 3rd last year.
Wow.
And he's falling out really
17-5. Yeah, that's rough.
But with that being said, Matthew Garver and Ronald Coleman has just started. We're going to jump over to game number 5 here. Ronald Coleman does out number 1.
Wow, with an 8,000 point, that is humongous.
That's insane. In 1 site. That is almost what Chris Lennon did to Moskowitz. In 2 sites, in 1 site.
Ronald had. I would be. I'd throw my gun on the ground.
Just in
Go
fury.
home. Like,
dang it!
I'm not playing this dang game. All right, after site number 2, Ronald Coleman has 3,800 points to Matthew Garver's 10,000 points after round 2. Wow. All right, going into number 3. Let's see what we can do here.
Out of curiosity, do you get hat hair with a cowboy hat?
Yeah. Are you seeing it right here?
Is that
It's like the nice little poof
that like
out.
poof on the bottom?
Yeah,
that is the cowboy hair. That's the cowboy hair.
Cowboy hair.
The hat hair from the cowboy hat.
All right, so after all the games here, we got Andrew Moskowitz versus Chris Lennon. Chris Lennon did manage to take that handily. Mark Santander did win over Alexis Murphy. Drea Ballard unfortunately lost to Brenton Garrity, 29,000 to 5,000. And we are moving on to site number 5 with Ronald Coleman and Matthew Garber.
And so a friendly reminder, this is reload round 2, which means Andrew Moskowitz and Alexis Murphy are out of the tournament.
Yep.
Mark Santander, and Chris Lennon move on to the next round. Same with Brenton Garrity. Now the question is whether or not Matthew Garver can maintain this lead, control it with the next 2 sites, or if Ronald Coleman is going to come back. Oh,
wow.
Oh, and a dough out.
The dough out.
But it's a late dough out.
$4?
$4, it's a late dough out. We'll give it to him. It's the benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt.
If so, if found, please return to Texas, is Matthew's shirt. If found, please return to Texas. Now again, this is one of those players that we talked about in the beginning that maybe is coming in out of retirement with something to prove. You know, their highest. I think Matthew Garber's highest placing is 2nd place.
Oh wow!
And so coming out of retirement, there's only one reason to come out of retirement after a 2-year break. It's because you want to get first place.
Oh yeah, and the lead he has right now is looking very nice. Ronald Coleman, great little trick shot there above those 2 doughs. We got a few. Oh, Ronald with the dough out early. This gives Matthew all the time in the world. All right, just picking him off nice and slow. We got a dangerous trophy around here somewhere. Let's not leave any points on the table. Bear is done. Well shot.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Bear down. For us 2 Chicago folks, bear down, huh?
20,000 to 10,000 going into the bonus round. This is a win for Matthew Garber.
This is a done game. Matthew Garber is going to be moving on to the next round, reload round 2. That seems Ronald Coleman knocked out pretty early. I do appreciate the colors and the pride. He's got green on green on green. He's ready to go, and he's here. If you're in the Las Vegas area, if you are at the Luxor, or you're just in the city, be sure to swing by. We are at the HyperX Arena in the beautiful Luxor Hotel in Sin City, Las Vegas.
It's great.
It's fantastic. It's awesome. It's a great time. It's a party.
It's definitely a humongous upgrade from what I did 2 years ago.
Yep. No, I think every year this event delivers more and more, and we are down
32.
To the final 32 players. We are getting.
We're halfway through.
Really quick.
This is great.
We're moving on to reload round number 3, I believe, and this is going to knock us down to the top 24.
Holy!
So we are knocking players out of this event pretty dang quickly.
And also, again, like we said, there's some big names in the reload bracket, including one of the biggest names.
Trevor
there's nowhere to hide anywhere.
I'm gonna be honest. We're going to see Trevor playing just a minute, and if I'm in this bracket, I don't want to be playing against Trevor Gardner. I don't want to be playing against a lot of these players: Brenton Garrity, Mark Santander, Chris Lennon, who took down the 3rd place finisher from last year, Andrew Moskowitz. There's really no situation here where I'm coming out of the reload bracket like
and feeling
this is where I want to be. I'm confident.
Oh, Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor. I'd never heard of him. The only way you've never heard of Trevor Gardner is if you've never been here before.
True.
And you're about to learn.
Yeah.
You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today. Is the threat. Now, Brooke Showman against Kirby Anderson, Jamie Rendell against Matthew Richards, Patrick Heelan against Aaron Morris, and Amy Green against Davis Semenchuk. Now, if I recall correctly, a couple of these players, I think we've got 3 of the Texans here. I think Davis Semenchuk, I think Matthew Richards, and Aaron Morris are all Texans. So why don't you throw a dart at the wall?
So we're going to be hearing a lot of screaming.
A lot of hooting and hollering. I think we're going to jump on board with Patrick Heelan and Aaron Morris. Patrick Heelan obviously knocked out Kayla Geary last round, heartbreakingly, but did move on to the next round. Yeah.
I'll get you.
Which means Aaron Morris is going to be Aaron Morris is going to be battling to see if he can get redemption for Kayla Geary. Before we dive into this next round, we're going to take a look at one of the games you can see here on the floor. Actually, I don't know if it's actually here on the floor. It's one of the newest games, and that might be why it's not here. Out of Play Mechanics Raw Thrills. This is the Nerf Arcade. Let's check it out.
Raw Thrills is bringing the iconic Nerf brand to arcades and FECs everywhere. This huge branded family-friendly redemption game will launch with a giant 65-inch LED display, 2 seated player positions, and massive collections potential. Nerf Arcade is a high-adrenaline virtual shooting gallery that has been tailored for a mass audience of all ages. The game's target-rich environment is always active, so a player can join at any time. The default gameplay is 45 seconds per credit, but can be adjusted to best suit the location's needs. Nerf Arcade's 2-seated player terminals can easily fit into any floor space. The 3 virtual representations of actual Nerf blasters and toys help make this one of the hottest and most highly recognizable games around. By scanning the QR code displayed at the conclusion of every game, players can share their scores on social media and also win prizes. The instant brand recognition, bright, powerful LEDs, and huge screen give Nerf Arcade a mesmerizing presence in any location.
The game looks great.
I want to play games.
the game looks great. The clothes look great. These might be actually the softest shirts I've genuinely. I think these might be the softest shirts I've ever worn.
It just
don't do this to me.
I'm sorry. not on camera, babe.
We're going to be jumping into game number 4. We've got Patrick Heelan against Aaron Morris as soon as they are on stage and ready to go. This is one of the interesting matches because there aren't a lot of big name veterans. I think Brooke Schoenman's really the only one that you kind of look at and go, oh, wait, I know who that is.
Although Davis Semenchuk, his name has come up a lot so far. He's played a lot of games during this tournament already, and to see him go out now would be kind of a bummer because he's fought his way so hard through all this stuff. He's been swinging.
And so we're in the top 32. We are in the top 32 here. We have a Bros Before Does, Aaron Morris, against Patrick Heelan from Big Buck, Maine. 4th seed against 49th seed. Naturally, you kind of look at this and say, okay, 4th seed to 49th, that's a no-brainer.
Oh,
That's easy contest. But here's the thing. Patrick Heelan's best finish is 25th. Okay? Now, yes, I understand Aaron hasn't had a tournament finish here. But we are in the top 32.
Yeah.
Winner of this round goes to the top 24. Winning this round means Patrick Heelan is the best placing he's ever had. But this is historically where he peaks. Like where his finish comes into this tournament, he's ending
this
right
battle
around
right here.
This round.
Yep.
So is he going to break the curse? Or is Aaron Morris going to perform on his first World Championship breaking into the top 24?
We've seen a lot of the new players just really killing it lately. So it's tough. It's tough to know what's going to happen because we haven't seen them perform yet. So, this is also Aaron's highest performance.
Sure.
I mean.
So let me ask you this. If you had to look at these two, where are we putting it? Who are we giving it to? Patrick Heelan, Aaron Morris. Patrick Heelan's 25th highest finish, but he's got the 4th seed.
Yep.
Aaron Morris, 49th seed, I believe is what it was. It was 49.
Yeah.
But with no high placing.
I'm definitely an underdog kind of guy.
So you're going with Aaron.
I love shouting out the people that are like showing up new, hopefully winning the biggest thing they could possibly win. Like we're also like everyone here is winning money.
Sure. Every single player in this bracket does walk away with something. I'm going to go with the curse breaker. I'm going to go with Patrick Heelan, and I say that because he's been around for a while. He's got the experience. But on the other hand, Aaron Morris has the cheering squad.
Yeah.
Aaron Morris has a loud crew.
It is maybe a third of the, the audience.
I'm curious to know if that cheering squad, though, is going to make a difference because there's 3 players on stage. So they're going to be making a lot of noise.
They're going to have to split.
Like segment their cheering
and it's going to become
3.
stereo for every other person playing. Just the screaming, slapping the
banging
desk.
the stage, getting ready. But while we talk about performance and winning and being the best and being good at your craft, we have a Trevor Gartner interview from last year we want to roll just to give you guys an idea of why this man is so scary no matter where in the bracket he is. So this is Trevor Gartner.
And I'm here with now 4-time champion of Big Buck. It's Trevor Gartner. Tell me, what is it like being part of Big Buck history like you have?
Oh, it's crazy. I can't wait to talk to my brother that was watching Twitch and hear all the comments and how the viewing experience was. It's only gotten better the last couple of years with more Canadians coming, more Aussies coming. They bring it to the table every time, and look at the placings. They crush it.
Trevor, as the 4-time champion, what is your strategy to win? What is your training program?
I basically just play a lot and try to be the fastest I can, and I play, the whole group of Scotty snipers, and we all push each other. And some days you don't have it, but you just got to keep going.
How would you describe the Big Buck community to someone who's never seen this before?
So the Big Buck community is great. We have a Facebook page. There's over 500 people on there that we all communicate. You can go anywhere in the U.S. or Canada, Australia. You could meet players down at the local bar, pub, and play with them and meet with them and interact with them. It's such a great community.
What did you think of the esports arena? We've been in Las Vegas last year, but here we're in such a bigger stage.
I've never seen anything like this. The massive screen, the stage, it was an awesome experience. I'm Trevor Gartner, 4-time world champion. I'll be looking for everybody that wants to come play next year. Hopefully somebody can take me down. I don't know, 4's a lot. Somebody come.
Now, while that whole thing was happening, all I hear behind is just chants.
It was awesome.
So let's jump on board with Aaron Morris, Patrick Heelan, the match we called out, the one that we want to see.
Oh, yeah.
Patrick Heelan, Aaron Morris are actually currently walking on stage, gearing up and getting ready to go into the slugfest. Now, this is going to be exciting because this is going to be loud. There is going to be a cheering squad. Aaron Morris gets on stage, gets into place, gets a good luck hug. And the rest of the agents are walking off stage, talking into their walkie-talkies and ear mics.
Get ready to cheer for all 4 battles going on right now.
Yeah, seriously. I think I only see one camo shirt up there currently. So I think it looks like a Canadian on the far right.
Yep.
So that must be. Oh, so Davis Semenchuk is from Saskatchewan.
Yes.
Saskatchewan.
Saskatoon is not a thing. Saskatchewan.
Szechuan.
Yeah.
Anyway, but we are jumping in right now with Patrick Heelan, Aaron Morris.
Great tag there from Aaron. Another good shot coming in from Aaron with a few, really dangerous shots coming in from both players. Patrick does nail a buck really, really deep back there. And this scoring is going to be very lopsided. Wow. 4,000 points. There were so many deep buck shots there from Patrick.
I'm extremely interested to see how this one plays out. This honestly could go either way. We are still early. It is 3-3, but with the 3-3 score, we've still got 4 sites and a bonus left to go. Going into the second site, we do have the Dangerous Trophy here. Let's see if an early dough out makes this lopsided back into the other side of the.
Yeah, baby. You got it. All right, Patrick with the 2. Can he grab himself a third? Aaron does steal it from him. We got a few of the ostriches taking a dive. Aaron does grab himself another one, a third buck to even it out. Where is that Dangerous Trophy? What color is going to snag it? That would be green.
Oh, that is 3-3. Patrick does pick up the Dangerous, which gives him those few extra 500 points. 3,000 points separating these two.
We still got some. We still got some points on the board here, so it's not the end of the world. 3,000 points with 3 more sites to go.
While Patrick is running away with it a little bit, I do want to jump onto game number 3. Kirby Anderson, Brooke Schoenman, 150 points separating these two players. I guarantee you we will hear more chants from Aaron. We will be back in a little bit with them, but for now, let's check in with Brooke and Kirby.
All right, we're looking for that Dangerous Trophy coming out here, and it goes down to green. Well played, Brooke. 7,000 points she procured during that. Look at it. She's exasperated and fist pumping because she knows she just dominated that battle just then.
And she needs to. In a close game, you need to be able to put up big points, and that's exactly what she does.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's see what we can do here. Site number 4. She is in the lead with 13,000 to 7,800. Look at them scrambling with their guns. That was a great shot because you got to see in real time that they don't know where the Bucks are coming from.
And that was a deep shot. Brooke picked up that first shot in the back left corner. That's a big amount of points that she just racked up on that shot.
Wow, wow, wow.
And we can hear the chants going on in the background. Amy Green, Davis Semenchuk. Amy Green is in the lead between Patrick Heelan and Aaron Morris. It does look like Patrick is kind of starting to run away with it. He's up about 7,000 points. And Brooke Showman is doing exactly the same. Going on into this next site here. Both players laser focused. First one falls to Kirby, second one to Kirby. Can he make it 3? He does. Critters look like they're going to Brooke as she picks up her first buck. Kirby fires back with one of his own. Who is going to be picking up the number 6? And it falls into Brooke's pocket.
Well, he needed that. 1,800 points to catch up a little bit. Brooke is still handily in the lead here.
These are all runaway matches. I'm going to say
Yikes.
let's jump on board with game number 2 here. Jamie Rundle against Matthew Richards. I think it's pretty safe to say Brooke is going to be moving on to the next round as she has a 6,000 lead going into the reload or into the bonus game. Patrick Heelan confidently beating out Aaron Morris.
And
here.
Amy Green with 6,000 points over Davis Semenchuk going into the bonus. That is just not going to happen.
No, it is not. And Jamie Rundle, as I said, no close games here. Jamie Rundle has a dominating lead here over Matthew Richards. There's 8,000 points. 8,000 points already after 2 sites.
Intense. All right. That was a good showing there from Matthew. Let's see what we ended up with here. Pull the trigger, boys. I want to see what the math is.
Don't make me do it, please.
All right, 1,900 to 2,600. Very good. So Matthew is hurting really bad here. He is 8,000 points behind still with 2 sites to go. There is a lot of bucks left to shoot. But, man, does Matthew need Jamie to just drop the ball on this next site?
And Brooke Showman does move on to the next round with a 6,000 point lead over Kirby Anderson. Aaron Morris looks like he's going to fall here. Patrick Heelan finds his exit out of the tournament. Amy Green moves on to the next round, taking down Davis Semenchuk.
Matthew with a very deep shot.
This isn't on the crowd. I hope we can get a crowd cam.
Man.
Can we get a crowd cam really quick?
We got some body surfing going on here.
Body surf happening with Austin, Texas, walking their last player out of the tournament, carrying him all the way out as a celebration. He's out of the tournament, but nonetheless.
And walking out the door.
They are quite literally heading towards the door as a celebration. That is absolutely
amazing.
Awesome.
Amazing. Well, Texas is out of the building.
How do you transition out of that? How do you go? How do you go from that back into this? Jamie Rundle is up $5 here. Matthew Richards does end up doing out. Dangerous Trophy does also fall into Jamie's hand.
Wow.
That's going to be building out that lead even more. 19,000 to 9,000. That's a 10,000 point difference going into the bonus game.
This is a pretty big shutout here, and this is the reload bracket. So, as we mentioned, losing here means you go home. So, Davis Semenchuk, Aaron Morris, looks like Kirby Anderson, and now, unfortunately, we'll see what happens here on this last site, but it is not looking so good in this bonus round for Matthew Richards.
Now, fun fact for you, all of the Cowboys here are Play Mechanics staff.
Oh.
They had the opportunity to do a fun photo shoot and make themselves part of an old Western-style shoot-'em game.
That's amazing. And not much Matthew can do here to pull 10,000 points out.
No, it's a formality at this point to finish this one out. Matthew Richards is going to be falling out of the tournament. Kirby Anderson sees an early exit.
Good job,
Aaron
guys.
Morris, I think one of the last from Texas, punches his ticket home. He's going to be able to enjoy some drinks and hang out with the crowd. Getting ready for our next matchups. We don't know all of them yet, but we do have Adam Holm against Kelly Gale Clark. This is reload round 3. Now keep in mind, this is top 32.
Yep.
Losing here puts you in the top 32. Winning here puts you in the top 24. Maybe not necessarily a big cash difference between those placings, but it really is a huge opportunity to continue to play for that $20,000 grand prize. This is what everyone wants. And speaking of what everyone wants, I think we want to know how Trevor Gardner is going to be doing.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to jump in with this next round. Trevor Gardner against Matt Peterson playing on game number 4. You can see them in the crowd just kind of hanging out, just maybe going like, shit. But Matt Peterson, Trevor Gardner, loser goes home, winner moves on to the next round.
Yeah, bud. Oh, and they are taking the stage.
Yep, and there is Trevor's family and cheers and supporters getting him ready, giving him some motivational support as he heads in.
Dave Snipe looking dapper in every patch known to man on a jacket and pants.
Yep, and so each one of those patches represents an era of Big Buck Hunter.
Oh, wow.
It's actually, I love it. I think it's awesome. Dave Snipes always comes up, and he comes in style. It's got the Bucks are bigger in Texas. He's got the Las Vegas. He's got the Chicago logo. He's got Rack and Roll.
Wow.
I mean, it's covered.
All right. Well, we get to see.
Look at that beautiful thing. Look at it. All right, let's get into it. Game number 4. Trevor Gardner, Matthew Peterson. Jack, I cannot wait to see this one.
I'm super stoked.
And the deep shots, they're both taking shots. It does fall into Matt Peterson's pocket. He does get the second one as well. Can he make it 3? He does. Big game falls to Matt, too. Trevor's barely able to put anything on the board. He might be struggling. This might not be Trevor's weekend as he falls 4-2, but the big game does go to Matt Peterson as well.
Wow.
This could be, if we saw Trevor knocked out this early,
it's open for anybody at that point.
How does that happen?
Come on, Scotty.
All right, dangerous trophy here on the next Kudu trek. Jack, walk me through the action.
You got it, my man. All right, we got an immediate Trevor Gardner and Matt both plugging one. Let's see, deep in the back, Trevor manages to get a second and a third. A fourth deep buck. We've got a few critters taking a dive here. Where we're looking for it, Matt does manage to pick it up. The dangerous trophy is around the corner somewhere, hiding in the grass. The Panther does go down to the orange gun. Matt, well done. 2,700 to 1,600. This is it's not too much of a deficit, about 1,000 points between them, with still plenty of stuff to go.
But it's not somewhere you expect Trevor to be.
No, God, no. Like Trevor doesn't let things get close like this. So we're definitely going to see. There it is. This is Trevor showing up now. He's taking every point on the table. He is now afforded the chance to shoot whatever the heck he wants.
And that is not something you can do against Trevor Gardner. If you have a lead against Trevor, you need to maintain it. 7,000
You just gave 7,000 points to one of the best big buck hunters in the world.
And after picking up 7,000 points, and you pick up 0.
Yeah.
That is potentially the end of Matt Peterson's tournament with that one doe out.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if he can make this up here. Everyone's grabbing a buck here. We're looking for a lot of critters are going down right now, and no one's really paying attention to the bucks. Wow, Trevor gets the deepest buck I have ever seen. 7,000 points for that sight. Good gravy. That was a lot of action. Man, Matt Peterson is not happy right now.
And I hate to do it to the man, but I think Matt Peterson's going to be seeing an early exit out of this tournament as well in Reload Round 3. So we're going to jump on board with game number 3 here, Chris Lennon against Mark Santander. Chris Lennon and Mark pretty close. It's only 1,700 points difference after the first sight. They're currently looking onto their third sight. It looks like Chris actually had a huge second sight. Chris has picked up the lead over Mark Santander by 2,000, just under 2,000 points.
Wow.
Now the question is, can he maintain it?
That's all you need to do. Once you get that lead, just don't let anyone catch up. Santander is picking him off. Chris does manage to get a very deep one, but Mark gets one even deeper. 4-2. This is a monster score, 3,800. Wow. So this score, look at this. We've all caught up. We're about 1,000 points between them.
This is as close as it could be. That's not necessarily true. We did see a tie or 13 points before a bonus game yesterday, but it is close. This is nail-bitingly close. If I'm Mark, I'm anxious. If I'm Chris, I'm thinking I might be taking down one of the big shots of this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Wow, Chris just plugs every single buck on the screen already. Who's going to get number 4? Mark does take it down. We are crittering out of control.
But the deep one goes to Chris. That's going to hurt Mark.
Look, look at his face. He knew.
He's turning to the crowd just going, God dang it. I saw it, I knew it was there, and I just didn't hit it. I just couldn't get the accuracy on it.
All right, gentlemen, take a breath. You got this.
And this is the closest match we have on stage here. Adam Holm is up against Kelly Gray. Adam Holm is taking the lead considerably. I think that's going to be Kelly Gale Clark's exit out of the tournament. Trevor Gardner does topple Matt Peterson in the bonus game. He wins 24,000 to 13,000. And Brenton Garrity and Matthew Garver are battling it out right now. About 3,000 points separate them with 2 sites and a bonus game left. As soon as this match is over, we will switch over to game number 2 and keep you up to date with all of the action happening here on stage at the Big Buck World Championship.
Wow, Chris just cleaned up in that site. Wow, wow, wow.
This is not good for Mark Santander.
No.
He is down nearly 2,000 points going into the bonus game. 3,000 points now after that site.
Mark.
3,000 points. I think that's about all she wrote for Mark Santander.
If Mark can't clean everything here, the game is over.
That's right. So we're going to jump on with this bonus game. As soon as this bonus game is done, we're going to switch it back over to game number 2. Bretton Garrity and Matthew Garver battling it out. Matthew Garver picks up a huge lead after Bretton Garrity does out on the 4th site. After that doe out, Matthew Garver has a 10,000 point lead over Bretton Garrity.
These doe outs have been so deciding in all of these battles.
They seriously have. I mean, we've seen one doe out, and that one doe out just completely changes the way this game is played. It knocks. We've seen people eliminated over one doe out. We've seen a veteran competitor who's consistent doe out 3 times in a row.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's these
nuts.
new sites or new paths on the sites, but it's something. For those of you who are watching at home who haven't maybe recognized or realized yet, the curveball that Play Mechanics threw into the tournament this year actually is all of the animals are running new routes.
Yep.
So there's no memorization that's going to help you here. Everything's switched up. Everything's different. But jumping on with Matthew Garver and Bretton Garrity. Now keep in mind Matthew Garver is up about 10,000 points over Bretton Garrity. So Bretton is going to be seeing a very... I need to stop saying early exit because at the end of the day, this is top 32.
Yeah, exactly. So they've made it halfway through.
They've made it halfway through the tournament. But again, none of these players are players you expect to be placing in the top 32.
Yep. Wow. Kelly Gale Clark going home. Matt Peterson also leaving us. Mark Santander, what an upset, also leaving us. And there you go. Brenton is also on his way out. Well played.
Matthew Garver hits us with the thumbs up as he goes out. The high five to Dave Snipes and the high fives to the Scotty Snipers. Obviously, these are 2 legendary crews of players who have been here for a long time. They've been around. They know each other. I'm sure the Scotty Snipers are excited for Matthew Garver to come back. I think, if I recall correctly, Matthew Garver is the only player he lost to at the championship. He got 2nd place. Was Trevor Gardner. Mark Santander out, which might mean Will Bromley. Where's Bromley in this tournament? He must be in winners still because we haven't seen him in a while.
I haven't seen him play in a minute, yeah.
And Will Bromley obviously representing Hawks Brewing Company out in Australia. Bromley is, one of those players that we really haven't even talked about when we talk about who we expect to be winning this tournament. Bromley is a fierce competitor, and he's good. And he practices a lot. I picked up the 4th place finish.
Yeah, he's the best big buck hunter in the world.
If you don't count the 3 other guys that finished above him. Hawks Brewing Company made some really awesome commercials celebrating Will Bromley's passion for big buck hunter and community. We're really excited that he's here, and you know what? I think we might even need to reevaluate a little bit. Speaking of which, Will Bromley pops up on our screen as the next match in winners round number 3. Will Bromley is going to be taking on Philip Dupre. That's going to be a fun match.
Oh, yeah. This is the winners round 3 that we are going into now. So as we start seeing these populate in, we will let you know what's going on.
So for those of you at home, as I said, we've been trying to keep you guys up to date with if we're in the winners or the reload. We are in winners round 3, which means losers of these rounds will be going to the reload bracket. They're not out of the tournament. They still have an opportunity to come back, compete, and take home that $20,000
Yeah,
prize.
buddy. That's where Trevor Gardner is sitting right now.
William Bromley, Philip Dupre. Let's call it. Who's winning?
Okay, let's look at these stats. Number 1 seed. It's got to go to William.
Okay.
He's got a cool. But Philip is so cool though.
And come on, they're in their wedding costume. Wedding costumes. Their wedding outfits.
I guess they're still costumes.
They're still a little color, right?
Yeah.
I guess if you don't.
It's a performance. If
you don't wear it every day.
It's a costume.
It's a costume.
Yeah.
So, wedding outfit costumes.
Yeah. I'm wearing a blazer with a t-shirt. This is my casting costume.
This is my casting costume. There you go. There you go. I like that. We also have Glenn Rattray against Chris Freem. This is another awesome matchup.
Oh, wow,
We've
yeah.
got former world champion, 2012 champion. He hasn't had a chance to reclaim that glory anytime recently. It hurts. Chris is one of my favorite hunters in the community.
But he's still in the winner's bracket.
But he's still in the winner's bracket. But
Yeah.
that's Chris's curse, I think. Chris consistently comes pretty far in the winner's bracket, and then just like boom, boom, he's out.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
But look at those seeds; they're right on top of each other. So this is going to be a pretty good match.
And Glenn Rattray here is in is 10th place. Now, Glenn Rattray is QLD, is where he's from. He's Australian.
Queensland.
There we go. I didn't know if you'd get that. I was quiz. Now we're gonna find out in like 20 minutes from now. It's not Queensland. Just so you know, it's not Queensland. We're both over here celebrating. Yes, nailed it. But Glenn Rattray is no joke. He's a serious competitor. And then we also have Nate Boyer against Jacqueline Stafford. That being said, game number 4 is actually
already
underway.
kicked off.
So we're going to jump on with game number 4 here. William Bromley against Philip Beaupre.
Looks like we are ducking into some zombie bucks right now.
And it's close. It's 2020 to 1933.
That is, they're right on top of each other. An immediate headshot from William, 2 to be exact. Philip finally grabs himself one of those zombie bucks. We're seeing a few of those critters go down. That one buck was just unkillable at the moment, but they did manage to take them all down. William does come out on top. 4,000 to 3,000. This is still anyone's game, and this is what I was expecting to see. Like their seeds were so close, you would expect that their scores would also be on top of each other.
Yep.
So we picked our next area here. We're going for some bulls. All right, here we go. William Bromley sitting in the lead currently, but not by much. Very, very deep shots. Philip does manage to get it, but William does doe out, unfortunately. So Philip has all the time in the world to just plug away. Now he's made some kind of dangerous shots there, but he still managed to take it all down.
And it's important there to note, if you're William Bromley and you are in the lead, you can't doe out to Philip Beaupre there. Philip's just going to use that opportunity, build up a lot of points. And you've got the Team PB&J sitting in the crowd, all of those green shirts cheering on Philip Beaupre, excited for them to be here, excited for Philip to be fighting in the winner's bracket still. And, of course, another match that came up, Lauren Hope against Sean Chadwick. That's one we're going to be jumping on board with very shortly. Lauren Hope is one of the big favorites, honestly, to win, especially after how she performed last night. She kicked ass. This match, Philip Beaupre takes the lead by 3-2. The last one in the back corner, Philip does pick it up. William Bromley here falling further and further behind.
Now, again, this is the winner's bracket, so losing here is not the end of the world. You just have to go battle Trevor Gardner.
That's it. You just have to go fight Trevor Gardner.
That is your punishment for losing in the winner's bracket.
That's right. Chris Freem is maintaining a lead here against Glenn Rattray by about 4,000 points after 2 sites. Nate Boyer and Jacqueline Stafford have just started with Nate Boyer doeing out in this round 1. We're seeing a lot of doe outs by the Scotty Snipers. Jacqueline Stafford starts that round with a 3,000-point lead. If she doesn't doe out and plays it right, this should be hers to win.
Wow, Philip with another doe out. William gets to clean it up, and the Dangerous Trophy is on its way.
And Philip needed that. Or, sorry, Will needed that.
There you go.
Will absolutely
well
needed
done.
that. Will's down by 5,000 points. He needed a big round. Only 2,000 points going there onto the side of William Bromley, but probably not enough to keep him in contention in his bonus game. It's not necessarily over.
It's not out of it, but yeah.
I do want to jump over to game 5. As I think this one's probably going to go into the side of Philip Beaupre. Let's jump to game number 5, where Glenn Rattray is facing off against Chris Freem in what is a nail-biter.
Very close.
Was a nail-biter of the match until 3,000 points just separated the two.
But we still have 1 site left, so let's see what's happening. Chris does nail 2 bucks, 3 actually, with a few critters. The big game goes to Glenn with 2 bucks on top of that, and we have 4 finishing out with Chris, 3,600 points. Chris is looking really good right now. Glenn Rattray, we got some flossing going on.
As soon as the camera hits, he goes, nope, I'm done. Nope, don't look at me.
Please don't show this.
Please don't show this.
My friends are going to make fun of me. All right, so there are just maybe too many points of a deficit here between Glenn and Chris for this to really make sense. Keeping this as close as it is. Well, Chris is actually making sure that Glenn can't catch up, so that will be a win for Chris Freem. Well done, Glenn. Nice try. Off to the reload bracket.
And Glenn made a bad out of hell appearance a few years ago where he showed up and just dominated after supporting for a few years. But Chris moves on into the next round. Exciting for him, especially with a new wife at home.
Congratulations.
Looking to bring home that $20,000 prize. But we're going to jump on to game number 2 here. Lauren Hope against Sean Chadwick. Now, Lauren Hope fell pretty hard in that first round. Sean is not a competitor you can overlook. This is really Lauren's first true test, I think, at this championship today. Sean Chadwick picking up 2nd place last year is no joke. He is a player who will take every advantage he can, and Lauren is learning that quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Down 5,000 points after 2 sites is not somewhere you want to be against Sean Chadwick.
All right, Lauren, you got this, buddy. Lauren Hope is all of our picks to win.
Lauren, don't hurt us here.
All right, Sean Chadwick just not letting Lauren have anything at all. He is just taking every critter, every buck, every big game, and then he does out, but it doesn't matter because he took literally 99% of the points that were on the table. Wow. Oh, we got some not heckling, that's cheering. We are cheering each other on. Okay, moving in to this is Lauren's got some work to do here. She is 8,000 points behind with 2 sites. Very doable, but she really needs to start stealing some stuff from Sean.
She needs to have a blowout performance.
Yep.
I mean, like, realistically, it's going to come down to whether or not she can have a blowout performance. And as it goes on, Sean Chadwick is performing just at such a level that you really can't think.
Wow, he didn't even mean to shoot that buck. It just jumped in front of its gun.
Ran in front of his gun. He's magnetized onto these Irish
These
elk.
bucks want his bullets. Wow. This is unreal. Sean is just taking everything from Lauren at the moment. All right, we are going into the last site. This is her chance to hopefully, all she can really ask for is a doe out early from Sean and just the deepest bucks in the world.
And while this is happening, Nate Boyer and Jacqueline Stafford are facing off, or were facing off. Nate Boyer knocked into the reload bracket by Jacqueline Stafford. Buck. Now, Jacqueline had a hell of a showing last night. Jacqueline picked up a 4th place finish, so Nate Boyer may be underestimated. I'm not entirely sure, but congratulations, Jacqueline, moving on into winner's round.
Absolutely.
4. Lauren probably not going to be able to share that same fate as Sean just picks up round after round after round. Now, here's the interesting thing. Lauren's fast. She came in guns blazing yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And now Sean Chadwick is just like, sorry, this is my match. I'm winning this one.
It is unreal how fast he is, actually, because he is. You can see him like shooting just before Lauren, where she is shooting. Like he's anticipating every shot.
Now, and here's the interesting thing. This is just processing to me. Whoever plays against Trevor Gartner in the finals, if Trevor Gartner makes it to the finals, will have to win 1 match. Trevor will have to win twice.
Oh.
So whoever goes into the finals from the loser side, and of course there are a lot of big players left over still.
Absolutely.
Whoever makes it into those finals is going to have a challenge against whoever's coming out of the winner side, because our winner side of the bracket is still stacked.
Dude, Trevor being in the bottom bracket is it's making this very interesting.
It is 100%. So Lauren Hope does fall here to Sean Chadwick. Lauren is going to be moving on into the reload bracket, top 24. Sean moves on into the winner's bracket. Congratulations to Sean. Nicole Erickson, Andre Rivas currently fighting it out on game number 4, so we're going to jump in and take a look at how that's going right now.
Excellent. Yeah, we have 2 champions in the reload right now. What happened?
We had Drew Baldock and Andrew White on screen. I think we actually just switched it over to Nicole Erickson and Andre Rivas.
Sounds good.
Let's keep it on game number 4 just to see how it's going. But I do want to check back in with Drew Baldock any minute now.
All right, so there's only 1,000 points between these. That is a great finish. Nicole and Andre. Let's see where we're at here. 7,600 to 7,000. This is as close as it can get. Let's keep it going into the final site right now. I believe this is the final site. Yes. All right. Where are they hiding? Who's going to get the first one? The first one will go to Andre. Second, very deep. Third, extremely deep bucks. This is looking really good for Andre right now. He is just tagging everything. She wasn't able to get the big game. Actually, she wasn't. I thought she knocked it out. I could have sworn.
2,000 points. 2,000 points.
Wow.
It's 2,000 points.
All right, bonus game. 2,000 is kind of my, like, at 2,000 or a little above is kind of my, like, it's probably over-ish. But you gotta blow it out.
The thing is, there's so many targets on the screen, unless the other person's going for the same targets and you're just faster,
Yeah.
they're going to pick up some. And just like that, right, we're talking about this, and it's pretty evenly split, but Andre does walk away with it. So Andre is going to be moving on to the next round, and Nicole is going to find herself in the reload bracket. While we're here, can we jump down to game number 5, Andrew White against Drew Baldock. Now, Andrew White, Drew Baldock, it is a close match, 8,800 to 7,600.
Wow.
Andy White taking down Drew, potentially. Now, this is, keep in mind, Andrew White is the same player that took down Trevor Gardner a little bit ago.
Trevor, come on.
If Andrew White might have just, I don't know if he's hitting his stride. I don't know if he's just been practicing and is just showing up to play today.
I wonder if he's just playing against the weakness of the great players that are so used to memorizing things.
And he's just a speed shooter.
Yeah.
It could very well be. It could be that he blessed his gun, as we said earlier. And he's
Thank you, Pope.
He's just got the big buck Pope, just fueling his passion and fueling his fire today. But Andrew White, with the lead that he has going into this, it's not necessarily over. But I think Andrew is going to be punching his ticket into winners round number 4.
All right, let's see where we end up. There's a fun, casual hug. Aw, good job, everyone.
That's right. Andy moves on. Andy's excited, sending Drew into the reload.
Yep.
We have a Scotty Sniper still in the winner's bracket. Coming up on this round, we have Julianne Jones against Federico Reed and Chris Esper against Melinda Van Humesen. And I think naturally we've got to watch Julianne Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Julianne's your pick to win. Federico is one of the most supportive and passionate big buck hunters.
What an awesome dude.
I think in this entire community, to be honest. He's energetic. I don't know anyone in this community that knows more about big buck hunter than Federico Reed.
So we're currently watching Melissa Van Humesen versus Chris Exberger. They've already gone through one site already. It looks like Chris has 2,700 over Melinda's just 590 points. All right, let's see where we go on from here. Gemsbach is on the plate. You can see how they're already pre-pumping their guns, ready to shoot. A couple of body shots. Melinda with the headshot there. That was beautiful. All right, we are tied up 2-2 Bucks. We got Melinda grabbing another one way back there. Who's got it? That was an excellent shot. Excellent shot coming in from Chris.
Wow, Melinda just squeaks by the lead on that one. Of course, the Van Humesen clan is just in anticipation of a mother win here.
Look at that. It's all smiles. They're battling each other. We're in the winner's bracket. Everyone's still smiling, dancing, shaking it.
I think at the end of the day, they're excited. You know, at the end of the day, they understand the position that they're in. There's a lot of money on the line from winning this tournament.
Absolutely. And I think you're a little looser when you're in the winner's bracket because you know you do have that safety net.
Yep, you do have a cushion that if you do go down, but again, no one wants to go down this early. But if you do go down, you have the cushion. You are aware. You know, in worst case scenario, I have the reload bracket. Andre Rivas pushes Nicole Erickson into the reload bracket as he moves on. And Andy White, of course, as we saw earlier, does beat out Drew Baldock here. Can Melinda Van Humesen share the same fate as Andrew White and Andre Rivas, or is she going to fall to Chris Exberger?
Realistically, you want to stay out of the reload bracket now if you're in the winners to just stay away from Trevor as much as possible. We got some zombie bucks here, headshots only. Let's see who can take them.
And I think we're in a position where I definitely do think that the winner's bracket is more threatening than the reload.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, I think we saw the reload bracket being a little more threatening, but there aren't as many big fish in the reload bracket this year apart from the really, really big fish, you know? But one of the cool matches that's coming up here is Julianne Jones against Federico Reed. Julianne Jones, your favorite to win it. Federico Reed is kind of the community watchdog. He's the one who knows everything about big buck hunting. Even more so than that, they're both from the East Coast. So they've played with each other often. They know how they hunt. They know how they play. Memorization obviously does not factor into this at all.
I kind of love that, though.
The entire crowd down below watching behind these two players is in green. So let's jump on board with Federico Reed and Julianne Jones as Melinda and Chris are wrapping up their final sight before going into the bonus. Melinda is falling behind by just about a few thousand points.
That's one. Uh-oh.
All right, here we go. Who's going to nail it first? An unfortunate immediate dough out from Federico, giving Julianne Jones all the time to take those careful shots. She's shooting through the trees, dodging the doughs, and she nails every single buck that was available on the table, 2,400. She has a 2,000-point jump on Federico. She's got to be feeling pretty good about that. We're moving into site number 2. Now, the treks here are 5 different sites.
Correct.
One bonus round.
That's right.
And there will be one dangerous game somewhere inside of there.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Dangerous Trophy.
Dangerous Trophy, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So Melinda Van Humison here, just finishing out against Chris Exberger as well. Melinda is going to be finding herself in the reload bracket after winners round 3. Chris Exberger moves on into winners round number 4.
Federico, another early dough out. And honestly, everyone's having trouble with these zombie bucks. That is not what you want when your opponent does out that early.
1,000 points is not impressive.
No.
1,000 points between 2 players is kind of one of the lowest scoring sites you could possibly see.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've seen sites where people have gotten 1,000 points on one animal.
Yes. All right, here we go. Site number 3. Julianne Jones has a 3,000-point lead over Federico. 2.5. Oh, Federico showing up now, finally.
Oh, no!
And he does out again. That is 3 doughs in a row.
Fortunately for him, he did pick up 4 bucks first, so he's still going to end out that round strong.
Even after doughing, still managed to get 2,300 points, which brings him back into competitive action.
You'd really like to see Federico there maintain that momentum, though. He picked up 4 bucks, which means he's probably going to pick up one of the next 2 just because he's got the stride.
Oh, yeah.
But he missed that stride. He didn't get it.
All right. Julianne just looking to maintain. We got a couple of critics going down. Federico just taking everything. And Julianne with the early dough out. No bucks on the board.
And Federico turns around, throws his arms in the air. He's got crowd cheering him on. His mom is in the crowd, louder than anybody. Federico puts up big points, goes up 4,000 points against Julianne Jones with another site or 2 to go.
All right, here we go. The last site between them before they get to the bonus, 4,000 points. All right, Federico did it again. Another dough out. That was 4 doughs out of 5 sites. This is huge for Julianne. Can she take these down?
And she needed
beautiful.
Julianne
she needed that.
Needed that after missing that dough and then
the dangerous game deep out there. If this is 4,000 points, she just took the lead, ladies and gentlemen. She just climbed from having half of her opponent's score. Oh, she is still a few points below.
And it's going to be a intense bonus game. It comes down to this. We've had a couple of these happen once or twice before. Whoever wins this bonus game will win this match. Julianne Jones, Federico Reed. Let's take a look.
Wow.
And I think that's it. Julianne went guns blazing.
Wow.
Julianne just,
she had to see if she's like, did I get it? Did I get
Julianne
it?
turned to the crowd and literally went, did I get that?
Yep.
Did I do it? Am I good? Federico, look, a hell of a performance.
Absolutely.
But doughs out 4 times.
That's
and
rough.
I cannot help but think that those 4 dough outs are exclusively the reason he lost.
100%. And exclusively because we've changed how everything moves.
Yep. Federico, had he not hit those doughs, had Federico not doughed out on one of those sites, he could have potentially picked up about 1,000 more points.
Absolutely.
And he only lost by 1,000 points.
The biggest dough that he hit was that last one where he let Julianne just take every single point that was available.
And the worst part about it, the thing that breaks my heart about that dough out is just before that, he got $6 on Julianne's dough out, threw his fist in the air, turned, and got excited.
Yeah. He had double his opponent's score going into that.
And then he does out on the next site. That is not something you can do. And I hate to say it, but at the end of the day, if you're in the winner's bracket this late in the game, you cannot make those mistakes.
And you don't even want one dough out, and he had 4.
And he didn't make one mistake. He made 4 of them. And then Julianne Jones came into the bonus game and just cleaned house. She literally hit everything.
There it is, the pump. Yeah!
Federico celebrating. He knows Julianne knocked out. or he knows she doed out. He's excited because he knows this is 6 free bucks.
Yeah.
That's a lot of points. You can't afford to doe out.
It's painful to see. It's painful to see it happen once.
It's seriously. I mean, it's. There's no room for mistakes.
Right.
We've seen one doe out. We've seen one doe out knock somebody out of this entire tournament. He got 4 and barely lost.
He had 3 and was still winning.
Yeah, exactly. so I hate to say it, but Julianne, congratulations for winning that round.
Absolutely.
Federico, you just can't hit the does.
Yep.
You just can't hit the does.
Does.
They do get in the way.
Well, we are moving into the reload round 4 now after watching the winner's bracket, and the names on here are ridiculous.
100%. Before we dive into this next round, though, we do have Julianne Jones and Team PB&J down on the floor with our main man, Doug. Doug, take it away.
Sorry.
Caleb, come here. Thank you, Callum. Thank you, Jack. Yes, I am here on the floor. Big Buck Hunter World Championships 2019. We do have Julianne on the floor, and the rest of PB&J, if I'm not mistaken, want to learn a little bit more about him. Tell me. Let's start off with PB&J. What does it stand for?
Philip, Julianne, Beaupre.
Very, very cool.
This is the PB.
PB.
And I'm the J.
Now, how deep are we rolling here? I've seen green shirts all weekend. How deep are we rolling here?
20. There's more up there.
20. Holy smokes. What's your name, bud?
AJ.
AJ, where are you from?
Tennessee.
Where in Tennessee?
Johnson City.
You having a good time?
Yeah.
What's been the highlight of the weekend for you?
Watching them win.
Yeah.
Say it.
Watching them win.
Winning. I mean, there's nothing better than it, and it certainly seems like there's more winning in tow, for Julianne. Julianne, how'd you feel about that match? What's your energy level like right now?
I can't feel my hands. So I'm happy that I won, but it was tough.
Now, how much of an impact does this level of support system have in your performance?
It makes me want to do better. So I'm just going up and doing the best I can.
Doing the best you can, and that's all you can ask for. Fellas at the desk, we're going to cut it back to you as we watch Julianne for the rest of the tournament. She's guaranteed to make a deep run, and I'm personally looking forward to it. Take it away.
Bravo, Team PB&J. We are so excited that you guys are still in it, still kicking ass and taking names. But while we're at it, we are in gameplay. We're going to be jumping on to game number 5 here. We have Amy Green and Nicole Erickson battling it out to see who goes on and who goes home.
All right, let's do this play-by-play action. All right, we got the pumps going in already. We're looking for some bucks right up front. There's one hiding behind a doe. That was a super dangerous shot from both competitors. Amy Green manages to grab 2 for herself, 3 for herself, but Nicole was getting some deeper bucks there. It is 3-3. A dangerous trophy is in. Who's going to grab it? And that goes to the orange gun. Now, orange did manage to get some really deep bucks there. That's why her score is so much more inflated, if you will. 3,000 points between them after the second site. Moving into site number 3. Let's see what we can do. Moose, Gemsbach. What are we looking at? Yeah, Moose. Moose are actually big points, so let's see if they can really start to get some of those deep, deep shots. All right, we got them hiding behind some trees. Amy is just taking everything. A lot of body shots coming in here. And an unfortunate doe out from Amy Green. Nicole gets 2 headshots in a row to take him down. Great lead. Great jump there for Nicole Erickson.
I would genuinely love to see a statistic of doe outs per world championship and see if there's a correlation to kind of like any of these curveballs thrown into how many come in. Because I think at the end of the day, when you look at this, we are seeing doe out after doe out after doe out simply because of these rearranged sights.
Yeah.
Pressure, nerves, whatever it may be. I'm a little hesitant that it's throwing some of these players completely off of their game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's really, really messing with them. All right, so 10,000 points to 5,000 points. Nicole is doing a lot of work right now on Amy. With only 1 site left and a 5,000 point deficit, something really magic has to happen here between this and the bonus round. All right, let's see if Amy has it in her. Nicole is just taking the lead. All right, here we go. Very deep shot coming in from Nicole. She unfortunately has all the time in the world to shoot what she wants because Amy does dough out early. She also does out, but manages to get $4 herself.
But a very costly dough out early on by Amy. There, and she's already at a pretty substantial deficit, so she's going to have to claw back into it, and she can't afford mistakes like that.
No, not at all. But that would, coming into the bonus round, oh man, with about 7,000 points of a deficit, that kind of pointage does not even live in the bonus round here, so that will be an unfortunate go home from Nicole Erickson. So Amy Green will be leaving us because this is the reload bracket. Nicole, congratulations. Great shooting.
Is pointage? Is that a word?
Pointilage.
Pointilage. That seems like less likely.
Yeah.
Of a word.
Many pointillages.
Many much points.
I got esports Doug here on the desk with me, helping me do some play-by-plays once we get some more battles going on. So we kind of know how this battle is going to go down. Why don't we go over to game number 4 where Jamie Rendall and Drew Baldock are throwing down. We got Drew with 8,000 points to Jamie's 2,800. Moving into this, Doug, why don't you tell us what we're looking at?
Yeah, Jamie with a very strong start there, and Drew already on a bit of a deficit. That's already 4 over to the hands of Jamie, and while Drew was able to get one back at the end there, that's still, we're looking at 400 points of deficit here, and not only was it in that, but I mean, a pretty substantial lead already.
Absolutely. We still have 2 more sites to go, so it's not the end of the world here. There are still a lot of points to be had, especially with the way people have been doing out because of the new pathing of what our Bucks have been doing.
But he's got to play aggressive here, right? Like, that deficit that he's already facing is notable as it is. A very good early start by Jamie, and Drew responding with a much more shallow one. But that's horrible timing. Very costly dough out by Jamie there.
All right, and we get some cleanup action here coming in from Drew. 2,900 points to 690. That is not where you want to be right now. So I'd say we have, what is this, the last site and the bonus. Federico checking his nerves right there. I would be too. You're in the reload bracket now, and you have Trevor Gartner to have to deal with. I would be shaking as well. All right, Jamie Rendall and Drew both grabbing themselves a buck. There's a deep one back there that Drew manages to get his hands on. Jamie answers with his own. Drew grabs another one. Who's going to get the last one? Jamie answers, tying it up buck to buck. The dangerous trophy is coming in, and Orange takes it down deep and early for a lot of points.
Jamie needed that, but that's not going to be enough. We need to be able to put together multiple rounds like that in order to dig out of this hole.
Absolutely.
The deficit right now, I mean, is enormous.
So this bonus game, there has to be some sort of magic.
There has to be. Yes, a miracle of sorts. And look, we've seen crazier things this weekend, right?
Absolutely.
That's just scratching the surface, and if it's going to happen, it's got to happen here. Drew with a very strong start, up 2 spaceships on Jamie, and Jamie, this is the 11th hour. You've got to be able to pull something out here if you want to get back into this. Down 5, make that 6 already early on, and this doesn't look like this is coming together for Jamie. Drew running away with it.
So we're probably going to move on to game number 3 with Patrick Heelan and Melinda Van Humison, since that has pretty much been decided. Congratulations to Drew Baldock on that. Now, this is a fresh battle here. Melinda Van Humison, who took 2nd in the world's tournament, women's ladies tournament last night, is already coming out swinging. It almost looks like she shot both of those bucks with 1 bullet. She is taking everything she can away from Patrick. He does answer with 2 of his own, but man, she is feeling good. Look at that little shimmy.
She is. She's feeling good. She's got the crowd behind her. She's a fan favorite, really. Everyone loves the Van Humisons here, and you see that play out in the crowd, and not as much of a lead as I expected there.
Patrick got a few of those really deep shots, so that really, you have to sort of decide if you want to go for those harder, more dangerous, deep buck shots and give up the bucks that are up front, or if you just want to try to take as much as you can as quickly as possible. All right, moving on. Here we go. We are shooting for Rams. Goodbye, Rams.
Those poor Rams. Never stood a chance.
All right, Patrick nails 2 bucks of his own. Melinda grabs one pretty deep there. She grabs a second. Is she going for a third? Patrick does get that super deep one and does out when Melinda gets to take the 3rd buck. The dangerous trophy coming in. That bear is going down. Well done, Melinda.
very, very opportunistic there. She was able to capitalize, on the mistake there by Patrick, and that's what you expect out of a veteran player, right? When someone else makes a mistake, you've got to jump on them.
100%. That dough out wasn't too costly, but it was enough to give Melinda at least an extra buck or two and that dangerous trophy to sort of edge out the lead here, if you will. So she's at 3,900 to Patrick's 3,200 points. We're going for Moose. Moose are a pretty big, valuable animal. Let's see if we can get some of those deep shots here. Always hiding behind those does. Look at that. Who's going to get it? Patrick with the headshot. 2 headshots, if you will. Man, 3. He's shooting for bucks that don't even exist on the screen right now. Almost did a clean sweep. Melinda did manage to grab one for herself, but wow, did Patrick need that.
Yeah, Melinda there with a consolation trophy of sorts, at the end there. But yeah, Patrick really essentially running the show, and Melinda now down about 2,000. Listen, Melinda's been around for a long time. She knows how to play. Again, she finished second in the ladies tournament yesterday. What, in your opinion, does she have to do to get back into this game?
Well, with 2 sites left, honestly, look at that. They're already like discussing their approaches here. With 2 sites left, it's still up to anyone. No one's really behind the gun at this moment. Dangerous shots aren't really necessary. You will know more after this site is over.
And she's again, down 2,000 points here. She's going to have to put something together.
There it is.
A very strong start by Melinda. Huge. And that's the second one. Patrick is able to get back a critter, but a third coming out of Melinda. Melinda's running the show, folks. 5 of them going down, and now the consolation trophy is going over on the other side. But Melinda with a very strong performance.
Look at that strut.
And that's when she needed it most.
Yep. And some of those were so deep. This score is going to be astronomical to put her over the top. She needed 2,000. Let's see if she can get that. She got 3,200 points. 34. Yeah, she's got that lead.
She did it. She should be up about 1,000 points here. And again, that's what we expect out of a veteran who's been around for a long time, who understands how to handle the pressure of what's going on here.
Look at that, 8,000 to 6,000. She was under the gun, pulled it out, and now she just needs to maintain on this. Needs to make sure Patrick can't hit anything and drag him into the bonus round as a consolation prize.
Well, and look, like this is tournament life on the line, right?
Yeah.
This is the reload bracket, in round 4, and you've got to win here. You don't, you're going home.
Yep, absolutely. And she's got her cheering squad there. The Van Humisons all just patiently awaiting her victorious battle. All right, we're about to move into it right now. Melinda gets to choose the site. Looks like Irish Elk is where we're going. She's just taking a breath. All right, start us up.
Look, here's what I want to see out of Melinda in this. I want to see her continue to keep her foot on the gas. Don't let up just because you have a small lead. Continue to put foot to throat, proverbially speaking, and put Patrick away. Melinda's got to do that.
Wow.
Very strong start there. Patrick responding with 2 of his own there. That's 3. Melinda's got to get something going on here, going for the big game in the back, and is able to secure it. That's another one going down in 4.
Beautiful showing.
Very well.
That's hers. That is hers to bring into the bonus round. Patrick may have some trouble pulling back out from underneath this score.
It's about looking like 2,000 points, 1,500, 2,000.
They're just letting those scores add up on their own. The big game bonus.
But look, Patrick's not out of this.
No.
A strong bonus, and you can see this totally change.
Well, let's see where we end up here, because I'm guessing if he's in the weeds at about 2,000, 2,500 going against Melinda.
Yep.
Melinda's not going to let him have anything in this bonus round, but we'll see what happens. You got to shoot the spaceships that are trying to steal your cattle. All right, here we go.
That's got to be terrifying.
Utter ship bonus. Wait, you're shooting the cows or the spaceships?
The spaceships.
All
We're
right.
trying to steal the cows.
Got it. And there it is. Melinda is keeping it 1-1, if not grabbing herself a lead. Patrick is not going to be able to pull this out point-wise unless he just steals literally everything from now on.
Well, and that's exactly like you said, Jack, at the beginning. Melinda really just has to hold serve here. She's got the point advantage, and it really is, the onus is on Patrick to put together a bit of magic, if you will, to get back into this thing. But Melinda responding very well. She's up 6, make that 8, 10. I can't even keep up with how quickly those are coming
Melinda will be taking this home. So Patrick Heelan, thank you for coming. That means you are out of the running, buddy. I apologize. Drew Baldock did win against Jamie Rundle. Jamie Rundle will be going home, and Federico Reed wins over Brooke Schoenman by 8,000 points. A lot of big names hanging out here, a lot of big names going home. We still have another battle coming up between Adam Holm and William Bromley. That's going to be an excellent fight because we don't want to see either of those names going home, especially William Bromley, who, if I'm not mistaken, is the #1 seed coming into this, and he is in the reload bracket right now.
Yeah, and that's not typical, right? When you see a #1 seed come through, you don't expect them to be in that precarious situation, but that's just the reality of the situation, and Bromley has to put together something here in order to make it to where he expects to perform.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Federico. You had just played in the round before this, and you managed to hang on. Well done. Look at that, the chanting going on. Big buck, big buck. Thanks for playing. All right, we've got some more battles coming up here. Looks like Nate Boyer versus Chris Lennon. Lauren Hope versus Matthew Garver. That is going to be an intense battle. You'll remember Lauren Hope was the winner of the ladies tournament last night. She's dual qualified, so she's kind of everyone's like, we want her to win.
Oh, yeah.
She broke history last night being the first international ladies winner. And if she wins today, she's the first female winner, if I'm not mistaken, of the World Championship, and the first person to win both tournaments at the same time, taking home a whopping $25,000.
It's easy to love, right? Like, it's hard not to root for Lauren in this case, to be able to put something together like she has. And like you said, Jack, to be able to write history is not something that you get the opportunity to do very often, and she's poised to do it. But in order to get there, she's going to have to go through one of the most prolific names at the event.
Who we're also going to see battling here in the reload round. Trevor Gartner is going to be battling Glenn Rattray. As we mentioned, Adam Holm versus William Bromley, Chris Lennon versus Nate Boyer, and we're waiting for some more matches to come in here. So how are you feeling about this battle so far?
It's been great. The entire weekend has been great. Again, it's hard not to root for Lauren. I really hope she pulls it out, but it's a monumental task in front of her, right? This isn't a walk in the park, but that's what you show up for, right? If the best competitors, when their backs are against the rope, they show up.
Absolutely.
Right? They're going to come out swinging, and that's what I expect to see out of Lauren. But no, the entire weekend has been a blast. It's been a ton of fun. The floor has been great. The crowd has been great. All the folks who've helped put this event together have just been a ton of fun. And personally, I'm just excited to see a little bit more Buck Hunter.
Heck yeah. Well, speaking of more Buck Hunter, we're going to get right into game number 2 with Matthew Garver and Lauren Hope. Lauren Hope, again, you're on screen, our winner of the ladies tournament of last night. We're rooting for her, ladies and gentlemen, and you should be too. Actually, you should be rooting for everybody, but listen, we're picking favorites over here, okay? So we're gonna jump right in. Doug, why don't you tell us what we're looking at?
Yeah, a very strong start there to Lauren, and that's what she needs. But Matthew responding very well. Garver would make that 3 now. A couple of critters. Lauren gets another one down, but that's 4-2 in favor of Matt, and that's the kind of response that he needed. That's the kind of opening that he was looking for. And Lauren's already down 3,000 points. I know it's early, but Lauren has played so well this weekend that honestly I'm a bit surprised.
Oh yeah, you can hear the Scotty Snipers chanting in the background because they got Trevor Gartner also battling on game number 4, but we're going to stay here with Lauren Hope to see how this pans out.
Yeah, Lauren again needs to put something together here. Lauren respond a very strong start to make that 3. Matthew trying to respond with one of his own and is able to do so. Now Lauren's shooting for the back. She is able to put one down, but Matt responds as well. 4-2 in favor of Lauren. That's a 500-point advantage, and Lauren responding very well. They're trying to slowly eat into that deficit that she's facing.
Oh yeah. We're 3,000 behind here, but that's not a big deal. We have plenty more sites to battle through. Looking over at Trevor Gardner's battle, we're going into site number 3. Trevor is up by 2,000 points. Let's see what Lauren can do against Matthew here to try to catch up. Lauren with $2 of her own. Matthew Garver's only got 1. He manages to tie it up. Lauren taking the lead and a dough out from Matthew, but it was late in the game, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, you're still looking at doubling the score, really. Again, Lauren just has to put together rounds, right? You're not going to knock that deficit out in one fell swoop. You've got to chip away little by little, dig that hole out of there, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Absolutely. All right, site number 4. We've only got 2,000 points between them. Matthew Garver is on top. Look at him prepping their pumping action I honestly don't know why they do that before. It's probably just a tick that they learn. All right, wow, really deep shot coming in from Lauren Hope, and Matthew answers and does out immediately. This is Lauren's to just get as deep and as calculated shots as she can. You see how she let that run out a little bit? Here comes a dangerous trophy. That lion is all hers to doe out.
But look, here's the thing is, Lauren could not have asked for a better situation there.
That was incredible.
Matt, with Matt doing out early on, Lauren was able to, again, that's a substantial point advantage.
You do not want to leave points on the table, but she was able to take the lead in that circumstance.
And that's exactly what she needed. Going into the bonus game, the onus, again, now it's on Matt. Matt has to be the one to put together something impressive, and it's going to be on Lauren to take everything away that she possibly can from Matt. We're going back to the spaceships that are trying to steal the poor cows. Lauren with a very good start there. Matt responding just as well here. And again, Lauren just has to hold serve. If
Absolutely.
she can hold serve, she's in good shape, and it's on Matt to put something together.
There's only 1,000 points difference here, so this could go to anybody. Let's see how this pans out.
Lauren with a very strong performance
Oh,
so far.
yeah, she's got this.
Yeah, almost doubling what Matt has. Now more than doubling what Matt has, and Lauren's just running away with this thing at just the right time. The deficit is too big. Matt's not able to claw back into this thing, and Lauren, with a comeback late in the match, is able to pull it away.
Well done, Lauren. Well done. You're showing why you won the ladies tournament last night. If we're looking at the scores here, I don't know. Let's see. Let's go to... Actually, everyone has finished up, so we can go over what's going on here. It looks like Lauren Hope took it from Matthew Garver, so Matthew Garver will be going home. Trevor Gardner did win over Glenn Rattray, 16,000 to 12,000. So, Glenn, good playing, bud. You will be heading home as well. We are into... Oh, here's our standings right now. Wow. Nate Boyer going home. William Bromley was able to pull it out. Adam Holm is taking off. William hanging on the #1 seed. I'm excited that Trevor and William are both inside the reload bracket because those are two names I want to see duke it out.
Oh, it's going to be a clash of titans, juggernauts going at it, if you will. But again, a very good performance out of Will. That's what we expect out of the #1 seed, and performing very, very well. I love that Lauren's advanced. This has all the makings of a good story.
Oh, yes. Folks, we are going in already to the reload quarterfinals. This is moving a lot faster than it's been a lot of action, okay? And we're staying in the reloads. And already, game #2 is going to be Federico Reed versus Melinda Van Humesen, two very, very well-known players in this community. Looks like we got Nicole Erickson versus Drew Baldock. We're just waiting for them to sort of take the stage, figure that out. How's the floor been? Just hanging out? Like, everyone cool? Is everyone being a jerk to you?
No, the floor's been a riot.
Is Callum being a jerk to you?
Yeah, the only person who's really been a jerk so far has been Callum, but that's just Callum. Nobody really likes him anyway, so you just kind of, that's just what you get with Callum. But no, the floor has been a ton of fun. They've been super easy to work with. The crowd has been great. The energy has been great. And everyone, I love it. It's a family here, and they all come together one time a year to just bond over something that they love.
100%.
And that's something, which is why we're here, Big Buck Hunter.
Big Buck Hunter. You could see our dude, George Petro, giving a little speech. I don't know what he's saying. Is there a way to hear what he's saying? It doesn't matter.
I'm sure it's profound.
He's saying, you're all great. You're beautiful. Jack Danger's looking awesome up on the desk. Drink Busch Light. But of all the cool stuff happening on the desk right now, you're going to drink some Busch Light?
You told me to.
One of the cool things on the floor right now is the cool Halo game that anyone can come down and here play. So let's check out more about the Halo. Awesome game.
2018, one of the world's best-known video game franchises invaded FECs as Halo Fireteam Raven landed to rave reviews from operators and players around the globe. Now, by popular demand, the epic scope and cutting-edge technology of this arcade behemoth is available in a smaller footprint. Introducing Halo Fireteam Raven 2-Player Edition. The teams at Raw Thrills, Play Mechanics, 343 Industries, and Microsoft Studios have taken an uncompromising approach to the design of this new location-friendly model. Everything players have come to love about the original is here. Breathtaking, high-definition graphics, booming 5.1 surround sound, immersive cabinet design. It's all here to keep players in the seats and the profits in the cash box. Over the course of 6 heart-pounding missions, players will experience the events of the Xbox sensation Halo Combat Evolved from an all-new perspective and visit some of the best-known locations from this legendary franchise. Each mission is another chance to compete for dominance with each other and the world, thanks to competitive online leaderboards. First-of-its-kind connectivity allows players to use their Xbox gamer tag and earn exclusive stats and rewards simply by scanning their phones using one of 2 integrated QR readers. Earnings reports don't lie. More than 50% of players pay to continue their games and experience the entirety of this epic 45-minute campaign. Empty seats are rarely a factor thanks to intelligent lighting that encourages drop-in play. And the fully lit character marquee featuring the Master Chief is proven to beckon new recruits from across the room. Summon a dropship of your own and bring all the action of Halo Fireteam Raven to your location today.
Halo Fireteam Raven. It's a game. I was just telling Doug here, we were downstairs playing the 2-player for a while, but there's a place near me that has the 4-player one, the giant one with the screen that's like wrapping around you. It's very, very immersive. But this one is freaking awesome as well.
Well, and look, who doesn't want to be Master Chief, right? Like, for old school Halo folks who have been around for a long time, I had the privilege of playing the game earlier this weekend, and all of the classic Halo maps, like I felt like I was playing Halo CE again, only I was in this enormous cab, completely immersive, a really cool experience.
Yeah.
Highly recommend it.
It's awesome. So folks, 2017 was our very first time in Las Vegas, and to tell you more about it, we've got this little promo for you.
Welcome everybody to the 10th anniversary Big Buck World Championship in Las Vegas. Let me hear ya! Ladies and gentlemen, your MC, Dave Snakes! Welcome! What's up?
We've got the ladies tournament tonight.
I love the ladies tournament!
We have 32 of the best female huntresses.
We've got the final match! Kylie versus Melissa. Winner take all. Let's go! We've got a great matchup. It's anybody's game at this point. The ladies tournament is on the line with one side left. Oh my God! There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Our champion, Kylie!
I'm Kylie Hodgson. I'm the 2017 Ladies Tournament Champion.
I'm so glad to be in Vegas. Awesome, fun party.
Johnny Sniper! The 2017 10th Anniversary World Championship.
64 of the top big buck hunters in the world are with us tonight. It's $20,000. Are you ready? Let me know.
My whole family is back home in Dallas watching live on Twitch.
Let us please welcome to the stage our championship contenders. Right back in it, evened it up pretty close. Here's RJ's chance. Is he gonna clean him out? Puts him in the lead. This is it, folks. This is for your world champion. There it is. And we have a brand new world champion, RJ.
My name is Rogelio Angano, go by RJ Angano. My friends call me Beast Mode, and I'm the 2017 Buck Hunter World Champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back right into the action here. We have William going right up against Trevor Gardner. Now, William Bromley, Trevor Gardner, two of the biggest names. Trevor does dough out on that first site. Bromley gets a 4,000-point lead going into the second site. Doug, I'm going to have you call the action here. Tell me as you see it.
Trevor with a very strong start there. Not just one, but two. William responding with a very deep shot of his own, but once again, Trevor showing why he's one of the best here. A very strong response out of Bromley, but again, Trevor putting together something very impressive early on.
Now 3-3 on that site, but you do see the depth coming in favor of William there. He does hit those deeper shots, which means he's going to be racking up more points. Trevor is facing elimination from this tournament way too early for him to be comfortable. So we're going to see if he can scratch it back here. I'm not entirely sure. Bromley's not someone you want to fall behind.
No, and this is a heavyweight battle, right? I talked about this with Jack before. William Bromley, the #1 seed, Trevor, the winningest person here at the tournament. Bromley with a very strong start. They're putting together not two, but three, and shooting for a third as well. Trevor's able to steal that one out of him, but Bromley responding with one, make that two of his own. A very strong round out of Bromley there.
This really just isn't Trevor's weekend. Every match we've watched with him so far has been very wishy-washy. He's putting up good points, but he's not winning all the sites that he needs to. And right here, William Bromley does it again.
Well, and maybe it's not just Trevor, right? Like we saw that yesterday in the ladies tournament. What was looking for a repeat went 2 and out and wasn't able to put something together. Again, Bromley with a very strong start, and Trevor's just not getting anything going for him there. Partially because Bromley's not letting him have a chance.
We've reversed the sites throughout this tournament. You know, or not necessarily reversed the sites. We switched up the layout, the routes of these animals. Trevor Gardner has consistently performed, and I'm curious to know how he's adapting to the transition to these random sites. If you're a memorization player, that's one of those things that is going to kick you in the ass.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing that, right? Like, we expected him to do very well early on in the reload bracket. Trevor with a very good start there, but Bromley, the depth on that one is huge. Very good points there, and Trevor going out, unfortunately. William is adding insult to injury here.
100%, and I hate to do this because Trevor Gardner is one of those players that you want to follow through to the end of the tournament, but I think Trevor Gardner is going to be seeing an exit here. They're going into the bonus game with about 14,000 points that separate them two. With that being said, we've got a couple other close matchups going on, so let's jump on to game number 2. Federico Reed against Melinda Van Humesen. Melinda holding a 1,500-point lead over Federico. Now keep in mind, loser here does go home.
And again, Melinda's a fan favorite. Everyone loves that family, so it's so much fun to see the crowd, everyone behind her cheering her on, her family, her kids. Melinda with a very good performance so far, but Federico's the one who's having a strong start. Melinda responding with one there of her own, and now Federico, again, it's tied up 2-2 here. Federico's able to take the lead and not just take it, but also add to it. Now, who's going to be able to get the big game, and that goes over into the hands of Federico as well.
Federico's having a hell of a tournament, and Federico's a memorization player. He's good when he has these tracks memorized. He gets in and he plays often, and just like that, it's even up.
200 points between these two right now. Tournament lives are on the line. This is where expertise, this is where veteran experience comes into play, and it's on Melinda to put something together here now. Again, tournament lives are on the line. This is it, folks, for one of these two players. Somebody's going home, and Federico's running away with it early on. Has 8, make that 9. Melinda only has 1. She's going to have to put together a little bit of magic here if she wants to survive in this tournament, but Federico's not having any of it, folks. 16-3, and the insult to the injury is just too much. Federico running away with it. 19 to make that 9, and as much as I'd love to see something happen here, I just don't know that there's enough left. Melinda's trying to claw back into this now, and the deficit has been absorbed, at least for the time being. But again, Federico running away with it, taking away 26, I believe. Yes, 26 of the 44, and Federico was just too much for Melinda in that moment.
If you had asked me any day of the week who takes a match between Melinda Van Humesen and Federico, I'm going to give Melinda that match 10 out of 10 times. And this championship has been nothing but chaotic. We have seen, starting in the ladies tournament, champions, veterans, dominating players who consistently place high, knocked out early. We've just seen Melinda Van Humesen fall to Federico Reed in the Reload quarterfinals, which means Federico's moving on. Coming up next, we've got the winter quarterfinals. We've got a couple intense matchups. Jacqueline Stafford against Sean Chadwick. Now keep in mind, Sean Chadwick finished second last year at the World Championship, looking for redemption this year. Philip Beaupre against Chris Freem. Both extremely high finishing players. Chris, the 2012 championship, newly married, probably trying to bring home a $20,000 check for a renovation, maybe for a baby room, we don't know. But whatever. Andre Rivas and Andrew White. Andy White having the tournament of his life. He sent Trevor Gardner into the reload bracket in the second round, and he's had consistently good performances throughout the day. And then the last matchup of the day, Chris Exberger against Julianne Jones. I mean, this is just... You can't ask for better matchups at this point.
No, absolutely stacked round, and you know, you're absolutely right. Chris, I'm super excited to watch Chris, but you hit the nail on the head with Sean and Jacqueline. Like you said, second place last year, looking to put together something here.
And keep in mind, Jacqueline got fourth at the ladies championship last night, so Jacqueline has had a good weekend as well. She's still in the winner's side of the tournament. That's no joke.
And Julie, you know, I had the opportunity to interview Julianne down on the floor earlier, and she's feeling good. She's got the crowd behind her, a very good support system there behind her as well. So it's been a ton of fun to watch her. I'm excited to see her play again. But yes, Jacqueline, Sean, look, I hate to do this to you, but I've got to know. Who do you give the advantage to and why?
Oh, I'll give it to you in every single one. Julianne Jones on the first one, Sean Chadwick on the second one, Chris Freem on the third one, Andrew White on the fourth one.
Tell me about why Sean over Jacqueline.
Sean he's just fast. Lauren Hope came into yesterday dominating. There was nobody in the tournament yesterday that could hang with Lauren Hope because she was that fast. Sean Chadwick made Lauren look like she hadn't played in weeks. Sean Chadwick was just that much faster. And we saw it last year. The only person that could beat Sean Chadwick last year was Trevor Gardner. Well, guess what? That's not a threat anymore. So we're going to be jumping in here with Sean Chadwick, Jacqueline. Doug, take me through it.
Sean with a very strong start there and is only adding to it, and Jacqueline doing out pretty late. I guess the nice thing about doing out at that point is that Sean already had 4 to Jacqueline's none, but a very strong start out of Sean.
You start to feel the pressure, especially when you're going up against someone who's putting shot after shot after shot, kill after kill after kill. You start to feel like you need to take those risky shots. And keep in mind, with those randomized sights, those risky shots might not be what you think they are.
Well, and at this point, the players know, right? Like, they've been they're this late in the bracket. They understand the difference. Sean, with a very strong start, is able to put together 3, make that 4, and a critter. That's serious depth.
That's a deep shot.
Yeah, that's going to be Sean. That's huge.
I'm going to give that 800 points. Let's see if the board rings true. 1,141 on that. The 1,100 on 1, whereas Jacqueline scored 400 something. I love the boots. I love the boots. I told her yesterday, I love the boots.
I mean, how can you not, right? Hands down, like, one of the coolest parts of the weekend, I need to figure out how I can get a pair. At some point, I'll ask her for it later, but good response there out of Jacqueline. Sean putting up 2, and Jacqueline responding very quickly as well. Now, it's very, very good performance out of Sean, 4-2.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Sean is just that much faster. You really can't allow him to sneak ahead, and he's doing that. He's up by about 6,000. With that being said, I think it's going to be pretty comfortable that Sean's going to be able to walk this one out. He's got 1 side and 1 bonus left. We're going to send it over to game number 5 between Andre Rivas and Andrew White. Literally neck and neck. 200 points, Doug, are all that separates Andre and Andrew.
It was up until that round that they just played, but it's a pretty substantial lead.
It definitely builds out. 1 side and a bonus left, though. This could still go either way. Jacqueline on screen, what you're seeing here, does have a good performance. She manages to pick up 4 of her own, which means she's also maybe... Nope. Sean does pick up the dangerous, but those 4-2 plus the dangerous is not going to be enough to close the gap between them.
But, yes, you're right. You know, as much as I want to say, but there's still a bonus round. There's still a chance. That's a pretty deep hole to dig yourself out of.
I think at this point, if you're Jacqueline Stafford, you're preparing yourself for a reload bracket run. And that's all there is to it. Again, there's no harm in losing to Sean Chadwick. He is so freaking good. But I would love to jump to game number 5. Andre Uribe, Andrew White going into the bonus game. And it is neck and neck in not only the score, 600 points, but it's also neck and neck with the tallies.
Yeah, look at that. They are exactly neck and neck. And now Andre was able to pull away late there and put together something. It looks like he was able to, he had the lead and was able to get 24, and Andre was, to the 18 of Andrew. And it looks like Andre is going to advance by the slimmest of margins, less than 1,000 points.
He takes it home, and that's all that matters. Chris Exberger against Julianne Jones just wrapped up. Chris Exberger knocks Julianne Jones into the reload bracket. Jacqueline Stafford finds herself making her exit from the winter quarterfinals into the reload, and Philip Beaupre falls to Chris Freem. What could this mean for Philip Beaupre and Julianne Jones, both knocked out of the reload in the same round? Very well may find a wife and husband battle in the next round.
I would not want to be participating.
How does that work? I mean,
you don't win. It doesn't matter who wins. You don't win.
There's no situation here. We talked about it yesterday, where we talked about it earlier today, where Mark Santander knocked Meg Woodcraft out in round 2, and that's a 26-hour flight back to Australia, and we're sitting there going like, they're on your plane.
That's a lot of time for trash talk.
What do we do here? Do we really want to be in this situation? But fortunately, we don't have that matchup coming right off the bat. We've got Drew Baldock against Philip Beaupre. That's going to be an intense match. Drew obviously fighting for Canada, and Philip fighting to stay alive. Federico Reed against Jacqueline Stafford.
That's a big one.
It is. Jacqueline finishing 4th last night, but Federico has been on fire. He's been performing really well throughout this tournament. I think this actually might be his highest placing he's ever gotten. William Bromley against Andy White. William Bromley, one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. I believe he's actually the #1 seed, and he's going against Andrew White, who's knocked out the greatest big buck hunter of all time. And then Lauren Hope against Julianne Jones. Lauren Hope performing incredibly well. Drew Baldock, obviously, hunting partner, and Julianne Jones. The relationships are on the line in this round, Doug.
Look, and we talked about how the last round was stacked with talent across the board. I thought that was going to be as good as it got. I was wrong. This round is just so much more interesting. Like you said, Andrew White has the opportunity to put together, or to add, another high-profile name to his hit list, this time being William Bromley, the #1 seed. But with William being the #1 seed, we don't expect him to to lay over easily, to just kind of give up. That's a fight right there.
I'm going to be honest with you. If Andy White can take out Will Bromley, Andy White wins this tournament.
Well, how can you not, right?
The momentum from taking out Trevor, the momentum from taking out Bromley, it's literally big shot after big shot after big shot. We are jumping on board with Jacqueline and Federico as Jacqueline takes off the coat, and you hear the applause from her crowd as she is ready to take it all the way.
Well, and look, at this point, this is tournament life on the line. Jacqueline has to pull out all of the stops, and if that was her training vest, if you will, that was keeping everything together, and now it's all unleashed, she's got to put together something here. Federico with a very strong lead early on in that first round, and both going for the deep shot, and Jacqueline gets punished for it. She does out, and now it's Federico.
Can he hit that one? Oh.
Well, it doesn't. Right, at this point, this is safe. Right?
Sure.
Just get the points you can.
With the depth that thing was coming out, though, if he had got it further back, that 9,200 would easily have been an 1,100 point buck. Would have put him up another 1,000. Yes, 100%. When Jacqueline does out, Federico's safe. He takes all the time he wants. He hits every shot. And at that point, yes, maybe safer is best. But if he can build out that lead in one sight, it just firmly puts the nails into that coffin.
Jacqueline realizing her tournament life may be on the line there and is starting off very strong here, but Federico responds and then some. Is able to bag the last 2 there. And Jacqueline there was a lot of promise there for Jacqueline early on, but Federico responded very well.
One of the things I love about Federico, you can see him put his hand up and cheer, and if you look over Jacqueline's left shoulder in the background, you'll occasionally see 2 arms thrust into the air. That's Federico's mom. She has been super supportive of his big buck hunter passions, but not only that, she's been here cheering him on, rushing the stage when he gets on, and crushes the competition.
And Federico looks like he's going to continue to do just that, as he's looking like crushing Jacqueline. Jacqueline with a very strong finish there, but again, Jacqueline can't afford rounds like this right now.
No, not at all.
The deficit's too big. She can't just keep it close. She's got to be clawing back out of this.
And we're really not seeing any close rounds here. Philip Beaupre is absolutely crushing Drew Baldock by about 6,000 points after 2 sites. Lauren Hope is crushing Julianne Jones by about 4,000, and William Bromley, Andrew White. William Bromley has the lead by about 4,000.
Look, Jacqueline has to put something together, and she has to do it now. A good start there, but Federico's not having any of it. Yeah, was able to take down a very deep, make that 2 very deep ones, and Federico's just running away with this at this point.
Jacqueline's doing out. I was talking to a couple of the players down on the stage, or down in the bar earlier on, and I was... Federico doed out 4 times in a row in one of his last matches, and he's still only lost by 1,000 points. Jacqueline's doed out, I believe, twice this series. Jacqueline has doed out twice this series, and it's pushing her further and further away from being able to battle it back through the bonus to the point where it's not happening.
Yeah, this is really just semantics at this point. I would love to cut over to Game 5. William Bromley going up, trying to fight for his tournament life here, and it looks like it's very close. We'll see if we can cut over to that. William does have an early lead right now, looking like 5,000 points. And again, Jacqueline, as impressive as the run was, Federico looked like it was just going to be too much to handle.
Federico's on fire this weekend. Federico has come out guns blazing today. Before we send it over to Game 5, I would love to take a look at Game 4. We have 100 points that separate Lauren Hope and Julianne Jones. That is literally as close as it could be. Lauren Hope having a really good sight here. Julianne gets the depth, though.
Yeah, make that 3
that
to
shot.
3.
That shot was so far back. 1,300 points on 1. Lauren had a 1,600 point buck that sight.
The 400 points separating these two as we go into the bonus game. This isn't real. This is as real as it gets. This is, I mean, the tension right now on the floor has to be insane. And again, folks, this is Reload quarterfinals.
There's real money on the line here for every single round you progress from this point on.
Yep, Lauren and Julianne both going neck to neck so far. Lauren starting to create a little bit of separation, but Julianne responds right back with a very strong performance out of her own. And now Julianne's the one who's able to get a bit of a lead, make that 3-4 eels, and now Lauren's responding. Look, Lauren has the opportunity to make history here, but it has to happen. It has to happen right now, and she's got to get through Julianne Jones and able to do it. The score is so close, folks. Now Lauren's the one who's able to put together a bit of a small lead, but these are so close. It's so tough to tell. It looks like Lauren was able to get the win, or at least the bonus round.
Lauren needed to win that by about 5 or 6 points to be able to win that, and I don't think she's going to be able to squeak that out. I do believe Julianne is going to pick up the win here. Lauren does, in fact, fall by about 200 points.
200 points.
Give her a couple more targets, and that is Lauren's. A couple more, and it's Lauren's. But Julianne does manage to squeak it out. Team PB&J on the floor, getting ready, getting excited. Philip Beaupre also wins his match against Drew Baldock, which means it is very likely we will see Team PB&J battling it out to see who goes to the finals on the Reload side of the bracket. Federico Reed obviously takes down Jacqueline Stafford. William Bromley topples Andrew White, and Julianne Jones sends Lauren Hope out of the tournament, back to Canada. But Lauren, of course, comes into this tournament, wins the ladies' championship last night. She's going home with a $5,000 check, a gun trophy, and the Jugs of Destiny.
You're right. She's going to go home with plenty. She had a very strong performance, but 200 points.
I
mean, the finest of margins. And
it gets down to the nitty-gritty.
Well, and again, she had the opportunity to do something that's never been done before. And she had already created history once yesterday. She was poised to do it again, wasn't able to pull it out. Julianne Jones, we talked a little bit earlier. Again, I interviewed her down there on the floor. Her family's there to support her. She's got a deep posse supporting her, and you can see how that plays out. I hate it for Lauren, but Julianne just showing that on game day when it mattered most, she was just better.
And here's the thing. We talk about history being made, and absolutely, but there's still an extremely good opportunity for history to be made tonight. We're getting to a point where none of the competitors that are left in this tournament have ever won a championship.
Yep.
We are getting to a point where we are very close to naming a new champion. We've had Trevor Gartner, the 4-time champion. We've had 11 or 12 of these championships, and Trevor's got 4 of them. Are you kidding me?
No.
And he's out. He's done. He's gone. We very well may see someone like William Bromley from Australia, like Julianne Jones, who I believe would be the first female world champion for Big Buck Hunter. We have Federico Reed, the kid who knows everything under the sun about Big Buck Hunter. Philip Beaupre from Maine. this is awesome. This is history in the making, regardless of who's still in it.
Now tell me this, Callum. You've been around the scene for a long time. You've seen some of these players develop and perform and shine under the bright lights. What do you have to say about these new names, the fact that regionally it's not just North America that's performing well? We're seeing a ton of this new blood. Are other regions catching up to North America and their dominance?
Yeah, so I think a big part of it is country pride, because what you start to see is when you get into these regions like Canada and when you get into the region like Australia, they congregate and then they practice with each other. So you have the hunting party of Saskatchewan and Drew Baldock and Lauren Hope's crew, Treso and all of those players. You saw them in their Canada shirts. Their league is so hyper-competitive that when they do get together and they start practicing, it's just natural growth. Same with the Australians. The Australians have had multiple players compete for the championship. Brenton Garrity, William Bromley, Sean Chadwick, Glenn Rattray. Like including Courtney McLaughlin, Meg Woodcraft. That is a lot of players that we've seen late in the tournament and in the tournament yesterday. So you've got to look at the fact that they start having players that they can practice with, and these communities have grown. We used to have 1 or 2 Australians come out with no cheering squad. We used to have 1 or 2 Canadians come out with no cheering squad. And now you're seeing 10 Canadians, 10 Aussies. They're in the ladies tournament. They're in the World Championship. They're playing in the finals. They're playing in the semifinals. The regions are 100% getting stronger, but not only are the regions getting stronger, the competition is getting stronger. This event gets bigger and bigger every single year, so you're seeing new faces. And yes, we're not so much seeing the new faces lasting this long in the World Championship. The reload bracket yesterday was dominated by veterans because new blood in the ladies championship was kicking everybody out. You saw Melissa Romanek, the last year's champion, out in the second round. Yeah. Julia Wilmot falls into the reload bracket second round. I mean, it was literally veteran after veteran after veteran after veteran, to the point where you just like, I would rather be in the winner's side than the losers, because the losers looks scarier. But that's a testament to the new players.
So you're saying this was really just a matter of time. The regional performance outside of North America, all of these different names coming out. You're saying this was really inevitable.
Yeah, I think Play Mechanics does a really good job cultivating the space and encouraging competitors to come in. Just a few years ago, we actually had separate qualifiers for the Australians, separate qualifiers for the Canadians. And I believe it was 2 years ago where Play Mechanics basically changed the system where everybody qualifies together. So you have players from Canada, you have players from Australia, and players from the United States all qualifying for the same tournament, which is why you have someone like Bromley with the #1 seed, because everyone's playing with each other. Once everyone starts playing with each other, it doesn't become about internal competition. Now you've got the Australians going, well, we have just as much chance to compete with the Americans, because it used to be a seed. The Americans would have 61, and I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but the Americans would have 61 spots. Sure. The Canadians would have 1 spot, and the Aussies would have 2 spots. Now you could have 64 Aussies coming into this tournament if they are able to compete out 64 spots at the lineup, right? So yes, 100% it's a matter of time. Play Mechanics, I think, has done an exceptionally good job of encouraging the international community to come. The operators out in Australia are super competitive. I don't know if they're still doing it, but if I recall, one of them has a Big Buck car in which they've decked the entire exterior of the car with Big Buck apparel and design and I guess car sticker. The Canadian community is fantastic. They are consistently putting on leagues and tournaments. It's a matter of time.
A matter of time, and now we're seeing that come to fruition. We're seeing it play out firsthand. Again, I had the chance to talk to a lot of these folks, particularly what stuck with me was the folks from Regina, from Saskatchewan. Really cool folks. I love the matching shirts with the... I can't even... You've got to see it.
It's a beaver shotgunning beers, and it's their favorite Canadian beers. It's Molson.
It's incredible. You've got to see it.
Designed by one of the players. But, guys, we are going to send it to a really quick break. We're going to take a look at Injustice, another game coming out of Play Mechanics Raw Thrills.
This high-earning blockbuster title continues to get even better. Injustice Arcade from Raw Thrills, DC, and NetherRealm Studios. Injustice Arcade delivers hours of in-depth adventure as over 100 superheroes and villains collide in 3-on-3 tag team fighting. 2-player simultaneous battle and single-player ladder mode game options are available. The cards are the key. A free collectible card is dispensed after every gameplay. The player wins every time, encouraging them to scan their new DC superhero cards and battle over and over again. Family entertainment centers average over 400 cards per week, and locations experience steady increased earnings through constant game updates, including the new Series 2 cards available now, with even more brand new series card releases already in progress. These stunning, highly desirable cards have become the newest collectible craze. They have a high collector value on popular auction sites. Injustice Arcade's 43-inch monitor, 21-inch marquee, and vibrant LED attract lighting creates its dynamic presence without having to sacrifice valuable space in a location. Cabinet fits easily through a 36-inch doorway. Epic battles for all ages. Free collectible DC superhero card with every gameplay. And endless hours of adventure make Injustice Arcade the hero of any location.
Now we are right back into the action. This is going to be nuts. This round is going to be wonderful. The semifinals of the reload bracket. We have William Bromley and Julianne Jones, Federico Reed and Philip Beaupre. Keep in mind, Team PB&J both on the line here. What do you think is going to happen?
You know, it's hard for me to root against William Bromley here. Again, the #1 seed, he's played really damn well all weekend, so it's really hard to root against him. But again, the support system that Julianne has here and the rest of PB&J, you can't ignore that.
No, not at all.
And then Federico, as you mentioned, has had an incredible weekend, and now we see him on the screen there. Wasn't able to win that. Philip with a very strong performance, but again, Federico has plenty of room to work with here. It's early.
And it's getting personal. At this point, Philip Beaupre, Federico Reed, and Julianne Jones all practice together consistently. They're in the same region on the Northeast coast, so they all know how they hunt and how they compete and how they play together. So I'm curious to know whether or not the pressure or the nerves are going to get to any of these players.
Federico and Philip Beaupre, folks, this is it. Their tournament lives are on the line here, and both are early on with a pretty strong performance. Federico is able to get one, and Philip responds with one. Now Federico, these two guys just trading blows back and
to
forth.
back. Yep, and Philip had a little bit of a lead going into that round, and a pretty even sight just continues to build that lead by about 100 or 200 points. So Philip maintaining here by about 1,000 points, which can genuinely go any which way over the next 3 sites.
That's the thing. When you have a lead, you can't afford these 50s. You can afford these 50-50s. When you're in the deficit, you can't afford the 50-50s. You've got to make something more substantial than that to claw back into it. Now, Federico, again, is poised really well to do this. Philip Beaupre with a good, strong start. Make that 3 now with a couple of critters going down. A very deep shot there out of Philip, and yeah, very strong performance out of Philip in this round.
And we do have the Dangerous trophy coming in, but I don't think it genuinely matters at all. Philip took up some very deep shots, 107 yards, 98 yards, and he gets the Dangerous. That builds that lead by 4,000 points, and that is not where you want to be when you're going down into your final site and your final bonus game.
Now, Federico, we've talked about how he's probably one of the smartest players in the bracket. Knows essentially everything there is to know about this game, but his tournament life is on the line. His back is against the rope, and he's going to have to put together something here. He's got this. He still has the bonus game, but very good performance out of Federico, but he's got to continue to capitalize on this. A very deep shot out of Philip. That was all the way in the back, folks. 1,200 points. That's huge.
Philip is putting on a clinic, and I hate to say it because Federico Reed has played absolutely phenomenally this tournament, but Philip is saying, look, this is mine. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to the finals of this tournament. William Bromley does look like he's just edging out over Julianne Jones, a pretty considerable lead, about 6,000 points, but jumping into the last sight of Federico and Philip.
And this is exactly what Federico needed to avoid. It wasn't just the early deficit, but him doing out as well likely means his tournament run is over.
That is That is it. Those are the nails in the coffin. We might as well jump over to game number 2. Check out William Bromley, Julianne Jones. Federico is going to be seeing an exit out of the tournament in the reload semifinals. I do believe, as I said, that is his best placing ever, so I don't think you can really be upset about it. William does have a 5,000-point lead over Julianne Jones, so this very well may be the end of Julianne's tournament as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, a very great run out of Julianne, but the numbers are just too much right now, and William going into the bonus game. All he can hold steady, he can hold serve, he can even afford to be at a deficit and still win.
And I think you have to look at the green side, or the green side of things, the good side of things. Philip Beaupre is still in the tournament. One half of Team PB&J is still here.
Because they're wearing green shirts. That's what you were thinking.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right. Team PB&J are still in it. Philip Beaupre does have the opportunity to bring home the finals for them. Julianne Jones, I think, is going to be seeing an exit here. William Bromley, the #1 seed, moving on into the next round.
And that's what we expect out of him. He's a prolific player, very strong performance all weekend. But, you know, that's one of the things I love about this community. This is my first year at this event. The exposure, it's been a ton of fun, and that's one of the things that has impressed me the most from this community.
I absolutely agree.
They just love each other at the end of the day. Yes, they're here to win. Yes, there's money on the line, but they're family.
And speaking of community, speaking of family, we have Glitter on the floor with Nicole Erickson. Glitter, why don't you take it away?
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with Nicole, who actually dual qualified this year for the event. First time qualifying for the main event, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And 3 times in the ladies tournament. Tell us a little bit how your experience has been so far.
It's been an amazing year. I've done a lot better than I expected I'd ever do this year. Pleasantly surprised myself, so.
Now, did you change up any strategy or anything like that, having now qualified for both events?
This year I decided to take a lot more of a relaxed approach. I actually didn't practice as much as normally I would have liked to, but just kind of coming in with a clear mind and just kind of taking it for what it is, you know? So.
I mean, you talk about your practice. How much time goes into prepping for this event, or how do you qualify for this event?
I don't know. This year I'm in school. I go to college. I work full time. I pay out of pocket for school. You know, when I can play, I can play. When I can't, I can't. And this year's been the least amount of time played, but apparently it's paying off, so.
Okay, I absolutely love that. I think we actually have to jump right back into some games, but thank you so much for coming up here and chatting with us. We're going to send it right back on over to the desk.
Did he actually?
Hey!
We're back. The original
It's
duo
me.
is back. We've got Jack Danger on the desk. We've got an exciting match. Sean Chadwick against Chris Freem. Andre Rivas against Chris Exberger. We have to send this to game number 3. Sean Chadwick, Chris Freem, 2 of the best players in the community in the winners semifinals.
Already swinging at each other, matched buck for buck. But, man, we got some deep ones coming in on Sean's side.
Sean's going to start with an early lead of about 500 points. The accuracy does go into Chris's favor, but unfortunately accuracy doesn't make enough difference here. He needs to be on his game. Sean Chadwick is fierce.
Oh, yes. I'm excited for this. I was downstairs enjoying some bush lights, and the cheering going out of control when I saw Trevor Gardner go out, Melissa Van Humison go out.
Yep.
Sorry to bring up old history, but oh my God.
That's exactly what Doug and I were talking about. I mean, we are seeing some big names falling. Trevor Gardner, what?
I choked on some food when I heard that scream.
I genuinely, I mean, we're getting to a point where we might have a brand new winner, and if we don't have a brand new winner, we'll have someone that hasn't won in 7 years.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. All right, Chris. About 1,000-point deficit here. You can pull this out. Sean Chadwick sitting on top. We're going in to site number 3. We got the pumping action. Do you know why they pump so quickly so early?
Yeah, I think it's just it's just habit. I mean, when you start the game, you are so fast with your reload that I think they're just consistently
They're just getting that action going. Oh, a dough out immediately from Sean Chadwick. He did have 2 bucks already, but still, that you gave up almost 1,000 points there.
Now, I don't know if they can hear this at home. If you turn up your TVs or your browsers and listen up close, you might hear it. When they play the game, you'll hear clicking in the background.
That's what that noise is.
That's their reload. That constant click is their reload. That's how fast they are actually reloading.
So that's probably what they're finding is right where that switch is, so they could just hit that reload quicker instead of letting the full pump.
Absolutely.
All right, we got 3 headshots coming in from Sean's side. Chris does manage to pick up 2 himself. Can we get that third one? A great buck for buck. It went through that doe's ears.
That was pixels left on the screen without that hitting. That was close. This is intense.
Dangerous.
This probably couldn't be a closer
This
matchup.
should be this close. This should be this close, and this is exciting because we're going into our last site before the bonus round.
One more.
Elk. What do we got? Oh man, we got the stadium is vibrating.
I'm not entirely sure who they're cheering for down there, but
I think they're just yelling.
Certainly would love to see my boy Chris win, but at the end of the day, if Sean does take it away, I'm not going to be upset about that either. And Sean starts off strong, it finishes stronger.
Wow. Those deep shots that Chris was able to pull out there, but Sean did get 3,200 points out of that site.
And that's going to be a very tough win for Chris Freeman. He's going to have to put a lot of work in this bonus game in order to win. Sean Chadwick is not going to be missing these targets.
No.
The benefit for Chris in this bonus game is speed can get these targets broken on the top. If he's faster, he can win this one.
And accuracy doesn't mean anything, so they're just going to be firing like madmen up there.
They come down, and you're seeing these targets break before they even enter the screen. Well, Chris Freeman needs 2,000 points in order to beat Sean, and Sean is leading this one out, so I don't think that's going to be possible. Let's send it over to game number 2. We're going to see Chris Freeman here heading into the reload bracket. Over on game number 2, we have Andre Rivas and Chris Exberger battling it out to see who is going to be joining Chris in the reload bracket.
Now, this Andre has a pretty big lead up on Chris, almost 7,000 points going into the bonus round. We can pretty much just call this...
Oh yeah, we can definitely call this. This is Andre's game.
Yeah.
Andre could effectively put his controller down and still be the one that wins this game.
Yeah, but
Chris Exberger going to find himself in the reload bracket. This is going to be an intense finals. I'm not going to lie. Chris Freeman, Sean Chadwick, Chris Exberger, Andre Rivas. We still have Philip Upre in the tournament. This is going to be intense.
So I wasn't able to follow along. Is Federico still in this?
Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Federico
took out Van Humesen.
Federico got taken out in the last round.
Got it. Cool.
It was close though. I mean, and at the end of the day, Federico had a freaking nuts performance throughout this entire tournament.
Absolutely.
I think this is the highest he's ever placed.
Wow.
So congratulations to him.
Great job, bud.
I believe he went down to Philip Dupre, who's actually in the back there, keeping warm, staying ready, just ready to go. Philip, one half of PB&J, the other half Julianne Jones, has found herself knocked out of this event.
I see what you're saying. He's actually back there making sure he's not cooling off, actually playing Buck to make sure that his skills stay sharp for when he has to get back on stage.
That's right. He's. I'm sure he's feeling the pressure at this point.
Speaking of which, he has to come back up to fight Chris Exberger, who had just made himself a member of the reload bracket.
And I'm going to be honest with you, that is exactly where I would want to be. If I'm in the reload bracket and I have to choose between facing off against Will Bromley, Chris Freeman, or Chris Exberger, I'm choosing Chris Exberger. And that isn't to say that Chris Exberger is a bad player. He's in the reload semifinals. But there's a certain element of kind of
that
fear.
game number 2 is going to be sexy.
There's an element of fear between William Bromley and Chris Freeman. Just hearing their names, and I'm going,
oh, you mean seed number 1?
Do I not have to? Can I not do this? Seed number 1 and the 2012 champion who's consistent. So we're going to jump on with game number 2 as soon as we are able to. This is going to be exciting. It's going to be adrenaline pumping. William Bromley, Chris Freeman. One of these two players is going to be exiting this tournament after this round right here.
All right, it looks like something is happening here.
And it's just getting started.
All right. So we got Chris Freeman, William Bromley both bagging a buck there. William has 2. We've got 2 on both sides. Chris just got his 3rd buck.
Bromley.
Oh, a doe out from Bromley.
Oh, no. A doe out means Chris is going to be able to pick up the last one actually completely uncontested, and he does start with a 1,000-point lead over William Bromley. Now, in the grand scheme of things, 1,000 points is here nor there.
Right.
1,000 points is a one deep buck. But whether or not Bromley's going to be able to come back from it, that's the question.
Absolutely. All right, let's see what we move on to here. All right, Chris just tagging stuff that isn't even visible, grabbing a couple of the critters there. I didn't even see that buck back there. Chris is a nut. This has to be so many damn points. Wow, look at that Williams score there.
168-yard buck there, picked up 1,400 points
Chris.
for Bromley. Bromley is just building out that lead site by site. He's not dominating. He's not clean slating. He's not 6-0ing Bromley.
He just wants to make sure he sits up front.
Precisely. He is relatively consistent.
All right, the cheer squad is going ballistic on the stage. We've got a lot of quick upfront bucks here. Chris is able to pick off a
Bromley
couple.
with the deep shot.
Wow,
That's going to be some big points.
All right, Chris is taking whatever he can to try to make up for that, but this is probably going to be an even split. Wow.
262 points.
1,700 for that $1 all the way in the back.
That was a deep shot, and we've talked about it. We've talked about players sacrificing close shots in order to hit the deep shots.
Yep.
And that's exactly what you saw. He goes for the deep shot, puts up 1,700 points on $1,
yep,
and manages to stay alive through that sight.
He definitely went for something that was way in the back where there was two sitting up front. That was incredible. William and Chris head-to-head right now. Chris has taken the lead with $3. Who's going to nail that headshot there?
Bromley does out.
Bromley did dough out, and Chris let $2 walk off the stage.
But that dough out is going to build that lead. We're going into one sight and one bonus. I'm not entirely confident here.
Yep.
That Bromley has a chance. If Freem doesn't dough out on this site,
immediately
Freem moves on.
Yep. All right, here we go. Headshots, great. Freem just taking them out. A couple of body shots there. Going deep. Who's going to get him? William is just taking everything. Chris does manage to bag one in the back there. Where is this dangerous trophy? We got the cat bouncing around.
Okay.
All right.
Does go to Freem. But Bromley does, I think, win that sight no matter what. But 1,000 points is not going to be enough.
No. And the bonus round is not really going to compensate what he needs to come back from this.
Yeah, so we've got about 5,000 points here that's going to be sending Will Bromley out of the tournament. Now keep in mind, #1 seed of this entire tournament.
Out.
The best big buck hunter in the world, if you don't count the 4 people that finished above him last year.
It's the best title anyone could ever have.
Is going to be exiting the tournament in the Reload semifinals. That is a very unfortunate finish. It actually puts him in the same ballpark as where he finished last year. I think within 2 or 3 finishes.
Wow. So these gnomes get to suffer for no reason at all. This battle is already over.
I assure you no gnomes were hurt in the making of this video game, but Philip Beaupre against Chris Exberger. Philip Beaupre also moving on.
Nice.
Chris Exberger finds himself out of the tournament as well. Will Bromley out of the tournament. Now, Will Bromley is nothing but friendship, love, camaraderie. He's a great guy, and Chris Freem knows that. Gave him a hug. The Scotty Snipers are celebrating, cheering him on, and we are getting to a point where it's either going to be the 2012 championship, or the 2012 champion redeeming himself, or we're going to have a brand new champion.
Chris Freem has to be feeling amazing right now because there are so many big names that would be a block in his way that are just not present anymore in this tournament.
But here's the thing, getting this far into the tournament, getting so far into the tournament, I don't think you can overlook anybody at this point. You know,
True.
We're in the Reload finals.
Yep.
We're in the winners finals. At this point of the tournament, every single player deserves to be here.
They have knocked out so many great people that you have to assume that they are also going to beat you to the ground.
Seriously, I mean, everyone, as you said, they've knocked out great players. They're playing well. They're playing consistently. They're catching their strides.
Yeah.
We're really getting down to a point where it's going to be decided based on who's faster.
Oh.
And that's one of those things that's just very, very
And this next
intense.
battle, Reload final, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Freem, who we just saw take a win against Philip Beaupre.
And again, with Chris Freem being in the Reload finals here, going for a chance to play in the championship match again, all of this started in 2012 when Chris Freem played in Chicago. Let's take a look. 2000, sorry.
Chicago?
My mistake. 2008 in Chicago when it all started. I apologize.
Just a whole bunch of baby faces there.
Look at that championship, and look where we're at now.
There was like maybe 12 people there.
It's kind of insane. Yeah, I think actually Dave made a joke yesterday. He goes, there were 20 people at the championship, and George goes, how many tried to qualify? And
21.
Dave just goes, 21. Feel bad for that one guy. But seriously, I mean, you can see the evolution of how far this championship has come. 2008, when this whole thing started, we're in a bar. That's all. It's just a bar. And now you're looking behind us at a giant LED screen that says Game
We're
Break.
in Vegas.
We have a stage. We're in Vegas. We have a production team. There's production studios. I mean, it is a very real deal. And people, I think, often kind of look at it and say it's an arcade game. There's no way. But it's very real. There's a community behind it. There's real cash prizes, $20,000 going to first place, $100,000 in the pool. I mean, this is life-changing
I like money.
It's life-changing money. We've had players put down payments on houses. We've had players start college funds for their kids from this championship. I mean, it is genuinely life-changing. What would you do with 20 grand?
20,000 fruit roll-ups.
Pardon?
20,000 fruit roll-ups.
Are they $1 a piece?
Maybe. Are they more expensive? 10,000 fruit roll-ups?
I don't know, but I bet someone would know. One of the youngest players in the Big Buck Hunter community. We're going to send it over to Glitter with Federico Reed.
Thanks, guys. I am here, Federico Reed, and you have been absolutely crushing it so far this weekend. And I've got a bunch of questions for you, but first, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I didn't expect to get this far.
But why not? You were killing it on some of those.
I know. I lost to Julianne in the winner's bracket, and I thought after that for sure I would be done. But no, I zoomed through 4 actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really exciting to watch as well. Now, one thing I do want to ask, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you were one of the youngest Big Buck hunters coming in and starting competing right as soon as you turned 18, right?
That is correct. I started competing as I turned of age, but I had been playing the game for 9 years before that.
Okay, that is a ton of experience in this game. So then how have you seen the game evolve over that time frame that you've been playing it?
It's evolved pretty much. The World Championship has been constantly evolving. I didn't attend until 3 years ago, but I've seen the pictures, I've seen the live streams, and I've just seen everyone grow, and it's been an amazing experience.
So is this the first year that you can also drink at the event?
Yeah.
Congratulations! I see you're enjoying your bush.
Yep.
So I assume you're having a good time then?
Yes, I am.
So tell us a little bit about your experience with the Big Buck Hunter community.
It's really been amazing. I don't really make friends that easily, but I've been able to connect with these guys because we all share a passion for the game, and I think that's what connects us all.
See, I absolutely love that. Now, I think we actually have to get right back into some stuff with the guys, so we're going to send it back on over to the desk with Jack and Callum.
And to keep the action alive, we're going to be sending... That's punishment from the production crew for calling them dead.
How dare you?
To keep the action alive, we're going to be heading down to Esports Doug on the floor. Doug, take it away.
Thank you, Callum. Yes. I don't know if you guys can hear what's happening back behind me. The floor is nuts. There are all sorts of games happening. I believe this game has something to do with wearing antlers and getting them thrown onto your head here. But yeah, Esports Doug up here at Big Buck Hunter 2019 World Championships. The view right now is incredible, but I also have somebody who's very new to the area, very new to the scene. Tell me your name.
So I'm Frank, and yeah, like you mentioned, I'm new to the area, just moved out to Vegas, heard that this tournament was going on here, and decided I had to check it out.
I've got to ask, first impressions, what do you think?
So every second I spend in the venue, I get more and more in love with it. Like you come in at a baseline, right? And you're like, oh, I've played a shooting game like in a bar in an arcade before. And then you see like the level of competition, and then you see like the meta that starts to develop. And then with this event on top of it, like you mentioned, you see like ring toss going on in the background, like drinking games being played. I'm absolutely blown away and absolutely in love with the event.
Now, do you have much experience in esports and competitive gaming and things like that?
Yeah, so actually I do. So right now I work for Team Beyond or Beyond Entertainment. I got my start like casting competitive Halo. I've been kind of around or at least tangential to the scene for a while. So I have a little bit of history in it, but this is like esports kind of like tilted on its head. So it's really fun to see.
It's certainly a unique experience. Again, if you're in the area, you still have time to come down and check it out. We'll be here all night. The tournament might be over in a little bit. We're still going to be drinking. We're still going to be playing games. You've got to come check it out. Callum, Jack Danger, all yours, fellas.
Thank you, Doug. We have a very, very intense matchup coming up, and I know it may not look intense like action, but it is. It's going to be a nail-biter. Chris Freem, Philip Beaupre.
This is going to be two Titans battling each other, and their showmanship has been through the roof. Their ability to shoot has been through the roof. It's just two nice dudes that are going to beat the crap out of each other.
And I would love to see if we can get that the stage cam back, just to talk about these little game breaks that are happening here, because they are so goofy and fun.
Inflatable antlers.
Inflatable antlers, ring toss. And you've got players opting to sit still, help your teammates, really don't know. While you're looking at your screen, of course, you've got Philip Beaupre and Chris Freem's statistics. Chris Freem coming in with the higher seed there, but both fantastic players. Here on the stage, the mini games happening between rounds.
While Green
that
is
green team
mopping
is
it
dominating. There's two left that they don't have on. 3, 2, 1. And that ends. Dude, green team. Is that a tie, though? Because I don't see any red ones on the floor.
Wait, something was in the air? Oh.
Do we have a photo finish? Anyone? Photo finish?
Doug.
Who's going to win? Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it?
Doug, go count them. All right, we got Dave Snipes doing the counting.
The Scotty
there
Snipers
it is.
get the win.
So obviously,
what do they win?
This is like a fun game break.
This is just a mini game in between the tournaments.
It's bragging rights.
It's just fun.
Okay.
It's just fun.
I love fun. You don't have to always win money.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't think there are many things in the world that make people more satisfied than seeing their friends embarrass themselves.
True.
So I think playing games like this,
inflatable antlers,
ring toss, the heads or tails, which is a game they played yesterday. They flip a coin. If you think it's going to be heads, you have to go heads for antlers, or tails for tails. And if you're wrong, you're out.
You get punched in the arm.
We don't.
Well, that's what they did to me. I don't know.
Just you every time I lost. Oh,
they're
man.
Like, jerk it over here.
But it is. They throw in some mini games. It keeps the crowd involved. It keeps everyone energetic and entertained. And of course, speaking of entertainment and energy, Chris Freem, Philip Beaupre, 24 seed, 16 seed. Philip Beaupre coming out of the Northeast. Chris Freem coming out of the Midwest. Who do you have winning this match?
I want Freem to have this because it's sort of like, what is this, 11 years in the making? Holy crud.
It's seriously, I mean, we've come a long way.
Yeah.
And I don't know 100% how close we are to the top 4. I think I just heard Snipes mention that we are into the top 4.
Really?
I think we're top 5. We might be top 4.
Because winner's bracket has 2, and then we have these 2 that have to win to go to another 2.
So I think we've got top 5.
I think we've
got top 5.
Yeah.
Winner of this goes top 4.
Yeah.
That means winner of this match takes home a trophy. Loser takes home nothing.
Money.
Money. and it's not a cheap chunk of change. I wish I had better vision and I could see the prize pool on the board.
If you're number 5, you're doing pretty. Fifth place, $4,000.
$4,000 for fifth. What's fourth place? How much? What's the difference between these?
Fourth place is $5,000.
Okay, so it's $1,000 difference between this match.
So fourth place is $5,000. Fifth place is $4,000. Got it.
Okay, so winning this match is another $1,000 and a gun trophy.
That's great.
Would you rather have the $1,000 or the gun trophy?
I like money.
Yeah.
I mean, gun trophies are cool too. I just got a new pickup truck. It would look really good in the back window.
On the back window.
In my gun rack.
I wonder if there's a black market for gun trophies. Could you sell it for more than $1,000?
George, you might want to look into George. He might be selling that stuff.
Inflating the gun trophy market from Big Buck Hunter World Championship. Yeah, seriously. But we do have, as I said, Chris Freem, former champion, 2012 for the 7th Street Slayers out of Minneapolis, and Team New England, Jeffersonville. Flipping it on me. Team New England, Philip
Someone chose a gun.
East at the Midwest. That's right. Chris Freem is going to be playing on that green gun. We're going to be jumping into the action. The only 2 players on stage.
Oh, they gave
at
each
the
other
moment.
knucks. That was adorable.
And
all right, look at this
orange,
crowd.
A lot of orange and green for Team PB&J in the green shirts. Team Chris Freem. Team Freem.
Freem in the green.
Team Freem. You'll see his community and team wearing red in the crowd.
Yep. All right, here we go. This is a nail biter, folks. Immediately, Chris Freem comes out with a headshot. Philip answers with his own buck to take down Chris and Philip going head-to-head, buck to buck. Who's going deep? A few body shots there. It's going to go to Freem. That is a deep one. And, oh my goodness, we get a deep one from Philip as well.
A nail biter.
Huge.
A nail biter for Site 1. 20-something points separating these two players.
These scores are going to be humongous.
This is going to be one of the most intense matches of the tournament, as long as nobody does out here.
Does.
Please don't doe out. Please don't doe out. Please don't doe out.
You shouldn't have said it. All right, Philip. Chris returning the favor. A raccoon sees its fate. Philip grabs 2 more.
Wow.
A fourth. And a deep one.
That deep shot might redeem some points, but not enough. 1,000 points going into Philip Beaupre's pocket there. Going to build out that lead inch by inch. 900 points separate these two Goliaths.
Now, 3 sites, 1,000 points isn't too much, but you don't want to start giving up leads at this point in the game. All right. 2 bucks down together. Chris is digging these deep shots, man. Can Philip pick anything up? That didn't even make sense how he killed that buck. All right, where are we at here? All right, Chris.
That is a round and a half for Chris Freem. 5,000 points.
Holy.
3,000 points between the two of them, which is going to put him up just a bit more.
All right, Philip's going to have to really put the pressure on here in these next 2 sites, because 3,000 points and flossing, you know what? That's it. That's the good luck floss. Here comes a doe.
Now we'll see if it works. Yeah, the doe on Chris Freem's side, not yet. 1-to-1 across the board. Critters deep in the background trying to go to Freem, but he relocates his sights on these bucks. Philip picks up a deep shot and then another deeper shot.
Huge for Philip. That was a big...
Wow!
Oh my God!
And you can hear the crowd getting energetic and excited on that one. They know exactly what that round meant. Look at the score separating.
Philip takes the lead by barely anything, 700 points.
Winner of this site is going to be going into the bonus game comfortable, ready, and almost guaranteeing themselves a ticket to the next round.
Oh my God, Chris is just not giving anything up. Philip does manage to grab himself a butt. Oh, deep in the back. That's going to be huge.
Whoa.
Oh my God, and here comes the trophy. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? The gun turns green. That's fine.
Chris needed that.
Yep.
Chris needed that because Philip got 2 1,000+ bucks going into the bonus game here.
1,000 points.
1,000 points on the side of Philip Beaupre. Chris needs to put up big points here, or he is not going to win this bonus game.
Philip needs to maintain a number equal or higher, or is going to relinquish his lead here. All right, Philip. Chris has 6 to Philip's 4, 7, 8. Oh, man. Philip has to pick up the pace here a little bit. Killing roaches. This is disgusting. 14 to 12. Still looking pretty good. Still looking pretty good.
Chris can build out this lead a little bit more.
Philip, where did that come from? Did he shoot like 8 with one gun? Philip is going on.
Chris Freem
is out.
5th place.
Wow.
Philip Beaupre locks himself into the top 4.
What a show.
Guarantees himself a trophy. Chris Freem finishes 5th place, taking home $4,000.
Excellent battle. That went down to the wire.
Wow, and Philip Beaupre's got a crowd. Honestly, Chris Freem looked like he was going to sneak away with it up until the very last few rounds
that
there.
Site 5 was just 4,000.
As soon as we went up into the fridge, Philip Beaupre looked like he was firing like 7 shots at once.
I don't understand. It was like he had a shotgun spraying.
Wow.
Philip.
Bravo, indeed. Bravo.
So Philip moves into the top 4.
Yep, guarantees himself a gun trophy.
He's got a trophy, a chunk of change, and an opportunity to win this entire thing.
That's right. And it sounds like we're going back into the winner's bracket. Andre Rivas and Sean Chadwick. Now, if we can bring up their stats page in just a moment before this match starts, Sean Chadwick is no joke. He has been a force to be reckoned with throughout this tournament.
That was a heck of a force.
Sean Chadwick here, 5th seed.
Wow.
Andre Rivas, 15th seed. Best placings, 2nd, 20th.
Okay, real quick, what is NSW? He's from
New South
Wales. New South Wales?
New Southwest? New South Wales? I don't think that's a place in Australia. production team, if you can let us know what NSW means while we talk about
Internet, we're all
the
learning.
stats.
Okay, please continue.
Seed, 5th seed, Sean Chadwick. 15th seed, Andre Rivas. 2nd place, 20th place. Andre has already outperformed himself by a very considerable margin.
Top 4 when the best he did last year was 20th place.
I hate to admit this. I hate to say this. NSW is New South Wales. Was that? Do you want to try again for a celebration dance, or are we settling with that one?
I'm not doing it again.
We're going with that one. We're going to jump into the action here. Sean jumping in against Andre on game number 3. Guys, this is going to decide who goes into the grand finals, who locks in top 2, and who has to fight for 3rd.
All right. Sean Chadwick versus Andre Rivas. Immediately, Andre finds a buck hiding behind a bush. We got he killed 2 with 1 shot there. The big game does go down for Sean, and he just wipes up with 2 more bucks to score 3,000 points. A 2,000-point lead. Amazing.
Sean's scary. Like, honestly, that's all you
can
say.
Like, physically scary?
I think he looks like a cuddly teddy.
Yeah,
cuddly teddy.
He's cuddly and tuddly.
Cuddly tuddly. A cuddly teddy bear. Andre Rivas, but Sean is just fast. He's good, and he is damn sharp.
Oh, yes. All right, here we go. Immediately, Andre just taking everything. Sean with the deep shots. A couple of critters there. Andre with that super deep buck. Where are we going here? And just takes his 4th. That's going to be a humongous showing for Andre.
Wow, Andre picking up 1,000, just over 1,000
And we're
points.
back. We're back at it.
Right into a tie game.
600 points difference. That is nothing when you have 3 sites left to go.
That is 1, maybe 2 bucks. And it's half a buck if they're long range.
Half a buck, 50 cents.
That's a 50-cent buck. I like that.
Oh, there we go.
Can they get that one behind the rock?
Oh,
wow!
Andre, that is going to be like a 1,700-point buck. And he gets another one.
I didn't see
Holy
Sean.
hell.
I didn't even see Sean shoot at that animal. 1,200 points, 1,000
Wow.
points. He got 2 bucks and didn't really lose that sight that
1,000
bad.
points each. That was insane. All right, so it's 8,000 to 6,600. 2 sites left. Moving into site 4 here. We go. Hold on to your butts.
Here's the crazy thing. I'm looking at these stats between Sean Chadwick and Andre, and if you look at Dre's stats on the board up here, Dre has 1/3 of the amount of statistics, like 1/3 the amount of play that Sean Chadwick has. For him to be able to be competitive in the finals is something else.
This is pretty incredible. Yeah, to make it to the top 4 in the winners bracket.
That's right. And he's going to get a trophy. At this point, he's guaranteed a trophy.
That's amazing. All right, let's see if he can pull out some pointilage. Andre already swinging. Oh, my God.
Oh, no, Sean does
Andre
out.
gets to do what he... This is exactly what Andre needed.
And the dangerous, and the dangerous.
Oh, my God. 5,000 points?
That's going to put him in the lead. Wow. Now we get into the bonus game. That, you can see the faces on the crowd. Excitement, confusion, shock, anguish. 1,000 points, and the Minecraft bonus could go either way.
Minecart. Minecraft is cool, too.
Did I say
so
Minecraft?
Here we go.
I said Minecraft bonus, didn't I? Oh, boy.
All right, so we're shooting the diamonds out. Again, one of those things where, like, having the edge of the screen, but Andre is still taking it. Sean is just cleaning it.
It's going to be close. This is going to come down to...
Oh, my God. Sean and Andre. So Andre needs to keep a lead here in order to win this. And they are tied up.
At the very least, I think he can only lose by 1 or 2.
Oh, here it is. Oh, Sean and Chad keeping it 1-1. If they tie, Andre wins.
Wow! Andre Rivas
Holy
sends
hell.
Sean Chadwick into the reload bracket. Guarantees himself a spot in the grand finals. Andre Rivas, 20th place is his best placing.
showing. Wow.
And he is finding himself guaranteed top 2.
You can't write this stuff.
Do you know what this means, though? Sean Chadwick is going to be finding himself in the reload bracket.
Yeah, against...
We're about... Why am I blanking on this name?
against Philip.
There we go. Philip Bupre, who's had a freaking nuts showing.
Yeah.
Philip Bupre has performed so well throughout this entire tournament. Philip Bupre now going against Sean Chadwick.
So have either three of these folks, have any of these folks won this tournament before?
No.
We have a new
We
winner.
will have a new winner. Philip Bupre, Sean Chadwick.
We have an Aussie.
Yes, keep going. You can do it.
An American.
An American and
a Canadian.
An American.
I said American.
We've got 2 Americans and a Canadian. We very well may have a Canadian winning the world championship.
Australian.
God dang it! You've got me all sorts of messed up. An Australian. We might have an Australian winning the world championship.
Yep.
That's
Amazing.
a huge deal.
Yeah.
Because that's never been done before. They came close, but they're coming out of the reload bracket, which means they have to take down a very, very, very on fire Andre Rivas. Andre is not messing around. He just sent Sean Chadwick, the second place finisher last year, into the reload bracket. I would be more scared of Andre than I would of Philip and Sean in this situation.
Well, they're having a dance fight right now. We'll see how that goes.
We're going to be seeing Philip Bupre, Sean Chadwick. Stats are on the board. 16th place.
Wow.
Or 16th seed from Philip Bupre. 5th seed from Sean Chadwick. Second place. Philip Bupre's best finish. 18th place. And he's guaranteed top 3.
Yeah.
This weekend is genuinely one of the coolest things because anything can happen. You can genuinely come into this as a nobody.
Yeah.
And win it all. You can come in with your best placing being 20th. We've got 2 players that they're in the top 3 whose best placings were 18th and 20th.
That's nuts. These 2 gentlemen here, the worst they could walk away with is $8,000.
The worst.
The worst they can walk away with.
And a gun trophy.
And a gun trophy,
that might
true.
be worth $8,000 for we don't know.
What? We don't know what kind of technology is in those guns.
We don't know yet. We really don't. And until we find one on the black market, we won't know.
Damn it, George.
Because we are not winning those things anytime soon.
No, sir.
The level of skill that these players have is just out of this world.
I shoot for does on purpose. I suck at this game. All right, Philip with his 2. Sean also has 2. We see some critters going down. They are already firing at bucks.
Yeah, Philip got a shot so far back there, 123 yards,
Wow.
1,100 points. That buck alone gave him that lead.
That's insane. They are firing. They've already learned the new paths on this.
It is impressive. It is something else. It is a testament to the skill, the minds, how quick they work for these players.
All right, what do we got for site number 2? We got the Buckzilla's big money coming in. One way back there. Are they going to get it? Philip collects so much money from that buck way in the back. A couple of critters seeing their demise. Where are these other bucks? Philip taking them out. Oh, my goodness. Dangerous trophy. Who's going to snag it? Here it comes. Shoot the blizzard anteater bear.
Sean goes out, which means it goes to Philip Bupre with
Philip
no
already.
contest.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
The points. Philip is feeling on top right now. He has to be.
Wow, wow, wow.
6,000 points between them moving into the 3rd site.
And the loser of this match is going to be picking up a 3rd place trophy. The winner of this goes on to the finals to play against Andre Rivas.
The loser of this gets 8,000 points.
The loser of it, right. The winner. Oh,
Oh,
Sean!
my God, Sean.
Sean goes out after going down 7,000 points from the last site. That is probably
This is the nail in the coffin
That
here.
is probably the end of
Yep.
Sean Chadwick's tournament
Yep.
adventure. He just patted PB&J. He just patted Philip
Yep.
Bupre on the back and said, "Look,
He knows.
man,
He knows.
that's gonna do it."
Can you make up 9,000 in 2 more sites? Probably, but it's unlikely.
I'm curious. Probably, but unlikely. Don't those counter each other? Just
Unlikely.
Maybe.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen.
Sean does do what he needs to do here to pick up those points. He does
Wow.
manage to get 2, but Philip is sniping these from around
It's
corners.
unreal.
And
Another dough out.
There's a dough out by Sean.
Yep, look at Philip. He's like, no dough for me, dough.
No. Dough's dough.
He's making that dough. Oh,
Wow.
Philip.
I'm speechless. This is impressive.
Yep.
Philip is putting on a clinic against the person who placed 2nd at last year's World Championship. That
So
is no
Philip's
freaking
best
joke.
showing, 18th place in 2017, came in 16th seed
And here he is going into the grand finals,
Top
knocking
2.
out a lot of extremely good, well-known veteran players.
Guaranteed at the very least $10,000.
Wow. Wow. What would you do with $10,000? Buy 10,000 fruit roll-ups?
5,000 fruit roll-ups if they're $2 a piece.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you do with the other 5,000?
Give it to charity. I'm such a nice guy.
Guys, we're going into the wormhole bonus, but at this point, it is just a formality. Sean Chadwick is done. He is out. He is no longer in this tournament. Philip Beaupre is going to find himself in the grand finals, where he is going to be going up against Andre Rivas. Winner of the next match takes home $20,000.
Wow. Philip has to be feeling on top of the frickin' world right now.
Wow, good for Philip.
Well done. Good showing, my dude.
Before we dive into the finals, before we get into the championship match, we are going to be sending it down onto the floor with our man Doug and the MC, the main man of the event, Dave Snipes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the atmosphere on the floor right now is absolutely bonkers. I mean, look at that. What? It doesn't get any better. I'm here with Dave. They're just going nuts. I love this. I'm here with Dave. Last time we saw him, he was in a slightly different outfit. I've got to say, this one looks better. Dave, what do you make of what's happening right now?
This is why we do this. Phil comes out of nowhere. He's just crushed Chadwick. Chadwick took second place last year. Like, you just never know what's going to happen. This is why we play the games. Everyone's up here on the stage getting wild because the play is top-notch right now.
Nobody is safe. Your seed doesn't matter when it comes to this late in the tournament. The best man will win. Now, Dave, I've got to ask you, I hate to do this to you, but I need to know, who's winning the World Championship in 2019?
Here's what I think. I think Andre's a great player. I think Phil is in his zone. I think Phil is going to come back through the reload bracket, and then who the hell knows? I think we're going to do this twice.
You can't write a better story. You can't make this stuff up. All that's left to see is who's going to take home the hardware. Jack, Callum, I envy the seat you're in right now to cast this thing. I lied. I don't envy you. This crowd is way too good. Fellas, take it away.
I don't blame you, Doug. If I were you, I'd go down and get a shot and enjoy it with the players. Guys, this is where it is all coming down to. We have Andre Rivas out of the winner's bracket, Philip Beaupre out of the reload bracket. Now, of course, keep in mind, as Doug and Dave mentioned, Philip does have to reset the bracket. If Philip wants a chance at that championship, he needs to beat Andre in the full adventure. Now, this is going to be a little different than the rest of the tournament. So explain to us, what happens in the finals? What's the difference between an adventure, a trek, and a site?
So an adventure is 3 treks. A trek is 5 sites and 1 bonus round.
And I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to say really quick, this is the 15 and 16 seed.
Wow.
Philip Beaupre is the 16th seed.
So
Andre Rivas is the 15th seed. We couldn't get like
2 skilled players right where they need to be.
Right next to each other. Right next to each other. 15 and 16 in the grand finals.
I can't wait to see Philip win this.
Oh, okay. So we're going with Philip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, only because he is the second half of my original pick.
Okay, that's fair. We'll take it.
Yeah.
So we're going to jump back before this match starts. Explain to us what happens in the grand finals. How does it all work?
You shoot the bucks, and the more bucks you shoot, you win.
Okay, fair enough. What is an adventure? We're going to see a full adventure be played out here.
Yep, an adventure being 3 treks. Obviously, 1 trek is 5 sites, and then 1 bonus round, and you get a dangerous trophy in there somewhere.
That's right.
So that is essentially 15 sites, 3 bonus rounds, 3 dangerous trophies that they have to shoot their way through.
And if Andre wins that first adventure, so again, keep in mind that's those 15 sites, 3 bonus games. If Andre wins that, Andre becomes the 2019 Big Buck World Champion. Never been before. So this will be his first championship. If Philip wins the full adventure, the bracket resets, their scores go back to 0, and they move on into the next adventure. Again, 15 more sites.
It's a lot of shooting.
3 more bonus games. And the winner of that one becomes the champion.
Yeah.
If you're Andre, you don't want that bracket reset.
Nope.
If that bracket reset happens, your momentum is gone.
Yeah.
If you're Philip, you're just fighting to reset the bracket right now.
Absolutely.
You're not fighting to win. You're just I need to reset this bracket for even a chance at winning.
There's so much pressure on Philip right now because he has to go all the way through all of this adventure just to prove that he can bring him to a second adventure and do the exact same thing again.
Yep, and this is a long match. It's a stamina match.
Yeah.
For the rest of this tournament, all we've seen are treks. 5 sites in a bonus game. It happens pretty quick. It's about 3 minutes.
Yeah, bud.
Now you're seeing that times 3, potentially
times 6.
Times 6. So it becomes a longer, grueling experience. It means if you fall behind early, you can build up a lead and come back. In the ladies' tournament, that didn't necessarily play out the way you'd hope for Lauren and Melinda. Lauren built up a lead and then just kept on building a lead. And Melinda just fell further and further and back. But if Philip can have a spiritual moment halfway through a down site, he can still come back at any point of a full adventure.
Absolutely. There's so much stuff to shoot, so many points on the table that really just sort of like falling behind early is not the end of the world because there are so many sites to pick up those points on. And we have 3 bonus rounds, which is a lot of points in itself.
So let me ask you this. If you've got Philip Bupre, Andre Rivas, who do you have taking home the bacon? Who's taking home the $20,000 check? Who's taking home Pappys Jug? Who's taking home the first place gun trophy?
It's got to be PB&J.
You're thinking PB&J.
It's got to be
And
PB&J.
are we thinking that's PB&J because you're biased because that was half of your pick? Or
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to check.
But also, like, he fought his way through.
He's had a
the
hell of a
slog.
tournament. He's had a hell of a tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know. I genuinely have no idea.
You have to pick, though.
Andre Rivas. And I say Andre Rivas for one reason. He's coming out of the winner's bracket. He's got twice the opportunity that Philip has
This
here.
is also true.
Philip has to win twice. Andre Rivas has to win once. If Andre goes down, yeah, he doesn't have momentum in his chance, but he has that comfort of like, okay, if I go down, I'm still safe.
All right.
Philip Bupre does not have that luxury. If Philip Bupre goes down and out, he's down and out. But Philip has been hot. He's been on fire. We're going to send it, if we can, to the stage show really quick, where Andre Rivas and Dave Snipes, or where Dave Snipes is introducing Andre Rivas and Philip Bupre as they are getting ready to fight or to battle it out for the Grand Champion title. The championship match is about to get underway.
Get your popcorn.
All right, and both players are approaching the guns. Andre has selected the green gun, which means Andre has selected the green gun, which means Philip Bupre is going to be starting out on the orange gun. 15th seed, 16th seed. I mean, this could not be better scripted.
Yep. I love that the skill level of a lot of the players that we've been seeing towards the end of this bracket have been that close in seed.
I mean, it's
showing that they belong together where they're at.
Yep.
As they progress through this bracket.
It really is. I mean, it couldn't be better scripted.
Yeah.
Having the 15th seed, having the 16th seed battle it out in the grand finals, knocking out the 2012 champion. Not only that, either way, no matter who wins, we are going to have a new champion, no matter what.
By the way, Philip, if he just sort of craps the bed right now, he gets to go home with $10,000.
$10,000. There's $10,000 that separate these two players. $10,000 and $20,000. There's a big difference in these two players. There's a big chunk of change that separates these two.
All right, Andre's picking off some critters because Philip is gobbling up all the bucks. He is showing that he is wanting to take him through 2 magical adventures.
And Philip is starting off with a hell of a sight. If this is going to paint the picture of how this adventure is going to play out, man, Andre needs to be ready for something else because that is scary.
Oh, yeah. Wow, Philip is just relentless here with the kills. We got so that doe got a haircut from someone's shotgun. Philip is just taking everything.
Is it too late to change my pick?
Yes.
Is it too late to change my pick?
I'll let you change your pick for $30.
I think Philip is picking up the momentum. I think Philip is feeling it. I think he's got a bigger crowd support. I think you can see he's
look at that sea of green.
It's there. I mean, the crowd is there. It's interesting because if you look on the orange gun side, it's all green. If you look on the green gun side, it's just a scattered crowd. It's the Aussies, it's the Scotty Snipers, it's the New York crowd. It's just kind of a broad array. But if you look behind Philip Bupre, there is just die-hard supporters.
Wow. Philip just...
Oh, no!
Oh, wow.
Andre does out Philip Beaupre, picking up all 6
Holy.
for
Oh,
himself.
and the trophy. Here we go. Dangerous trophy. Take out the bear. Wonderfully done. This is so weighted in Philip's camp right now. He just got 4,000 more points.
And this is what we were talking about. We said if you fall behind early, you're kind of screwed. If you fall, if you fall behind early, you're not screwed. You have the ability to come back. But what we saw last night was when you fell behind early, the score just added up and up.
Yep,
and
it snowballs
and
on
up.
you. Absolutely.
And I think it has to do with momentum. It has to do with the pressure of falling behind. It has to do with seeing that opponent of yours scoring bigger and bigger and your score staying lower and lower.
He doted out again. This becomes psychological at this point. You know, when you're so far behind, it's hard to imagine that you can come back from a 10,000-point deficit.
No, seriously, this is going to be a challenge for Andre to be catching back up into this. At the end of the day, either player is going home with a big chunk of change. $10,000, $20,000. Gun trophies, which could be worth $8,000 for all we know.
Huge.
We haven't figured it out yet. We're still working on it, fellas, ladies and gentlemen, back at home. But Philip Beaupre is showing why he wants to walk away with that $20,000. Andre Rivas has a big round here, picks up 4.
Wow.
Philip only managed to secure 2.
Still kept it pretty even.
Pretty dang close.
Yep. 10,000, 11,000 points.
21 bulls to
Holy.
9.
We may be seeing a green shirt up on that podium. All right, we got to shoot all the pigeons. Now this bonus round, Philip would like to keep this pretty even so that Andre's not really bolstering his score too much.
Yeah, I think at this point of the tournament, with this being a full adventure, I don't think anyone wants to keep anything even. I think everyone wants to just put as many points on the board.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't want to even this out. I want to go point after point after point after point.
Oh yeah. So
after that first trek, 10,000 points.
10,000 up. That's huge.
That's going to be a challenge to come back.
That is huge. So if Philip stays on this course, we essentially have 5 more treks left.
Yeah.
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 Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
It is. You know, the math is right. I'm sitting here in my head going,
yes.
How many sides?
Yeah.
Carry the 0. No, it's absolutely. There's a lot of gameplay still left in this tournament.
Wow. Andre showed up.
If Andre's able to put points on the board here, come back in this site, and then win the last trek, he can take the championship home in this match. If he doesn't, he's going to be finding Philip resetting the bracket. Philip resetting the bracket means Philip's going to have the momentum. We're going into a wildebeest with the dangerous trophy. Jack, call the action as you see it.
You got it, Dad. Here we go. All right, Philip looking for some of those deep shots. There he is, and he does manage to bag 2 of them. One of them I didn't even see some critters go down. Andre does get a bull charging at us. How is Philip seeing these damn bulls in the back? Andre does get a deep one too, actually. The dangerous trophy right around the corner. Who is going to snag it? If you can get it early, it is worth a ton.
Next shot.
Couple of body shots, and it does go to Philip. Well done. Pulling out 600 extra points out of that site.
That 980-point buck is what kept Andre in that round. But once that dangerous trophy came in and went to Philip, Philip just squeaked out on top. Look at this, 4-2, 3-3. I mean, it's a hell of a lot better of a trek for Andre. That's for dang sure. Whether or not it's going to be enough to justify coming all the way back, I don't know.
All right, up next. Shoot the bulls. We got it hiding by. Oh, they fired a shot to scare the dog. What is happening? This is terrifying.
Phillip, that was so close. Those shots were inches behind Philip with a dominating sight.
Wow.
Puts 4 on the board.
Double it. You are seeing why these 2 gentlemen are in the finals right now.
And, you know, here's the thing. There's 11,000 points that separate these two. At this point, if they can maintain that 10,000-point difference, there's really no difference between that first trek, which means Andre might have shot himself in the foot in that first trek alone.
Yep. Oh, the dough out from Andre. So Philip gets to just go shopping again. Look at this. Let him go.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I think we are going to see a bracket reset.
Oh. Was that 6,000 points?
That was not a small round. I think that is for sure. I think we're going to be seeing a bracket reset here. I think we're going to be seeing Philip Beaupre taking Andre the distance, but there is still one more to go after this. Keep in mind, so there is still plenty of gameplay. Philip, for all we know, could dough out 3 or 4 times next round, but I don't think that's possible with the way that he's hunting right now.
Philip is being relentless. There it is, and he grabs the. I just threw my pen. I'm flabbergasted by what is happening right now.
Philip is putting on a clinic. Philip is showing why he deserves to be here in the finals. 41,000 to 22,000.
Wow.
41 to 22.
Now, what's cool is Andre, even though he may, or if he loses this, he still has a complete refresh behind him.
Yep, he does. And he can go into it with a blank slate.
Yeah.
The real question is whether or not he's going to be able to.
Yeah.
Because knowing your opponent is hot, on fire, and ready, you've also got to keep in mind, Philip Beaupre is in a position where he's good. He knows he's good. And now he's just reset the bracket, and he's got that crowd behind him. That momentum is going to carry hard for Philip.
And there it is. Honestly, just keep these even. You can go for a lead if you want. Just don't give up any points, and Philip is going to be sitting pretty. I think that was an exact split. There you go, 2,800 to 2,800. So that score did not move.
And we've got one more trek.
Wow.
One trek, and Andre needs to make up 20,000 points. I don't see it happening.
No, because the highest we've seen is 19,000 with really busting yourself to try to win this. So we probably see a bracket reset here.
I think there's a 99% chance we see a bracket reset going into this.
Wow, Philip he hates these Bucks.
he's putting them down. This is nuts.
This is
wow.
Oh my
God. Philip Beaupre with the $6 finish.
Gave the Dangerous Trophy as a consolation prize to Andre.
Wow. Oh, wow. Good for him.
That was insane. Keep up the momentum, buddy. Oh, my goodness. All right, here we go. The crowd is actually pretty silent.
For I think at this point, Team New England knows, like, okay, this is getting reset.
Yeah.
We're resetting this 100%.
Wow, look at this. And he does out again. Nice. Giving Philip a chance to collect 2.
I hate to say it, but I think this last strike is just a formality.
Yep, absolutely. This belongs to Philip Dupree.
Dupree, huh?
I said Oh, wait. Who's Dupree? Isn't that a rapper?
No, Dupree is
a basketball player.
It's from the movie Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, Dupree. Yes, got it. Beaupre.
And I think Dupree is actually the author, so he shouldn't be from the movie Shawshank Redemption. He's that famous author who's on that one book.
Yeah, remember? All right. Philip grabbing the deep bucks. There's one hiding behind those does, and he nails 2. That was like 2 with 1 shot.
Production just let me know it's Stephen King.
Oh.
Dupree is Stephen King. There we go.
Wow, we are great at our job.
I would just like to thank production for listening to us and being in our ear and giving us the support and love we need to get through.
To not be completed yet. Oh, yeah.
With this last trek coming up, it's another dough out by Andre. This has not been what Andre has done throughout this entire tournament.
Look, he's not even shooting. You see this gun down. He's actually not even shooting anymore.
That's what happens when you dough out. You can't shoot.
You can pretend.
Again, guys, this is a formality of a trek. I'm a little stressed out if I'm Andre Rivas. He has played exceptionally well throughout this entire tournament.
This is amazing.
And going into the finals, it just looks like Philip is on another level.
Bracket reset incoming. There is nothing that can happen here to prevent that.
And again, at the end of the day, no matter what happens, both of these players are picking up their highest finish, first and second place. Regardless, they're both taking home a gun trophy. They're both taking home a lot of cash.
At least $10,000 for the person that doesn't win this.
That's right.
Wow, 57 to 31. Going into the last bonus round, they might as well just like play thumb wrestling right now.
Let's see as Philip is going to be resetting this bracket. I think you're going to be hearing Dave Snipes get loud in any moment as he calls the action to call the reset. This is going to be one of the most intense finals.
Look at Philip, he's just taking all the ducks.
I don't think we're going to see any release from Philip going into this next adventure. I think Philip is like, I'm here, I'm on fire, I just reset the bracket, and you are going home.
He went to the oxygen bar, he got a double dosage, man. He is freaking on fire right now.
Wow, Philip Beaupre, as we said, it resets the bracket. The crowd's getting excited, they're getting energetic. We are not done yet. Don't go anywhere. Andre, Philip, you guys are going into the next adventure where the bracket is reset. Winner takes all.
$20,000 on the line, your name on Pappys Jug, and the dopest gun trophy you've ever seen ever.
And look at this, you've got the two teams heading on stage. Team New England, PB&J in the green. Andre Reed's team coming up on the left. All of the California crew and the New York crew getting together. I think it's actually all the California crew over there. Team New England, Team Andre Rivas. Philip is on fire. Andre's had a hell of a tournament.
Yep.
This is going to be exciting.
This is amazing. So they're taking some fun photos before someone gets sad.
To remember the moment.
Yeah.
They are getting everyone on stage. They're going to get everyone loud, proud, and excited. We are going into the true championship match. This is the championship reload. Winner of this adventure takes home the entire thing. Loser goes home with, I was going to say empty-handed, but empty-handed with $10,000.
Get out of here, kid. Here's your 10 grand.
And a gun trophy.
And a gun trophy.
And a gun trophy.
Yep.
So we are going to leave it on the stage show. You guys can just check it out, see the players, the California crew getting loud. Guys, we are heading into this action in just a moment.
Wow, wow, wow.
Give them the well wishes they need. We're about to enter battle for the championship.
$20,000 on the line. Pappys Jug on the line. And we're switching guns.
Oh,
Andre's taking orange.
Whoa, that could be a curveball. Andre understands that there is something different that he needs to do. He can't allow Philip Beaupre to have that kind of a performance. Is it going to come down to the gun? Could be. Andre takes the orange gun, forcing Philip Beaupre to switch everything that he's done in that last adventure.
Amazing. Yeah.
3 bonuses.
This is where the head games come in.
Whether or not it's enough, we are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. They are just having some final chats, some final words here. They're going to be jumping into the grand finals, championship reload. Winner of this goes home first place. Loser takes home second place. Philip Beaupre, Andre Rivas, no matter how you look at it, no matter how you shake it, we have a new champion tonight.
Yeah, buddy. And Andre played such amazing Big Buck Hunter here, being in the winner's bracket all the way to the grand finals.
Freakishly good.
Yeah.
They both played freakishly good. Honestly, this weekend has been a story. Every game has been just nuts. You've had insanely high performances by players you don't traditionally expect those performances from.
Yep. New players, old players. We've broken some records. We've shattered some story. Internet, let's just get into the action.
Let's do it. They're going to be loading up that first site, calling the action live. Jack Danger and Callum Fletcher, of course. Our talent team is joined this weekend by Glitter and Esports Doug. They've been joining us on the floor all weekend for interviews. But the main story, the main event is this final match. We have a new champion crowned after this adventure. For those of you just tuning in, Jack, what the hell is an adventure?
An adventure is 3 treks. Each trek is 5 sites and 1 bonus round, meaning they have to play 15 sites, 3 different bonus rounds, and 3 different dangerous trophies. And it's looking like the gun switch did something there.
It might have thrown Philip Beaupre off of his game. It might have given Andre that edge. We don't know. It was only one sight of 15, so let's tune in, see what they do on the whitetail. Dangerous trophy on this site. Big points.
Big money.
The crowd is getting loud. Cheers for both players coming out from each side. Philip picks up the first one. Andre managed to fire back with one of his own.
All right, another good pickoff from Philip. Deep in the back. Andre saw that buck. Philip was unaware. Oh, they're dipping around those does. I don't understand that shot at all. Where's the dangerous trophy? A doe out from Andre.
But here's the thing. One of those points from Andre, 1,100. He put such a deep shot, and I actually saw Philip not even go for it. Philip's targeting close bucks. Andre puts all of his focus on the deep shot, and it paid off for him in the end.
Absolutely. That one buck made all the difference. All right, we're at 5,000 to 3,000. Philip is behind by 2K. Let's see what happens next. We got Buckzilla's up. All right, green and orange sharing shots. Critters going down. Philip Beaupre snagging his next buck. We are tied 2-2. There's a deep one right there. Philip takes it and finishes off tying buck to buck. Look at those scores. Philip was able to edge out a few points there, which is okay. We're still at about a 2,000 point difference here.
Seriously, I mean, this could not be a better finals.
This is amazing.
This could genuinely not be a better finals. I mean, we are so close. We've had a bracket reset. We are now down to the nitty-gritty. We've got about 12, 13 sites left.
Oh, yeah. Philip grabbing some deep buck action there. Who's going to get it? Andre snags that as well. Grabs his third. Who's going to get this fourth one? Wonderful, wonderful. Tie the bucks. And Philip edges out a few more points. This is what he's got to do. If you're not going to absolutely blow it out against your opponent, just make sure you're getting a few more points to make sure that snowball's in your favor because you have so many sites left to shoot.
Now, this is exactly the opposite of what we saw in that first adventure. Philip Beaupre absolutely crushed it early. Andre playing some mind games, playing strategic, switches the guns, and look at this. Just like that, he's on top of the scoreboard.
Great shot from Andre. Another buck from Philip. Andre and Philip trading back and forth. That was an interestingly deep buck. And they are just going buck for buck here. Now, he did fall back a few points there. That's okay. Still about a 2,000 point difference. Again, 2,000. Andre being chanted for in the audience.
Both teams starting to chant for their player's name, get into the heads. I can see players from all around the venue just hooting and hollering.
Amazing.
This is what I love to see. Let's get into the bonus game.
All right, shoot the frogs who are on a vacation, just minding their own business. Now, I typically thought that being the green gun on this gave you a bit of a advantage, but Andre's showing that that is not the case. Here we go, 12 to 13, keeping it close. Andre does have a leg up here, a frog leg up with 2 frogs. We are still going hard on these. This is the last bit of toads to take out, and Andre does procure himself a few more froggies.
Now, what the hell is going on?
It's the gun switch, man.
This is just insane. 3,000 points, just under 3,000. Now, here's the deal. We've got 1 trek down, 2 treks to go. Still a lot of time for either of these players to screw up or carry this away. Only 2 bulls between the two. 10 critters on Philip and 7 on Andre.
All right, headshots only for the zombie bucks. Remember, you have to nail them dead in the head.
And we're going on into this next one. Zombie bucks, they're waiting for the site to start. Oh no, a deep doe!
Out from Philip Beaupre.
And I'm gonna be honest, I think that doe was in the green fog and nobody knew it was back there.
Yep. This is going to be a lot of points. Oh my God.
2,600 points going into Andre's pocket.
So that's about a 5,000 point deficit we're seeing now.
Oh my goodness. Could this be the return? Coming back from behind.
Yikes.
Being absolutely slaughtered in the first adventure. Switching the guns and coming out potentially on top of Philip Beaupre, who 10 minutes ago, I would have said, man, this guy is on fire. Nothing is beating him.
Yep, Internet, you're seeing it here. There are mind games in this. That gun switch is playing a big role in what's happening right now with this this point swap. Philip Beaupre does manage to grab himself $4. They were pretty deep. Wow.
And he needed those
2K.
points. After that dough out,
Yep.
and he went down 2K against those zombie bucks, he needed that 2,000 points.
So that was a great comeback. That was a wonderful comeback that he needed. If he just keeps performing like that, we're going to see a brand new world champion.
What we've just saw is effectively canceling out those 2 sites.
Yeah. All right, here we are.
I don't know if I can handle the stress of this coming down to a bonus game, the final.
I'm casting this with my eyes closed. I think Philip is killing stuff. I'm hearing a lot of reloading.
And Philip has another big site.
That's it. That's the tie-up.
Another big site by
That's
Philip.
it.
21,900.
1,000 points between them.
So 20,900. I mean, goodness gracious, this could not be any closer.
Internet, I'm sweating through my jacket. There's the Buck ladies. So, the big Buck ladies?
Big Buck girls?
Big Buck girls, there you go. All right, they hate that tree. Look at that fight. Andre knew exactly where that buck was, and that is going to be a monster amount of points for Andre. But Philip does grab one for himself. That right there is the lead for Philip.
Turns it around. You can see one half of the crowd arm raised, the other half completely silent. It is quite literally, if you turn around and check out this crowd,
there it is.
Down the middle.
Wow.
Half is green, half is gray and white, half for Andre, half for Team New England. And Philip
This is
Beaupre.
as close as it can get. Whoa, Andre with the deep dig. All right, Andre continuing, grabs the big game, snagging a few birds. Andre is just going for everything. Super far away. There's one more out there. There it is.
Ooh.
Wow, that was a
Andre
huge showing for
that.
Andre.
We're going to see that score
my
flip again
God.
as Andre goes up 3,000,
Wow.
4,000 points. Andre, Philip, back and forth.
Yep.
Every single site counts.
All right, Papio, Super Papio. All right, so you shoot the things that come out of the stills. Shoot the things. What happens if you shoot Pappy?
I don't think anything happens.
Oh.
12-11 though. Philip Beaupre managing to keep it even. This is going to go down to the final trek.
Absolutely.
This is going to go down to the wire, to the final trek of the entire
There
tournament.
is no clear winner at this moment because there are 5 more sites, 1 more bonus, 1 more dangerous trophy left to get, and this is not that big of a point difference.
4,000 points.
Oh my God, look at that nod.
Are you actually kidding me? Are you kidding me? We have 4,000 points between 2 players, one of which will become the new champion.
Oh, here we go. Andre is just activated right now. All right, Philip answering. Wow.
Andre Rivas showing why he deserves to be the champion.
Oh, nice. Philip grabs the trophy.
Showing why
He needs
he
those
deserves
points.
to win this entire thing.
Down by 700. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got 4 more sites to go. This is still very winnable by any player.
We are on our feet. The entire crowd is on their feet. Everyone is chanting. Philip chants. Andre chants. Everybody wants to know who is going to be the new grand champion
Andre just
after this match.
Digging out. Oh, Andre does out. Philip gets to do whatever he wants, but he did get 1 buck that was unbelievably far out there.
Every single site, back and forth, back and forth. 2,000
points between them.
All that separates these two, and we only have 3 sites left. Ladies and gentlemen, you could not ask for a better finals.
All right, moving on. Folks, I don't know if you can hear the chanting, but it is electric in here right now.
Andre Davis goes out on the first one.
Gets to catch up, if not come out on top after all of that. Oh my God, he gets all of them.
So close already, Andre Rivas. You cannot afford to dough out this late in the tournament.
Oh my God.
By
oh my God, 1,000 points.
600
Let's
points.
go.
Come on. 2 sites in a bonus game. That dough-out may have been a $10,000 dough-out.
Now, these bucks are worth a lot of cash. You got to make sure you get these deep and fast. Great shot from Andre.
Starting strong,
Philip matching it. Picking up some critters. We got another one coming across the screen. Philip grabbing the deep ones. There's another one. Andre.
3, 4.
Andre with the 4 coming back.
Man, he needed
That's going to be big money. Holy shark.
Wow! 7,000
Where did those points come from?
The range, the depth, the accuracy. Andre Rivas takes the lead with 1 sight and a bonus to go.
Oh my God.
4,000 points are all that separates these two.
Get up on your feet, Internet. This is it. It all comes down to this sight right here.
I can see the talent in the crowd. Everyone is excited. This is
Andre
nuts.
gets the super deep one there. Philip answering again with his 4th box.
Andre
goes out.
He's waiting. He's getting the range. He's getting the depth, and he gets it.
Smart.
4.
What is this? Oh my God!
Let's
Is
go.
that it?
This is going to come down.
It's going to bonus.
This is coming down to the bonus
Philip's
game.
got to steal everything. Everything. We need every plane to go down. Philip has to take every effing plane that exists, and this
Andre
is his.
can perform here, if Andre wins this bonus game, this championship is his.
All right, here we go. Andre, first 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And that's it.
That's it.
I don't see Philip coming back. Andre is 2 on fire.
Oh,
Andre Rivas is picking up plane after
Folks,
plane.
you are watching a brand new world champion at his best. 18-10. All he had to do was maintain, and he's doing just that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting down into the very
That's it.
end of it all. We're going to see the cannons fire. Is that going to do it as Andre Rivas becomes your 2019 Big Buck World Champion?
Get your hands together, folks.
And there it is, the California crew rushing the stage. Andre Rivas out of nowhere. Philip Beaupre out of nowhere. Down to the wire.
Sight after sight.
Down to the
back
bonus
and
game.
forth. Back and forth.
And just like that, Andre Rivas, your 2019 Big Buck World Champion. And you can hear the crowd cheering. The Andre chants have come back out. Neither of us expected that. Not after that first adventure.
No.
Not a chance.
Philip was slated in my mind to completely dominate that whole thing.
100%. We are going to send it down to the stage show and let you enjoy the moment with the players. We'll be back in just a moment.
for playing Big Buck Hunter. The West Coast represents. All right, per the usual, we have other winners. We have people walking away with trophies. It's not just Andre. We have other great buck hunters today that we want to recognize. So let's bring up to the stage, not for the first time, Chris Freem, our 4th place winner, $5,000 and another gun trophy. All right, our 3rd place winner from Australia, Sean Chadwick. Sean walks away with the gun trophy and $8,000. All right. Oh yeah, here we go. We got the Aussies, the Aussie contingent. They came a long way. They deserve this. Nice job, Sean. And our 2nd place winner, so nearly the champion, well deserved, Phil Baubrey, everybody. $10,000 and a gun trophy. And one more time, let's hear it for your champ, and here's his gun trophy, Andre Rivas! Andre, come on up over here. Over here. You got a lot of stuff to hold. Here, we'll hold the check. We'll hold the check. Guys, thank you everybody for coming out to the World Championship. We appreciate everything you do. Stick around, we'll be drinking, we'll be having a party, celebrating all these great hunters. Congratulations one more time to all of our winners.
Right in front of it.
Wow, wow, wow.
What the hell was that kind of an event? That was something else. That was an insane finish. I'm so happy that everyone here was able to catch that. I mean, we have a brand new champion, a hell of a finish. We've had some great interviews throughout the weekend. We had upsets. We had finishes that I never expected. That was just speechless. I'm speechless.
That last battle, that last trek was everything you come to watch Big Buck Hunter for. That was two of the best players going site to site, back and forth, leader to leader, leader to leader, going into a bonus round. It was perfect.
It had everything you want, but we are going to have words from the winner himself, Doug, on the floor with Andre Rivas. Doug, take it away.
Callum, the energy down here is so nuts. I can hardly hear what's happening in my headset. I'm on stage right now with the winner of your 2019 Big Buck Hunter World Championships, Andre Rivas. Andre, if you can, try to put into words, how are you feeling?
Amazing and surprised and super grateful for everybody who's put on not this just World Championship, but the Buck Hunter game for I don't know how many years. We've been playing it for over 10. And it's a big part of my life. I love it. My kids love it. My whole family loves it. My wife loves it. It's awesome.
Now, look, I've got to ask, when you came into the weekend, you came in as the 15th seed, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Did you ever expect this to be what you were looking at when all was said and done?
No. No, are you kidding me? I think there's a lot of great players who I think went out early as a gift to me, and I'm thankful to all of them, and I'm thankful to all the does that had to die to make this happen today at my hands.
Now, Andre, I want to break down the match itself a bit because things for a while didn't look good. Philip came out. He forced the bracket reset. Yep. What was your mentality when you found yourself resetting the bracket?
So Phil's a great player, right? If I lost to Phil, it would not be a surprise because he's amazing. But I think when I reset that, when I first started shooting that first round and it didn't go so well, after a while, I thought, I just need to relax. I got another shot. Start from scratch. I feel like I can beat Phil 45% of the time, right? And so it was the second time, second round.
Well, look, they had an incredible crowd. The energy on the floor was nuts. How did you maintain your composure going into that second adventure?
It wasn't that hard. We had a huge crowd here of LA supporters, which was fantastic. And Phil had an amazing crowd. There's a sea of green out there with him. But Phil's such a great guy. He and I are good friends. We talk on Facebook all the time. He's come out and visited us out in LA, and we were just having fun up there. We were like joking and talking with each other and saying, "Hey, enjoy it. This is our time up there." And it was not all that stressful, to be honest.
Now, Andre, you're taking home on top of the jug, on top of the gun. You're taking home a payday in 20 grand. The small stuff. Listen, I've got to ask. Do you know what you're going to spend it on?
Nope. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy a machine. Maybe I'll put some away for the kids' college. Maybe I'll pay for my hotel room. We'll see. I don't know. I'm going to pay for the Buck Hunter habit for the next 50 years.
And then last question for you before I let you go. I know there are a lot of folks who are waiting to celebrate with you. Do you have any final words, any thanks to the folks in the stand, anything you'd like to say before we go?
I do have to say a big thanks to my shooting partner, Chris Exberger. He and I have shot together for over a decade. He and I practiced together. He supported me a ton. I beat him also 45% of the time, so I'm really happy I didn't go up against him either up here. But a huge thanks to the Buck Hunter technical crew that puts this thing on. I hope they never stop. And all the programmers and database guys and artists and everybody who's put this game together for a long time. It's a fantastic game. They do such a good job. They have such an amazing, huge crowd of dedicated, great, friendly, supportive fans and players. Thanks to all of them for putting this on and for all the competitors that make this an amazing, fun time.
Once again, folks watching at home, your 2019 champion, world champion, mind you, Andre Rivas. Jack, Callum, I don't know how you're going to follow this up. I don't envy you. Take it away.
Wow, what a freaking finish. Andre showing exactly what this community about. It's community, it's family, it's friendship. They're on the stage during the finals laughing.
and just shooting the shit, hanging out. That's insane.
He just said that they hang out, they talk on Facebook all the time. They're like homies, and then they got to go to the finals together and beat each other up for $10,000.
Now, I've got to ask Glitter before we wrap up this show. Did you think this was going to be what you thought it was? What was your experience this weekend? What did you think of the finals, of the whole tournament? Just tell me your thoughts.
Okay, so this is not even close to the experience that I thought it was going to be. It was twice, 3 times as good as what I had initially anticipated. Also, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, it's Glitter. She's in
This
her
is
booth.
Glitter. Hey.
It's nice to be up here with you guys. I got to interview a bunch of these players, and after speaking with them, I may or may not have guessed that Sean was going to take it.
Yeah, no, well, that was my guess. I'm right there with you.
And so I was, they all played phenomenally. So
Yeah.
they all deserve to be where they are, but that was not how I saw it playing out. And I'm really excited that it was someone new and someone that people maybe might not have initially guessed, because that's what keeps it interesting.
Absolutely.
100%. Absolutely agree.
Things get stale if the same person keeps winning all the time. No offense. I'm just saying.
Trevor. No, seriously, though, that was go ahead. Let's hear it.
I was just going to say, speaking of the Trevor thing, and Andy will vouch, I did an interview with Andy, and at the end of the interview, I said, you know what? I've just got this gut feeling that I think you're going to have a massive upset when you go up against
She's a witch.
Wow.
She's a witch.
He does his points upstairs and just nods at me.
Seriously? Oh, that's
why
so
you
cool.
pointed
I
out
love it.
after.
That was, no, as I said, guys, that was everything we wanted it to be. That was the perfect ending to a championship. We had everything we could have possibly wanted. I think that's going to wrap up our jobs here this weekend on the desk. We might see Glitter again with some more interviews. You'll certainly see her in the content that comes out throughout the year about the World Championship. If you didn't get to attend this one, there will be more, of course, usually roaming around the country, but we have been in Las Vegas for the last few years, so hopefully we'll be here again. It's a beautiful city. It's a lot of fun.
You better have me back.
And don't look at me. Don't look at me.
George, listen here, buddy.
It's a ton of fun. We are so thrilled you guys were able to join us. I'm Cal Fletcher. Of course, we've got Glitter Explosion here in the middle. Jack, Mr. Danger on the end. Thank you for joining. We'll see you guys next year.
So that
I think with the how
Oh my gosh.
That was amazing.
That was my reaction last night. Oh my gosh. And that is the perfect ending to how you expect a big buck world championship to go down.
There is nothing that encapsulated the weekend better, the emotions in the crowd, than that final match. Congratulations, Andre Rivas, our 2019 world champion, taking home 20,000 big ones and hoisting Pappys Jug.
And coming in as the number 15 seed to do it.
Yes.
And that is the most interesting part, I think, that when you look at who ended up actually being in that final spot, 15 versus 16 seed, Phil Beaupre, they were facing off, and that is completely different from what we saw last night when it was only, what it seemed like, the top seeds.
It was the number one versus number two last night.
Exactly.
That's not, I mean, Andre finished 30th in 2017. Yep. He finished 20th in 2018, and he took home the prize. You could tell in his post-championship interview, he's like, I was not expecting this. Such an awesome winner to have. He said he's been hunting for over a decade with our number 3 seed, Chris Exberger. And then he goes up against the number 6 seed, Philip Beaupre, who his top finish, he's been here for a while, was 18th in 2017. It was just it was chalk last night. It was not chalk tonight. It was fantastic.
And if you had asked us at the beginning of the show, if we had Andre in the winner's seat taking home the $20,000, none of us would have said yes. We would have been like, Well, he's kind of done okay in years past, but I don't think any of us could have anticipated him making the run that he did, taking down the opponents he did. And then also, let's remember, in this championship run, it is 2 adventures that he had to overcome. So he went down one and then said, all right, I got to compose myself. He got blown out one, really is the fair way to say it. And then came back and overcame and became the champion for 2019.
And we have to give our props too to Phil Beaupre.
Oh my gosh!
So as Omar was saying, he reset the bracket coming in from the reload bracket. Had to win 2 adventures against Andre, and Phil just destroyed, basically doubled Andre's score on the first. And in the second, he actually kills more bucks, 47-42 across the adventure. But a big Buckzilla sight 2 from the end brings Andre over the top.
And the Buckzilla points worth so much. We knew it was going to be so crucial in the end there. And guess what? It turned out to be. Now, aside from the championship, it was a great tournament overall. One of the things we were looking for was that the sites were switched in the sense that they were not what these players were seeing when they came in through qualifying, which basically took out any sort of memorization that may have gone into the preparation for this and put players on their toes. And I think as a result of that, we saw a lot of upsets. We saw the 4-time champion, Trevor Gardner, go down. We saw the number 2 seed, Mark Santander, go down. We saw the number 4 seed, Patrick Heelan, go down. And these were early exits. Number 17 finish, 25 finish, 13 finish.
Yeah.
Made a difference.
It completely made a difference. Of course, you still had some of your veterans, some of your know-hows that were there at the end. Sean Chadwick, after runner-up 2 years in a row, finishes 3rd. Chris Freem, former champion, former runner-up, finishes 4th. Will Bromley. Yeah.
Your picks.
Both of my picks finished 3 and 4, so
it's pretty
proud of that.
Start listening to him.
And then Will Bromley, our number 1 seed, finished 5. So they were around, but some of the players and some of the hunters we were expecting to be there in the very end, they went down throughout the night. Trevor finished 13th, Patrick 17th, and Mark 25th.
And one of the other big storylines we were keeping an eye on specifically came from our champion last night in the ladies tournament, Lauren Hope.
Yeah.
We both noted that she was shooting so well last night. It seemed like she wasn't shooting for that championship. She was shooting for today. Yeah. She ends up finishing 10th. Her significant other, Drew Baldock, finishes 9th. He was my pick to win the whole thing, so that was a tough one to see him go down. But the way that they went down was in epic fashion. It literally was a household versus household battle.
Yeah.
Lauren Hope, Drew Baldock on one side, and then also Julianne Jones and Phil Beaupre on the other side. And Phil was facing Drew, Lauren was facing Julianne. We were going to see who was going to end up maybe staggered one way or the other. But the Julianne Jones, Philip Beaupre household was too much to handle.
I know. I was hoping we would see one of those couples face off.
We
didn't
hoping
quite
that.
see it. But
we said that last night. We were hoping we would see that face off.
But
didn't happen.
The ladies tonight, they did not dough out. They showed out.
They absolutely did.
We had 5 ladies in the top 16. Nicole Erickson, who was our 63rd seed, she finished 16th. Melinda Van Humison finished 15th. Jacqueline Stafford 12th. Lauren Hope 10th. And then Julianne Jones 8th.
It's amazing to see. When you talk about the different communities that came together for this, even outside the international, which of course we always have to shout out the competitors that flew all the way from Australia, the ones that came from Canada, who really put these competitors to the highest level they possibly can get. But then also within the U.S., we had new communities from Tucson. And then we have to shout out the Austin, Texas crew because you all were the loudest in the room.
They came in strong.
What was their highest finish? 32nd or something?
Yeah, Aaron Morris with a 32nd finish, but
you wouldn't have
heard
that.
Austin all night.
Oh my gosh. And then they were carrying one of their competitors out. Yeah, it was Aaron. You're right. Out on their hands, literally taking him out of the arena. That's the enthusiasm you want to see. And even though they didn't get into the top seat or top finishes that I think they wanted, they're definitely going to be back.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's so great to see new communities popping up everywhere. We saw a lot that we're used to, a great crew from Wisconsin, great crew from Minnesota, everything like that. But then we saw a couple new communities that was fantastic.
And one other thing I should say, Sarah Erlinson, have you had that baby? You're just in the Twitch chat. The past few days, we thought this baby was coming. You're just lighting people up.
The competition's over now.
I know.
You can have your child.
Oh, thank you for waiting. We appreciate it. I know you really wanted to be in it, but it's all good now. It's all good. We can't wait. Best of luck to you and Jared. We can't wait to see the baby when that happens. It's been a wonderful tournament.
Yeah, it really has. So thank you everyone for watching. That was the 2019 Big Buck World Championship.
But we're not done. We're not done at all.
No.
In fact, we went and grabbed a special interview just for you guys, a fellow competitor throughout this, to give us a little bit of first-hand insight into this. So, Andy White, why don't you come on over here? He finished 11th tonight, but part of the infamous Scotty Snipers team.
Right in the middle.
Say what up to the stream, man.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, so
see yourself right there.
Hey, thanks for watching. We loved having you.
Yeah, no, this was
Sadly, I
amazing.
didn't get to watch the Twitch stream.
That's
It's
okay.
all good. You're a part of the
workouts.
Twitch stream.
I was trying.
So, Andy, one of the reasons we wanted to bring you in here is because of a conversation we were all having last night. You trained with Trevor Gardner.
Yep.
He was a 4-time champion, and you talked about that dynamic between you two, saying that one of his biggest compliments towards you is that you're one of the quickest shots out there. When it comes to reacting, that's sort of your forte. Did you think that would play so hugely into what we saw with the switch sites today?
I honestly had no idea coming into it. I think, you know what, all these guys, a lot of these top guys, they know where they're coming before the screen even pops up. So it's hard. So when they were like throwing everything reverse, timing it different, a little bit left, a little bit right, it was crazy. It was all straight reaction, and I know I played my game a little bit better. This is my best finish I've ever done. So it was.
I mean, you took down your sparring partner Trevor in the second round.
That was very unexpected.
What was his reaction?
He was, we before we even played, like we were a little upset that we didn't want to play each other because we're two really good friends. I was just at his house last week practicing, so it's like, can I come back again next week after this?
Well, now I want to ask, does this change the way you train at all, knowing that stuff like this is a possibility when you make it to the World Championship?
I don't think it really changes that much because you still have to know the sights. You still have to shoot fast, shoot accurate. And sometimes they don't flip. Some of the sites, they were the ones that you've played before. So a lot of people
never knew what was coming.
You never know because sometimes it was a flip or it was just regular. And like the regular duo ones or the doubles, and if you knew it, you were spot on. It was there. But when they flipped, some of the guys, they hesitate a little bit, and that really gave the benefit to like a lot of like when me and Andre had our match, we were both quick. We were both fast. We were both right there. Neither of us knew where they were coming sometimes, so it was just a speed game, and he got me, and he ended up winning it all.
So did you think, like, when you started the weekend, would you have thought it would have been Andre and Phil in the finals?
No, that one surprised me. Hey, not to discredit either of those guys. They're
we said
great
the same
shots.
thing.
Phil knocked me out of the tournament last year. Like me and Phil we've had our goods and our bads. Yeah. But no, he's a great shot. Andre, this is my first time ever playing him. He's a great shot. Julianne, sorry, Phil, but I thought she was going to take second instead of you. My bad.
And I want to ask, aside from maybe the winners, what was the biggest surprise that you faced maybe throughout this tournament?
Surprises, the zombie deer. There was a lot more zombie deer this year. They were a lot earlier. That was fun. It's always interesting. Other than that, there wasn't any like huge surprises during gameplay. Mm. The new cabinet release, all the secret shots, that was got everybody pumped, I think. But other than regular playing, there was like a couple mirrors but it was stuff that we kind of saw last year, but it was different than last year. So you knew what to expect, but you didn't know what to expect.
They had them right where you wanted.
Exactly. It was right in that perfect wheelhouse where it wasn't something like out of nowhere, like a brand new animal that was just like, hey, figure this guy out. Nope, didn't have that one, but the flip sites and just the reverses, the little delays that happen every once in a while. Some of the sites, they weren't actually delayed. They were just weren't mirrored. They were just, if this was the site, instead of shooting it here, it was like here. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't off, but it was just enough off. So you were seeing things earlier than you would normally see them or later than you normally see them, and it changed it, but it didn't change it.
Well, it's great having Andy in here because we can talk about it, but hearing him talk, it shows you how much skill and preparation actually goes into the game.
It's a lot more than you think. A lot more than you think.
So, Andy, I think we were talking, this year was your fifth year in a row.
Yep, this is my fifth year.
What do you look forward to kind of year over year coming back?
Well, I love meeting my friends that I rarely get to see. You see them once a year. Hanging out with the Aussies, always a fun time. The Canadians,
it's tough to see them very often.
I know, yeah. You got to invest a lot.
Seeing like players that have been here for a long time, like the Van Humesons, Andy Lynn, with him bringing in the self-portrait project. That's just totally different thing that you don't get to experience all the time, and it's just seeing everybody, going to new places. I mean, we've been to Vegas 3 times now, but who doesn't like going to Vegas?
It's a good excuse to come to Vegas.
Yeah, great excuse to come to Vegas. There's just stuff like that where you meet all the people and all the new people that come. Like, there's a couple new people. His last name is Coleman. I forgot what his first name was. Sorry, buddy. Talked to you all night. He was new. He was new. We met tonight. I kept talking to him. He's planning on coming back. He was loving it.
Awesome.
His first time experience. So all the new players that like, you see it for the first time they come and do this, and everyone's just like, "Whoa! I didn't." Let me take a step back because this is a whole new experience ball game, and then they're hooked.
Yeah.
And you can just see it where everyone, first time playing or first time being here, they never want to miss one, and that's what keeps me coming back every time. It's just how great this tournament is.
And the last thing I want to ask before we wrap up is we were talking a lot in the beginning about how long qualifying goes. The 10-month season. How quickly after this tournament do you all go back to serious training?
Tomorrow.
That's what we like to hear.
As soon as I get back home. Well,
yeah, me too. Totally.
So I just got done with the tournament, and right now I feel like I'm on right now. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go find a gun and go shoot because I'm not going to get as crisp like this crisp again until next year at this time. So I want to get some.
You were looking good out there tonight.
Some scores in as quick as I can.
No, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us,
Of
Andy.
course.
And
Well,
for
thanks
all
for
of
having
our
me, guys.
yeah,
Of course,
and
definitely.
for all of our viewers at home, thank you for spending the weekend with us. It was fantastic. Thank you, or congratulations to our champions, Lauren
Huge
Hope
congrats.
and Andre Rivas. Ladies tourney, Lauren Hope. Tonight, the main event, Andre Rivas. Congratulations. Thank you at home, and we will see you next year for the 2020 Big Buck World Championship.
See you
Good night.
guys.